Finally, the young man stretches, rubs his eyes, and comes to his senses. He doesn't know why it's so cold. They wonder if this is a dream, but everything feels real, so he decides to accept it for now. He looks around, trying to figure out where he is and remember what he did yesterday. The young man remembers coming home from work, eating dinner, taking a bath, and playing a short game before going to bed. After it was all over, he remembers he just went to bed. The hero knows what is inside the game. He recognizes the Krishna's cockpit, his ship, from the game. He remembers Stellar Online as a popular science fiction online game. In the game, you can play any role, such as a merchant or an adventurer. He remembers serving as a mercenary who commanded many ships and eventually bought the ship he loved. His favorite spaceship is the ASX-08 Krishna. Still cold, he turns on the generator as he did in the game, knowing he must activate the life support system. Seeing the temperature is only 12 degrees, he realizes he nearly froze to death and exhales in relief, knowing his life is not in danger yet. He's trying to piece together what happened to him. The young man says it's not strange to dream about a game you play a lot, and feeling cold makes him think this is not an ordinary dream. He decides there's no point in thinking about it any longer. Uncertainty makes him a bit sad. He encourages himself and decides to be more positive. He finds the controls quite simple. The guy says the joysticks and pedals feel a bit odd, but he expects they will get easier with time. Convinced this control is more precise than a keyboard and mouse, the hero decides it's time to find out where he is. No card information appears on the screen, and he has no money. The card details didn't carry over from the game, but there is some food. He discovers he has a huge stock of rare metals and knows this is very bad. Rare metals in the stellar world are valuable because they are scarce. In the game world, you can easily trade them for the local currency, Eno. Neil is the game's electronic currency. It is more convenient than paper money, and all transactions are easy to track. As a result, many people go to mine rare metals. He realizes everything is playing out just like in the game. An alarm sounds. An unidentified ship is scanning the Krishna. Someone turns to him and asks what he's doing here and whether he's fallen asleep. And the hero laughs it off, telling them to keep flying and ignore it. The pirates offer him a share of the cargo, promising not to touch it. He refuses and jokes that he'll sell it to them for a good price. A young man analyzes the data, notes the ships have plenty of cargo space but weak weapons, and realizes this is a typical pirate ship. The pirate repeats his demand that they hand over the cargo to spare his life. Seeing the fight is unavoidable, he asks that no one take offense and gets ready for battle. He yanks the controls sharply. His maneuver catches the pirates off guard. They can't believe he destroyed their shield with a single shot. Furious, the pirate yells at him to stop. The man screams, he'll kill him. The pirate admires his own maneuvers. The hero asks how a pirate feels. The pirate screams in horror, baffled that his weapon failed. The man panics when he sees the other person is not falling behind and throws something at him. The pirate pleads with him to stop. The hero pants, catching their breath after the battle. Realizing the overload hasn't been fully suppressed, he feels sick, but is surprised he didn't wake up afterward. Finally, the young man accepts that all this is really happening. He's not in such a bad situation. The Krishna is a fast, agile ship, armed with powerful weapons. After the battle, he realized the Krishna was far stronger than the pirate ships, and as a mercenary, he decided he could live here just like in the game. He sees the reward for killing the pirates is 19,000 enils, figures that after repairing the ship and restocking ammo, he'll still be in the black, and searches the wreckage, finding no valuable cargo. Finding the coordinates of the system's stations and even the pirate base, he considers it a major success since he had no map. Deciding to sell the information for a reward, the hero must fly to the station. He is notified that his request to dock at the terminal prime port has been approved. They tell him his identity data is corrupted and ask who he is. He remembers that his records were erased. Introducing himself by his real name, Sato Takahiro, he feels it doesn't fit this world and uses his game name. The hero says his ship is the Krishna and his name is Hero. He goes by Captain Hero. Someone asks him where he got these rare metals, and the hero stays silent and looks tense. He wrote nervous replies saying he collected them from the pirates who attacked him. The employee doubts he is a mercenary because he has no ID and no ties to the guild. He asks if Hero will tell him where the metals come from. Hero rarely suggests ending this pointless conversation. A young woman in a military uniform walks into the room. Surprised, the employee asks Miss Serena why she is here. Serena explains she saw an unfamiliar ship in the hangar. An employee introduces Hero as the owner. Hero gives an awkward greeting, and Serena, after looking over the documents, notes there are a lot of medals. Serena asks if he is hiding anything from them. Hero says he is not hiding anything. When Serena asks if there's anything else, he says there is, explaining he's come to collect the reward and report the coordinates of the pirate bases he found, but as soon as he showed the hold they dragged him here immediately. The woman asks whether there is any evidence that the cargo is stolen. The man says there is none. Serena says she doesn't see any problems then. He is offered a deal. They buy medals at a good price, and he gets paid. She says she will spend the money here anyway. Hero believes that in this case, everyone wins. Serena says she has heard of employees who demand bribes from incoming ships. Smiling menacingly, she signals that he should tell her everything he knows. The girl asks if that is correct, while addressing him as Marquis Hall's daughter. Startled, the employee salutes, says of course, and runs off to handle the paperwork. Serena apologizes, saying some people are too dedicated to their work, and explains his data is empty except for his name and the ship's name. She says he appears to have come here from another universe. When Serena asks what's wrong, the hero laughs nervously, says it's okay, and quietly acknowledges her insight. Serena asks how he ended up in this system. He explains that while in hyperspace, something happened and his mind went blank. He adds that the pirates attacked, thinking he was weak, but he managed to defeat them. Serena finds it hard to believe that hyperspace caused his memory loss. She says he faces accusations of espionage. The hero is shocked. She says the main office wants to know if he's a spy from the Borobrum Federation. The hero doesn't understand what he's saying. Serena outlines the situation. An unknown, heavily decorated mercenary flies into an enemy station. The mercenary says that if he were a spy, he'd have found a better way. Hero worries he may have been too pushy. Serena points out it's a coincidence. Smiling, Serena says she was thinking the same thing. Apologizing for the delay, she says she was speaking with the head office. Serena tells him to see a doctor. The hero thanks her, and she offers to introduce him to a reliable doctor who can help with his memory problem. The hero agrees, deciding she seems like a good person, and waves goodbye, while thinking she is beautiful but frightening, and hoping he will not see her again. Smiling, Serena says they'll see each other again. Left alone, the hero is completely at a loss. He learns the payments: 2.5 million for metals, 19,000 for pirates, and 150,000 for information. He finds the total exceeds 2.5 million e-nails and calculates the exchange rate to N. The hero is stunned to learn this money would have supported him for 40 years. He remembers that yesterday he was a network manager, and his life felt grey and dull. As a young man, games were his only entertainment, and he played everything, and those games helped him become one of the top 10 players. Thrilled, he can hardly believe his luck at finding himself inside the game world. The young man eats and thinks about what to do next. To avoid wasting his life, he chose to study the data. The hero discovers he is in the Termin star system with 4 planets and an asteroid belt. Although the planets are uninhabitable, the system is rich in resources, so mercenaries and miners keep arriving at the station. He knows this spot is a favorite of pirates. He also knows mercenaries like him won't have trouble finding work. Ties with the neighboring Berarum Federation are strained. The Grakan Empire currently controls the system. Constant skirmishes occur along the border where he is stationed. Staying here will drag him into the conflict. He sees it as a chance to earn extra money, but knows taking on a real army is different from fighting pirates and would be too risky. He suspects this isn't the Stella he knows, and now realizes he can't fully trust his knowledge of the game because things are different. He is considering flying to another system. Deciding he still has plenty of time, the hero goes to buy food. Stepping outside, he is amazed by the view of the vast city. Even though he's used to seeing it in anime, the young man finds it breathtaking in person. He wrote that he remembered reading this section was unsafe, so he decides that acting like a redneck will get him into trouble. At the same time, several suspicious characters surround him. Someone is speaking to him. Alfie Met says he has a nice-looking gun. The elf girl waves to Adam and says hello. He wonders whether the game had elves, then decides it makes sense that she is an alien. She appears out of nowhere, so he tells her not to stare and that he does not trust her. In reply, she assures him she is as much a mercenary as he is, and there is nothing to fear. Embarrassed, the girl shouts at him to stop staring at her. She asks him what he wants, and he asks what she wanted from the newcomer. The girl said she wanted him to go out with her. Explaining that she came here because the conflict was escalating, she says no mercenaries are being recruited yet, so she decided to take him to kill time. Convinced it's suspicious, Hero decides that a walk with the unfortunate space self will help him learn more about local life. Realizing she hasn't introduced herself yet, the girl says her name is Alma, and Hero replies with his name. Alma says their names are both simple and common, and asks him to remember hers. Calling him newbie, she asks him to follow her. Hero sighs in agreement. Alma yells that he doesn't have a license. He wants to know if it's bad. She shouts that it's bad, of course, and that it's a miracle he even made it this far. Then explains that an independent warship owner is almost no different from a pirate, and drags him to the guild. He admires the view of the guild building. He put up notices saying it looks like a government building. Alma agrees, saying they are not particularly different. He asks if she's been doing this long because she seems to know a lot. She says she is 53 and has 5 years of experience. Alma explains her people live up to 500 years, unlike humans, and he, surprised that she looks so young, asks what she has been doing for the other 48 years. Blushing, she shouts that it doesn't matter. The girl waves it off, saying it's rude to ask mercenaries about the past. Hero thinks she's clearly had a hard life. A stern man with a cybernetic arm stands behind the counter and asks what they need. Alma cheerfully explains that he is a rookie who worked as an unregistered mercenary, and the man asks whether he is a beginner and lacks a license. The man demands the ship's name and ID. Elma giggles and asks if he is scared. The hero tells her to shut up. He is surprised. Z has never seen a ship like that and notes there are no records of it in the database. The hero repeats that the ship's data and memory were damaged while in hyperspace. The man says it doesn't matter because mercenaries don't dig into someone's past. The hero feels relieved that his shaky excuse worked. After finishing the registration, he says everything is ready and now needs to test Hero. The man says they won't hire him without testing his skills on a simulator and that the simulators should include something similar to his ship. The man tells him to choose. Hero notices Elma's strange smile and asks what is wrong with her. She says she only wants to see how good he is. The man announces that he has passed. The hero comes out happy. The man seems puzzled, and Elma asks whether something is wrong. Hero explains he started with an easy one and gradually increased the difficulty, hardly noticing the change, even though it got a little hard at the end. The man explains it was a gold rank test and describes the rank system that shows a mercenary's combat power. He says he can't award the other player a gold rank because that player has no merit. The man gives Hero a bronze rank and tells him to earn achievements. Hero asks the man not to rush to give him a gold rank. With a sly smile, the hero says that otherwise they will spoil all the fun of his leveling up. The man finds it interesting, and Hero notices Alma sulking but does not know why. She shouts that she's worked at this for 5 years and is still only silver rank. The hero awkwardly tries to calm her down, aware he has problems. He wants to buy food, but is not familiar with the station and needs a good guide. Ilama's expression brightens and she happily agrees to help him. The girl decides a beginner who can't tell left from right needs a good guide. She says she will take him to her favorite place. Hero tells himself it's that simple. They get to the store and Hero asks what she wants. Alma asks for his recommendation. She recommends taking food cartridges and, if you can afford it, artificial meat. Hero asks about the usual meat and vegetables, and Elma, shocked, says only the rich can afford them, and that's not the case here. Realizing farming at the station is inefficient, the hero asks why there are no carbonated drinks here. Elma doesn't get what he's saying, and Hero explains these are fizzy drinks and can't believe they're missing. The girl says she has never heard of it and is surprised by his reaction. The hero falls to his knees and sinks into despair. A young man whispers that God is dead, then tries to remember why soda can't be drunk in space and doesn't understand why it's not stocked on the station. The hero shouts that he doesn't understand, while Elma looks at him in confusion. Suddenly he realizes he might find them on the planet. He pictures finding a vending machine stocked with soda in a residential area. Elma asks, sounding worried if he's okay. He's determined to buy a mansion on the planet. Elma doesn't understand how he ended up like this and is shocked, saying it will cost hundreds of millions of enils. She agrees that aiming higher is worth it. These notes say the service is good and delivery to the ship is convenient. She brags that she called it a good store and thanks him for the juice. Around the corner, they hear a girl screaming, surrounded by several men. One of them grabs her chin and says he wants to have fun with her. Elma says it's useless. She is alone and defenseless. The hero stops her and asks whether she plans to abandon the girl. She says she can't survive in a place like that. Elma says this is a common occurrence throughout the galaxy. The girl asks whether he will get involved every time. She points out he's only a mercenary, not a hero. Shocked, Elma feels him grab her hand to stop him from pulling out his gun. He screams that she couldn't have thought he would say that and pull a gun. The bandit says one blow will silence him. Suddenly he cries out in pain when something pierces his arm. Surprised, Hero says he got in because of the gaming experience. Another bandit charges Hero. The hero shouts for them to back off or he'll aim lower. The bandits flee and Haro rubs his head. Alma asks what he plans to do with the girl. Hero shrugs and says he doesn't know. Elma sips her juice as the hero offers a nervous smile. Elma asks him again what he plans to do with the girl. Hero is lost and unsure what to say. She says that since he saved her, she'll let him decide for himself and leave. The hero is shocked by the way she treats the newcomer. He yells after her that she's heartless, and he thought he could rely on her. She admits she was foolish not to notice it. He decides he must turn to that man from the guild. With a smile, he says you can count on him, unlike the cold, treacherous elf. The girl yells at him to be quiet. Elma asks the girl's name. The girl says her name is Mimi. Elma asks if there is someone who can help her at this station. Mimi replies that she does not have anyone. The girl asks what he'll do next. Enro offers her a place to live on his ship if she has nowhere else to go. Elma asks Mimi what she can do and explains that Hero is a mercenary with his own ship. The girl interrupts her and says she does not have to continue. Elma concludes Mimi can only do household chores. She says Mimi can satisfy Hero, and that's about it. Hero is shocked by her words and asks what kind of satisfaction she means. Horrified, Mimi asks if that is why he is calling her to the ship and thinks he is not thinking with his head. There are no idiots in this group who would help a useless stranger, she says. Mimi looks down, blushing. Hero tries to explain he's not calling her about that. Elma says it's not her place to advise and asks me if she's from the third block. Alma warns that this place is not for naive girls. She asks what happened because Mimi has no one here. Mimi says she is from the second block and grew up in an ordinary family. Her parents, who maintained the station's infrastructure, died in the accident. The incident was blamed on them, and the compensation for the damage was greater than her inheritance. Unable to pay her taxes and debts. Because of that, she was sent to the third block. Elma says it's common and is surprised the hero forgot about it. Mimi cries, and the hero thinks that since she was rich before losing her memory, there is nothing she can do. Elma can hardly believe he's serious. Zero asks whether it is serious when an office employee confirms the information. The employee lists every tax and debt Mimi owes. He calculates the total at 500,000 e-nails and says it's the price of her freedom, about 50 million yen. Hero is outraged that a child would be forced to pay his parents' debts and asks whether there is a way to refuse the inheritance. The employee replies that there is. The deadline has already passed. He says that if she lives in the third block, she will be debt-free. This also means she will not have access to public services. The employee says he is certain Hero can picture what would happen to a single child in the third block. The employee says mercenaries earn well, but 500,000 is still a lot. He adds there are more affordable options in the third block if Hero wants to move in with her. With a sly smile, the employee says he's sure the hero will like everything and won't even have to think about the wallet. The hero says he'll accept the challenge. Elma welcomes them back. The hero returns the greeting, and Mimi awkwardly asks how it went. Mimi looks at him with wide eyes and says it makes sense. Hero tells Mimi and Myers he just slapped him with money and that this is how mercenaries solve cases. Elma hands Mimi a bag of clothes she grabbed at random. Mimi thanks her, and Elma says her problems are just beginning and wishes her good luck. Elma warns him that if he dies, Mimi will be left homeless. The girl says goodbye and will head to her ship. He says the cartridges aren't bad, but the artificial meat tastes better and is worth the price. Hero asks whether she dislikes it. Mimi responds excitedly that she really likes it. Mimi asks what they should do next. Hero considers it. He says he'll take a shower, plan for tomorrow, and tell Sir to go to bed. The young man asks her to rest, saying she had a hard day. Since he will live with Mimi, he decides he must buy a lot. The hero remembers that the third block has many shops selling questionable goods, but the one Elma showed is reliable. He believes that despite being an unlucky elf, she knows a lot. Hero knocks on the door and asks to come in. He asks her to wait a moment while he gets dressed. Without warning, Mimi hugs him. The girl says she's here to fulfill her duties. He tries to pull away, saying he didn't take her for that. He sees her trembling with fear. Hero says she doesn't know what the elves told her, but she doesn't have to force herself. Sheepish, he explains he won't do it. She says that even though she feels useless, being able to do something would make her feel better. The hero rubs her head. Watching him, she thinks he must decide. The hero lies in bed, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling. Watching Mimi sleep beside him, he wonders what to do next. The hero realizes he has a ship, money, and status as a mercenary. So the situation is not so bad. Even though he'd spent a lot recently, Mimi's presence wouldn't add much to his expenses. He finds living just to exist pointless and boring. So the young man decides he needs a goal. Hero decides buying a mansion is a good goal. He remembers wanting a mansion just to drink soda. Now that Mimi is with him, it would be great to have a place they can call home. Sadness fills his memories of his world. Mimi smiles in her sleep and murmurs his name. Hero inspects his ship in the hangar. I'm told the inspection is over. Smiling, Hero gives a thumbs up and says, everything is fine. There are no problems. Mimi exhales with relief. He asks if she'll go shopping with him after breakfast, and Mimi happily agrees, saying everything is fine. The hero says he needs to buy a lot for her. Mimi apologizes for putting him through so much trouble. Hero pinches her cheeks. Mimi is confused about what's going on. He says they should have plenty of everything as spacefarers, because if anything happens, they will have to stay on the ship for 6 months. The hero checks that she understands and tells her to stop being silly. He suggests we go grab a bite to eat. A guild representative told me Mimi is registered as a crew member. He wrote that he wants to teach her how to be a cameraman and says he downloaded the tutorial to his tablet. He says it's a good learning AI that starts with the very basics, and Mimi thanks him. Dressed in new clothes, Mimi wonders how all this happened in one night. The hero says it's a long story. The man asks him to explain what happened. He believes it hasn't happened to him in 15 years, yet a rookie experienced it on the very first day. The man shouts that it's unfair because he hasn't met a single beautiful woman in all this time. Mimi and Hero try to calm him. Elma appears again and greets him. The girl asks how he's doing. He says his ship's been serviced, the provisions are bought, and he's ready to leave. She says Mimi is learning to be a cameraman and feels better inside than outside. Hero asks what she wants since she's calling for a reason. Relieved that he understands, the girl says things have been tense lately and that a large-scale liquidation will begin soon. Players team up in this event to accomplish a common goal. He knows that everything in this world works like the game, and rewards depend on contribution to the battle. She says they will soon start recruiting people to storm the pirates' base and destroy their ships. With a sly smile, he says he'd never miss something like that in his life. A few days later, an hour before the operation, the hero and Mimi sit in the cockpit. This screen thanks you for waiting. Introducing herself as Captain Serena Halls, she says she is in charge of this operation. A pirate base has been discovered in the Gamma sector of the asteroid belt, she explains. Serena says their fleet will attack the base first. Mimi says they're just pirates, so destroying them should be easy. She notes the army can't destroy everyone, especially small ships. That's exactly what mercenaries are for. According to him, the pirates' strength is the speed of their small and medium-sized ships. He knows that even if the base is destroyed, those who escape will regroup and build a new one. Hero believes their fast ships are perfect for something this small. First, the mercenaries will surround the base. Then the mobile fleet will launch its attack. Pirates will try to escape, and mercenaries must stop them, creating panic. During this time, the fleet will scatter and destroy the remaining ships. Serena announces the operation will end once all pirate ships are confirmed destroyed, and asks if anyone has questions. The woman offers to finish, and the young man asks permission to ask a question. Yes, if escape is possible. Serena smiles and says the living are, of course, more useful. She adds that it's okay if they decide the reward isn't worth the risk. Smiling, she warns that if they fight badly and run away, it will cause problems. He says that in the end, not only will the pirates be surrounded, but they will be too. He warns they'll exploit the situation and force them to fight to the end. Alma is unharmed and says this option should not be discarded. The hero says they will not engage in such barbarism. A soldier of the star system, she swears by her honor. The hero chooses to trust her. Mimi panics and screams that everything is fine. Hero says she can stay at the station if she's scared and promises to give her everything. For some reason, he remains completely calm and sees it as a normal reaction before a deadly battle. He likely still sees it as a game. Control Lord is leaving. He says he'll fully enjoy the event in this case. The ship Krishna is lifting off. At the console, Mimi reports the locations of the army and the mercenaries. Hero calls Mimi over as he thinks. Mimi likes how different the ships are and explains that although the models are nearly the same, everyone customizes them as they want. He remembers there were some odd ships in the game, but his own wasn't customized that way. They spot a beautiful white ship in space. She admires the galactic swan, but Hero calls him a piece of trash, and Mimi doesn't understand why. He says the ship is fast, but has no maneuverability, making it impossible to control, and its maintenance is expensive. Hero calls it a violent regime out of control. Mimi wants to know which pilot is behind it. He recognizes Elma's ship. Mimi looks worried, but Hero doesn't know what to say. The insider confidently says the self-proclaimed veteran can handle it. They spot a pirate base on the asteroid ahead. He notes the army's information is very detailed. However, his position is surrounded by enemies. He is convinced this is not a coincidence. Mimi asks if something is wrong, but he says everything is fine, and it's about to start. Horrified, the girl watches the explosions while the hero admires how cool they look. Hero points out that even Krishna cannot match their ranged power. Mimi tells me a message has arrived. Seeing ships trying to escape, he ends radio silence and launches the operation. The hero tells her they're going into battle and to prepare for an overload. Mimi reports 2 regular ships and 2 small ships are approaching. Huru is surprised they decided on a head-on attack on Krishna Head. One ship explodes. Laughing, he says they really think they can escape just because they modified their ships. Hero lets out a relieved breath. Over the radio, the mercenary quietist screams for help because there are too many pirates. Mimi says one ally is fighting 5 pirates. Hero tells us to fly to him because he is nearby. Quietly thanks Krishna for the help and acknowledges him. Hero braces the homing guns and fires. Quite thanks him. Quaid says he has already taken care of the others and would not be able to resist 5 at once. After saying goodbye, the man flies to refuel, and Mimi reports the allies are winning, though a battle with 3 medium ships is taking place near the army. Hero sees they are converted civilian vessels and assigns Mimi to radar and communications. The ship's laser cannons and turrets are deadly, and he doubts the Krishna shields will hold up. Hero tells her to get ready because it's going to get hot now and decides to bypass them. He says they will shut down nearly all systems, hide among space debris, and attack from a blind spot. The young man says the radars are useless because of all the debris, so they'll use a thermal imager. He's glad this world has thermal stealth too. The pirates report they're running low on fuel and ammunition, and the situation is getting worse. They spot something they can't identify. They spot the hero's ship and can't tell where it came from. On the radio, a girl's voice thanks them for their help and hopes they will be paid as well. When Mimi asks how he knew the cameraman was cute, the man says a cute voice means she must be cute too. The remaining ships are being destroyed and trying to escape, so the hero orders them handled quickly. Mimi reports the area is clear. Hero praises her and says this sector is finished. He believes navigator is nonsense and not a name for Krishna. Mimi thanks the cameraman and the hero, flirting by saying she has a cute voice. Hero reports these jokes are here too and are moving to the next sector. Mimi says a message has arrived from that ship. Hero realizes this is Elma's galactic swan. Hero says she's in trouble and he seems to know it. Elma panics and screams about what is happening to the ship. She is crying for help. The girl screams that she can no longer control herself. Mimi says her ship has lost control and they can't do anything. Hero says Even if she wanted to, no ship here could catch her. Mimi warns he's about to explode. Hero replies the cabin is pretty sturdy, so Elmer is unlikely to die. Someone is shouting for everyone to move aside. Startled, Mimi says it's an allied ship. Hero notes the cabin is sturdy. They watch Elmer's ship collide with a military vessel. The officer reports that a mercenary ship collided with them, and Serena asks what this means for the operation. The officer reports that Elmer's ship is badly damaged, while they suffered only minor damage. Serena decides that since this won't affect the operation, she must continue with the plan. She instructs me not to forget to send him the bill. The officer says there must be a mistake, because he had 2 good results. Serena thought she already knew that. It's ranked bronze but performs at a platinum level. Even accounting for his ship, she thinks it's not normal. He came across to her not as a former soldier or a mercenary, but as an ordinary man. I've been ordered to find out everything I can about him and to keep watching him. Smiling, the woman thinks it has become even more interesting to her now. Mimi says a message arrived from the army, and the hero says, that's good news and time to have some fun. He says trash and cargo, taken from pirate holds, can be sold for profit. Mimi agrees, saying it's more fun than killing others. The hero tells her to check what she's going to collect, and to ask if she's unsure about anything. Mimi asks what it is because it says it cannot be identified. He says, the singing crystal is rare and dangerous. Mimi asks, saying it's better not to touch him. Hero tells her to take it. He warns it would be bad if anyone else found him and tells them to take him quietly. The singing crystal is a special in-game item that, when broken, summons monsters called crystalline life forms. We needed it to start the raid in the game. The crystal could be useful depending on how we use it. Mimi, wearing a spacesuit, asks the hero what he plans to do next. He wrote that he will rest for a while because he is tired. The girl clarifies his overall main goal. His goal is to buy a mansion for himself on the planet. Mimi admires how great the goal is. He wrote that merely existing is boring and asked what that meant for her. Mimi admits she never thought about it. He insists there has to be something because the universe is vast. Hero insists she should at least come up with something. Tension leaves Mimi dizzy. Though worried, Hero says it's okay and offers to have a snack. Mimi says she's hungry. She eagerly says she wants to try every treat in the entire universe. She tells him she wants to join him on a gourmet tour of the universe. Minnie calls it Iron Man number 5, and the seller says Musashi is very proud of how the new cartridge oven performs. After researching the dishes for a long time, Mimi decided they needed a better curry oven. He says he was going to upgrade the ship anyway because she's living with him, so that's a good thing. Worried about energy use, the hero asks how much it will cost to run and maintain, and the seller says nanomachines handle all the upkeep so they won't have to worry about it. A cartridge oven works like a 3D printer for food and uses cartridges. They're always fresh and taste the same. The seller says there should be no difference and offers to try it. The hero shouts excitedly that it tastes delicious. Hero still doesn't know what he was eating, while on Krishna's back then, Mimi says it's delicious, and the seller is proud of their creation. Mimi says it's pricey, and Hero yells at them to buy it. She says they've already replaced all the equipment with new ones. They leave the guild, and the seller asks them to return. Mimi says they made a lot of money yesterday, so it's okay. A man from the guild shouts, asking if they are bullying. The girl says it's a substitute. He is furious, shouting in disbelief that it's a substitute. The hero apologizes as someone carries the man away. Smiling, the girl says the replacement is done. She asks whether they have come to collect the rewards and payouts. The girl says it was only a small matter, and the reward is worse than she expected because the system is secure. She invites him to join the fleet, saying a person with his skills will earn more and be assigned increasingly dangerous systems. Hiro declines, saying he has other things to do. She asks about their relationship, and Hiro says it's complicated. Mimi calls Hiro her master. Panicking, the hero says this isn't what she expected. The employee's reaction is understandable, and they have nearly crossed the line. The girl offers to leave the guild and join them, saying it's amazing, and that the novel's plot twists came true. Smiling, she says she will be useful to them and knows many things. Mimi screams no in horror. Hiro says it's a joke and tells her not to worry. Hiro asks whether she knows Alma. Shocked, Mimi asks whether she is seriously hurt. The employee says no, but she must pay compensation to the army. Hiro thinks this is expected because the ship was a military vessel and notes that Elma seems to be looking for money. The employee says nobody will lend money to a mercenary whose work tool has become worthless. Mimi asks what will happen to her. She will go to prison. Hiro says the first time he tested the oven, it was delicious, and he tries something new every time and is always surprised. Hiro asks whether she agrees. Mimi finds it interesting. Mimi is wondering if Alma is eating well. Hiro says he wants to help himself but doesn't know how to reach Elma, and if this continues, Mimi will be sad all the time. Mimi asks why they went to the city. Hiro says he can't stay on the ship all day. He suggests taking a walk, getting some fresh air, or stopping by the store. Mimi asks him to look over there. Hiro asks whether she saw anything tasty. Hiro spots Elma in the alley. Mimi is taken aback when Hiro recognizes the girl in the alley. He says she has already lost her mind. Elma aggressively asks what they want, and Hiro replies that since she's pretending to be cool, she's fine. Hiro calmly asks how much time she has left to find. Mimi is horrified by the 3 million figure and calculates it at 30 billion yen. Even if she gathers all her money, it won't be enough. According to her, she can't earn money because her ship is under repair. Mimi says the deadline is in 2 hours, and Hiro realizes that because of the incident, no one will lend her money. She says if she doesn't make it, she'll be sent to prison on Termin 3, which is full of pirates. The girl says she was ready to die in space, but the idea is unbearable to her. She says they have switched places now. Tears fill Mimi's eyes as she looks at Hiro. The hero says it's been a long time, and the girl suggests they go to the ship to eat. Elma is stunned when Hiro says he just paid 3 million e-nails. Hiro says all he earned is gone. Elma asks why he did it, and he replies it was for Mimi's sake. He says he didn't want her to feel sad. The young man says he couldn't refuse to help someone who had helped him before, even if it was her fault. He admits, to be honest, that he didn't do it just out of the kindness of his heart, and that he has his reasons. The hero wants her on his team because his memories are a mess, and Mimi doesn't know much, so they need someone experienced. He says she will be paid as part of the team and can repay her debt to him gradually. The hero asks the girl if she was listening to him. Elma says she does not understand why he wants another since he already has Mimi, and the hero replies that a third would not be redundant because Krishna is big. The girl agrees, saying she had no choice. Hero says, "You're welcome." He says he hopes to do his job well. Mimi asks him to be gentle. He replies, "No way," and says she will work her ass off. Serena is surprised these count as reparations. The officer agrees. Today is the deadline. Serena says she told me not to punish. The girl presents the document assigned to her. Serena is stunned to discover that the pointless order came from Lieutenant Baritone. Many in the army dislike mercenaries, she believes. The girl realizes that because she often hires mercenaries, some people dislike her, and a single mistake could undo all her efforts. Knowing they plan to frame her, she orders them to investigate this lieutenant and get rid of him if possible. She believes mercenaries earn a lot, since she managed to pay the full amount in 1 week. Elma shouts in shock that his ship is so luxurious. Awkwardly, the hero explains they went to buy an oven, and then everything started to spin. The hero says a lot has happened to her this week and suggests she take a shower. Elmer says he smells of alcohol and tells him to shower to wash off his stress and the dirt. He says the food will be ready when she finishes. Seeing her blush, the hero asks if she is all right. Mimi says everything is fine, of course. She says she'll go with her because Elmer doesn't know how their bathroom works. Roa agrees. After that, he thinks only pennies will be left in his pocket, and he wants to keep at least 1 million in reserve. The hero is figuring out how to get the money because most jobs are transport work and pay well. Since a small ship won't do, he becomes a bounty hunter. The young man believes there are many small groups here apart from the main one, and their equipment is good. Expect them to hunt in the asteroid belt and attack civilian mining ships now that the system's security has weakened. He decides to make the most of it because the area is crowded with civilian ships and army security is lax. Elmer steps out of the shower, knocks on the door, and asks what he wants because the food is not ready yet. The hero doesn't know what to do. She is screaming because that's what you wanted. He understands that's why she was acting that way. The hero asks her to pay attention. She is horrified that she has misunderstood him. She understands that 3 million cannot be ignored because of personal interests. The girl says she felt happy. Hero says it's not a problem then. Mimi says good morning and will make breakfast now. She says she's so glad they saved Elmer and that Elmer will live with them now. The hero thinks that if Elmer is here, then Elmer is angry that he is still nervous after yesterday. Hero says they're all in the same boat and suggests they get along. The girl screams that everything is wrong. Mimi says she likes Elmer. Hero says he hopes they will all get along. Alma isn't sure what she's gotten herself into. After the sweep, the number of pirates has dropped sharply, but relations between the Empire and the Federation have grown tenser. He thinks he can stay out of this and walk away, but only small groups of experienced pirates remain, and those pirates are paid a lot. The young man decided to stay here a little longer to make some money. Elmer is pleased they earned a lot today. She asks why he isn't happy, even though he earned what he wanted, and Hero says she's the only one who's so happy. His plan worked better than he expected, since the Empire weakened its defenses and pirates started appearing more often. Hidden there, the young man hunted. He thinks they'll have to try, but they're just pirates and no match for the Krishna. As a result, the 2 million goal was reached in a week. Elmer suggests they go shopping tomorrow. Hero is confused about what's going on. She says they've been hunting pirates this whole time and should get some rest. Elmer asks if he feels sorry for Mimi because she never had a chance to spend her money. Mimi says she usually just sits here and worries about whether it's okay that she gets so much. Elmer says Mimi's cut is 0.5% of the proceeds, but that's still a lot of money. She believes Mimi is still learning, but since Mimi is risking her life, the reward should match the risk. Elmer says Mimi still needs to look after him. Mimi says he never forced her to be here. Both are shouting that they want to be with him. Mimi admits she loves him. She told him she loves him with all her heart. Elmer says he saved her, but she wouldn't have gone this far just for that. Mimi and Alma ask what is wrong with him. He is crying with joy. The hero wipes away his tears. He admits he was nervous and felt they were staying only because he'd helped them. Elmer says that's all. The girl decides she must tell him in a different way. They stroll through the shopping district. He says his adventure is over. The young man is disappointed because the cola is flat. The seller is stunned when Hero says he'll take all 7 boxes. All 3 find it strange. Hero says they're likely more than mining ships. Mimi says they're Bariburam ships. Elmer says they hide among civilians, but it doesn't bother them because they're so organized. They found them. Hero ordered the team to prepare for the interception. Looking at the screen, he saw the doctors planned to eliminate any witnesses because their mission was highly secret. He then realized they were about to open warning fire. Hero ordered the ship to close on the target. It raced at full speed toward the enemy formation. He leapt off the meteorite and struck the opponent's ship with Krishna. The enemy began attacking with beams as the hero's ship hid behind a meteorite. From cover, Krishna fired his weapon. Knowing an army ship could not be destroyed with a single blow, the hero struck the enemy's barrier with his arrows and then disappeared. The ships began to turn and fly away. Alice noticed the enemy's shields were at 0. Krishna flew after him. The enemies fired projectiles that began exploding along Hero's path. Krishna's ship slipped past the explosions and destroyed the enemies with a beam. After the fight, Alma hoped the black boxes were still intact. Mimi wondered how important the data really was. My friend said the army would pay them a good price for the boxes. Hero told the girls he would handle the boxes himself because he had contacts in the army. Alma said seriously that they were fine as long as Hero did not drag them into trouble, and the man laughed, saying they were only selling data. When the team arrived at the rendezvous point with Hero's contact, Alma asked why they were now taking part in the battle between the Federation and the Empire, and the man apologized, saying they only had to hand over the data. Alma saw that her friend had just been persuaded and thought a mercenary should be able to negotiate. Hero objected that he had nothing to justify himself with. Mimi asked her friend to calm down. In the hall, Hero heard people nearby envy him and couldn't understand why Alma, who had a silver level, was teaming with him, and he realized girls drew too much attention to themselves. Someone suddenly shouted to get attention. Seeing Serena, Alma-san immediately remembered how she had dragged Hero into this operation. The man said nothing. The commander took the stage and opened a briefing on protecting the Termine star system. With Hero's team and intelligence data, the army estimated the Federation fleet's strength, which included battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and corvettes. That was far more than the ships at the Termine garrison. The army learned their reinforcements would arrive a day later than the enemy's, so they had to hold out for 1 day. Serena planned to hide her mercenary fleet in the asteroid belt, ambush the enemy as it passed with guerrilla fire, and slow their advance. The army knew the most powerful ships they could encounter were destroyers. These higher-level ships had strong shields. Pirate-hunting mercenaries were no match for them. Miss Serena admitted to her people that she saw no advantage in their army and asked anyone with an idea to share it, promising that if the suggestion proved useful, they would adopt it without needless questions. When Hero raised his hand, the girl noticed. The guy immediately said the plan was strange because they would only need 1 ship. Hero explained he would use the enemy's warp-jump distortion to slip into their formation, move deeper to destroy the flagship, and escape. The team was shocked. There was whispering in the audience, and after a moment of silence, Serena asked whether the man was seriously proposing such a plan. Hero said he would at least try to break up their formation to slow them down. The man added that if he failed, only 1 person would die, and it would not affect the Empire. Miss Serena said he had a plan after all. Captain Krishna confirmed it, but gave no details. Smiling, Serena announced she would allow the Hero's team to operate and promised a nice bonus would be waiting for him when he returned. After the men emerged from behind the hall, Alma objected to the plan. Hero tried to calm her. She shouted that his idea was completely stupid. Confidently, he told her his plan would work. Pressing the button, he opened the door. A singing crystal sat in the glass behind her. I hid behind Mimi and asked where the hero got such a dangerous crystal. The man paused, took out a singing crystal, and the elf shouted at him to be careful. He wrote, then took the tape and began wrapping it around the crystal to secure it to the ship's cannon. After finishing, he praised his work. Elias struck the hero on the head, and Mimi shielded him while telling her friend that people should not be beaten. Elf remembered the singing crystal was one of the most neglected items and warned that if it fell, thousands of crystalline life forms could attack them. Sighing, the girl asked how he could fight with such a dangerous object on board in space and what Hero's plan was. He said they'd set an ambush in the superspeed drive where the enemies were expected, and as they exited the jump, his team would stop the superspeed drive at that moment. Alma realized the jump caused the same interference as stopping the drive, and her friend wanted to use it to reach the enemies, while Hero said they would switch on thermal camouflage to blend into the debris. He added they would head toward the flagship and launch anti-ship rocket torpedoes as soon as they closed in. Hera explained that in a collision, the warhead overloads the shields and passes through them, and that these weapons were made specifically to attack large ships. Mimi couldn't recall anyone ever using it. Alma said such a weapon was too expensive, since a single shot cost about $500,000. Mimi thought it was a waste of money to use those torpedoes on small ships. Hero said that once the flagship was destroyed, the crew would panic, the fleet would be attacked by crystals, and they would use the chaos to get away. When he finished, he asked Alma what she thought of the plan. Alma did not appreciate him. Later, the girl smiled and said, anything is possible for the hero and Krishna. As soon as the man relaxed, Alma insisted he warn them about dangerous cargo next time. Pointing at him, she asked if Hero understood, and he raised his hands in agreement. Mimi laughed and said Alma was acting like an older sister. The elf replied smugly that she was both older and more experienced than the captain. The hero muttered that despite his experience, Alma still did not know what her ship could do. Krishna flew through space. Mimi reported the radar showed interference from exiting the jump. Hero ordered them to slow down. Elma said she would turn on the emergency cooling, cut the power, and switch to stealth mode. The captain said they would only coast by inertia. The team looked ahead and saw the enemy fleet, a spectacular sight. Alma noticed ships were still arriving. Mimi reported that the jump interference had cleared and the Federation ships had started to move. Hero took the Krishna's wheel, ordered emergency cooling turned off, and the generator set to full power, and the ship flew straight at the enemies. The captain said their only target was the flagship, and to ignore the others. Krishna flew between the enemy ships. Mimi reported that enemy turrets were aimed at them. Hero said it was too late for the fleet to act because Krishna had started moving between the enemy ships and he knew they would not fire, afraid of hitting their own ships. Hero spotted the flagship, aimed his guns at it, then fired, and the torpedo pierced the flagship's defenses. She hit the ship directly, and it exploded. Seeing this, Hero rejoiced that the Titan had fallen. Alma reminded him they had to run. The crystal exploded, tearing a crack in space that released a bright light and a loud sound into the empty void. Covering their ears, the girls could not understand how sound could be made in space. Hero stayed silent. Enemy commanders spoke. Ship captains were asked to report their status. The chief reported they had lost the Tiger's Eye and that Nakanet's ship had gone into hiding. The comm reported multiple distortions near the ships. Crystals started emerging from the portals, which made the distortions worse. The enemy did not understand what was happening. Crystals flew toward the enemy fort and began shooting the ships down. The ships exploded from the attacks. During the riots, Krishna flew close to them. Watching the fight, Hero said he looked terrible. Alma said it was their chance to escape. Hearing what Hero said, The girl immediately searched for escape routes and then rebuilt it. The captain said they could take out a couple of enemy ships while those ships panicked under the crystal bombardment. The girls couldn't stop him. The hero had already steered Krishna toward the slaughter, and thanks to the crystals, not all the enemies latched onto the hero's ship, so he fired his torpedoes and knocked out a couple of enemies. Alma said one of the crystals was to their right, and large lasers were attacking the ship from the left and front. Hero skillfully dodged the attackers and destroyed several crystals. Captain Krishna had no trouble with the stones. They had no shields, and their shells were easy to penetrate. He feared their persistent attacks on living beings. Alma shouted that several crystals were chasing them. Alma was sure the crystals would not leave them alone. Hero said the crystals would give the enemy a bigger target. He moved closer to the enemy ship. The crystals began destroying the enemy spaceship. You can see that thanks to the inorganic creatures, the enemy's shields were at zero. He said large ships with outbills were easy prey and directed Krishna at them. He wrote that he took down one enemy ship after another. Alma reported the Imperial fleet had reached the battle zone. The captain said it was time to leave. He wanted to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Mimi told them the high-speed drive was ready, and the team took off. Hero praised the group for a job well done and asked Mimi how much they'd earned. Mimi said their reward was nearly $11 million. The captain said thoughtfully that after deducting fuel, ammo, and the girls' shares, his account held just over 11 million, still not enough for him. And Alma asked if he wanted to buy a new ship, to which he replied he wanted to buy a house with a garden on the planet. She agreed there still wasn't enough money for that, and asked why he wouldn't join the Gragcons' service. Alma thought Hero's skills would let him become a knight faster, but he said he wanted nothing to do with the nobility or the military. A week later, the team gathered in the common room. Mimi asked how many times Serena had invited the captain to join the army. Hero said each refusal made the benefits more appealing. Elf asked what the man would do since Miss Serena would soon come to him herself. Mimi called the captain a huntress. The hero found Serena beautiful but intimidating, and told the other girls that being a mercenary paid well, since anything the army leader offered could be bought with money. After thinking for a moment, the hero suggested the team escape. Mimi asked whether he was sure. Alma thought it was a smart move. The captain said they could leave because everything was ready and ordered Mimi to request permission to leave. The boys boarded the ship. Elf asked the hero where they were headed. The man said they were going to fly across 6 star systems, and Mimi asked if he meant the Elaine system. Elma said it was a highly developed system whose colonies were known for medical stations and biotechnology. Hero added they are also known for synthetic meat and genetically modified crops. The girls approved the system choice. The guy buckled up and said they were moving toward their goal. On the phone with her uncle, Serena heard him ask if she was sure of her plan and remind her that their battle messages were impressive, and she said she would not back down from her decision. Serena wanted to form an independent squad that could move freely and hunt pirates. Her uncle pointed out that with those skills she could have picked a better crew, but he soon saw he could not change her mind. The girl thanked him, and the call ended. Then she went to the glass and stared into space. Serena muttered that the hero would not run away from her. Alma reported the weapon was aimed. Hero knew they couldn't just leave and ordered the generator switched to combat mode. Mimi said the scan was finished and told them there was a reward for all 4 ships. The man said they can't hold back now. As they flew through space, Mimi saw 2 ships turn and head toward them. The Allen system prospered. It had 2 habitable planets, 3 research stations, and 1 trading station. With few natural resources, most of its income came from developing and producing high-tech products. They had also purchased many natural resources, which would have led to a steady stream of merchant ships. Minnie read this information to the captain. Hiro realized that many merchants in the system meant many pirates, so mercenaries could find work there, and Alma agreed. She said the garrison empire watched everything closely, but still couldn't keep track of it all. Hiro was asked which station they were headed to. Mimi told me you need a pass to enter the research station. The girl suggested heading to the shopping area. Hiro wanted to check the research room. Alma said there was nothing interesting there. She said people who live there treat work like a hobby, and added the research station is not for recreation or entertainment. Hiro said they'd set a course for the trading station. Mimi said their ship had picked up a distress signal. The man muttered they were out of luck. Alma told him not to complain, because if they got a signal, they had to help. Mimi said they were almost at the scene. She reported 5 ships surrounding the target. The girl saw the civilian ship being chased by pirates. Hiro asked whether they were responding to requests. Mimi texted them to stop firing, but no one replied. Alma saw the pirates clinging to them. Krishna launched into battle with the enemy ship. A shield protected the pirate space ship. Hiro and his team broke through it and used their arrows to destroy one of the ships. Captain Krishna was about to finish off the enemy ship when Alma received a signal that they were escaping and told the hero. Hiro saw the enemies had already started the rocket engine and followed them, while an opponent said they don't fight monsters like Krishna. Mimi reported their signal was gone. Alma noticed the pirates always knew when to escape. Hiro muttered that people like that always cause trouble. He ordered Mimi to connect him to a civilian ship. A man appeared on the screen and introduced himself on behalf of Inagawa Koyamaru Technology and thanked them for the rescue. Hiro asked about the condition of their ship. The captain said the pilots had damaged the engine and asked if they could stop them until the army arrived. The mercenary asked if he could treat it as an order and whether there would be a reward. The man said they would discuss the reward amount with the head office because the captain did not have the authority to decide. Alma agreed, and so did Hiro. Mimi looked at the large station. Hiro noticed it too, and said it was larger than Termina's main colony. Alma said she'd poisoned the docking request. The captain thanked her and wondered where they'd start after landing. The elf said they could sell the loot taken from the pirates to Inagawa Technology and collect the reward. Mimi asked her to sell it. Hiro agreed and asked about Inagawa. Alma said he would contact them himself so they could take their time. The hero said they would head to the military base for the reward next. Their ship began to land in the colony. Walking through the colony, heroes noted the atmosphere felt different. Alma said it looked much more like a city than a termin. A man asked if it was night, and a woman replied it was daytime, though she had seen no daylight windows. The elf said they were in the right place. The man estimated their reward at 15,000 enols for 2 ships. Hiro worried he might be paying them too much, and the man said the pirates had already attacked civilian ships several times, admitting ashamed that the army couldn't handle the robbers, but adding that now, thanks to Hiro's team, the situation in space will calm down. The hero noticed the pirates had little cargo and told Alma, who guessed the bandits were hiding the valuables elsewhere. He wrote to remind his friend that 4 ships were there. She waved him off and told him to forget it. The man said he wanted to eat and relax. When they returned, Mimi told them she had been reading the medical center's reviews. They then remembered that one reason they had come to the colony was an inspection. Mimi said the captain should take better care of his health. Mimi did not know the hero's memory loss was fake. Convinced he was fine, the hero agreed with her and asked what she had found. Studying the tablet, she looked thoughtful. The hero glanced at Alma and asked if she would go too. He wanted to do a full head and body examination and said the girls could join in as well. The elf said she had already been examined recently. Hero said the captain must look after the team's health. Alma agreed to have another checkup. The man asked how much the medical examination costs. Alma estimated the amount at about $1 million. Hero said it was a normal price, but the girls disagreed. The hero thought about it and realized 1 million einals equaled 100 million yen. So he told himself to be careful because he felt his sense of money's value slipping. Hero sank onto the bed, bored because he had nothing to do before the exam. Alma lay beside him and said they'd found a buyer for the trophies. The man asked how much the client was offering. When the girl showed him the tablet, Hero said it wasn't expensive, and Alma thought it was a good deal and said she would work out their share with Mimi. He agreed and reminded her she did not have to rush to fulfill her duty to him, and she said he should treat debtors differently. Hero said this would keep her with him longer. Alma blushed and tucked him against her stomach with her head, then told him not to worry and promised they would be together for a long time. The elf said she also needed a ship and a crew, then turned to the hero and asked whether he had really lost his memory. Elias looked at the hero and said his feelings showed on his face, then asked if it would be bad to tell the truth about himself. And the other man said if he did, she would just think he was crazy. He asked his friend if she truly wanted the truth about him. She nodded. He wondered where to begin. The hero told the elf that he and Krishna had arrived in this universe from another world. The girl admitted she found that hard to believe. Recalling the guild's claim that there was no record of his stops at any ports, she admitted this explained why her friend did not know the most basic facts. Alma found it odd that Krishna's spare parts matched theirs, and noticed the hero already knew mercenary work in his world from the way he fought. He apologized for making her even more confused and explained that in his world he was an office worker, not a mercenary, and she did not understand and asked whether he had learned to be a mercenary at the office. Hero denied it, saying it was a normal desk job with no fighting and admitting he had never held a weapon or steered a ship. When Alma asked him to explain his knowledge, skills, and connection to Krishna, the hero said he had known about pirates, mercenaries, and outer space even before coming to this world. He explained in writing that Alma's world was literally a game in his universe. The girl could not understand him, which he had expected. The hero suggested he might have been pulled into the game's world. Alma would find a memory loss story more believable than that. The girl asked for time to think it over. She admitted it sounded unbelievable, but his behavior made it make sense. Hero said that was the end of his story and asked for a medical examination to rule out the possibility that he had hit his head. Alma paused and said that despite that, everything was fine with them. The man asked whether she was sure. The girl asked what the hero himself would do. He said he liked everything. Curious about how he had come to this world, he did not want to return home. Hero said he preferred his current life. The elf sighed and said they had no problems, and she admitted her attitude toward him would not change after the story. The man said she was very nice. The woman replied that at worst, her captain was just a pathetic adult with an 8th grade mindset. Hero asked whether the loser elf was telling him that. Alma flexed her fists and asked whether the man was looking for a fight. Although the hero was ready, the girl managed to grab his hand in a grip that made the captain scream in pain. The hero walked through the city. He knew the colony had elves and other races, but he had not expected such a variety. Glancing at Mimi, he saw she wasn't surprised, and she found it funny that the sub-level was so brightly lit. Minnie said the upper level was always dark, like eternal night, and the living area there had lights synced to the time of day. The hero said his plan was to go to the guild and then shop, but he noticed so many boutiques it looked like everything was on sale, and he saw Mimi looking off somewhere. She looked at a girl in a dress. Hero asked if her friend wanted one too. Though she refused, the man still took her to the store. Staff greeted the heroes and asked if they were visiting the store for the first time. The hero responded, yes. The seller promised they'd do everything to make everyone happy, pointed to Mimi, and the man asked them to find something suitable for her. The girls led frightened Mimi behind a screen, and she came out in a dress. And when Hero saw her, he immediately paid for the dress and then began photographing his deflated girlfriend. The seller said they had prepared a couple more outfits, and when the man saw Mimi in them, he bought them all. The heroes arrive at the mercenary guild at Nautia's station. The heroes suggested Mimi get something to eat after they finished their chores. She tugged at his clothes. He said her behavior draws a lot of attention. Minia apologized, and Hero told her not to be shy. Approaching the guild employee, they were greeted. The heroes said they had come from Terman to check in, and that they would be staying for a while to work. While confirming the captain's request, the girl received a letter for the hero and said it was from Inagawa Technology. He wrote it down and asked what it said. The employee said it was about a reward. She had read that Inagawa Technology was offering 500,000 e-nils. Not knowing market prices, he thought that sounded acceptable and told her to write to them that he agreed. You noticed Mimi wanted to speak and asked what was wrong, and the friends said Inagawa runs hospitals and asked whether the girl could ask Inagawa for a referral or to arrange an exam for Mr. Hero. The employee said she would include the request in the message. The man asked the woman what kinds of food are popular in the colony. The team went to the hospital the next day. Hero hadn't expected the company to be so large. The girls agreed with him. Almasa saw a car with drinks and food and asked if her friends had tried it and if it was delicious. Mimi said it was some kind of weird food made from cartridges and not natural. Hero said lunch was disgusting, like liquid coal. Alma felt sorry for them. When the hospital doors opened, a small, round robot greeted them. The robot's voice said it was guide number 34. It said it would accompany their group. Hero was amazed by the advanced technology. Alma wasn't surprised by the reaction of the visitor from another world. Mimi couldn't understand what they were saying. The team followed the robot. A man said their escort looked cute. Alma noted he had an odd way of looking at things. Mimi said that though the robot was small, it seemed to be trying very hard. Hero agreed with her. The robot guided them to the door, where a female doctor waited for the team. The girl greeted her patients. Shoko was the doctor assigned to Alma's group. Hero introduced himself and his friends. The doctor said they could speak informally. Shoko asked about the examination. Hero admitted he wasn't sure how he was doing with vaccines and medical checkups. He said Mimi had been tested on a thermine, but asked that they both be retested more reliably, and Alma wanted to check again, just in case. Mimi began telling Shoko that her captain had memory loss, but the hero cut her off, saying it was a lie, and Shoko asked him to explain. The hero said something had thrown him and the ship into the Terman system, and that everything around him did not match his memories of life before the incident. Hero assumed the problem wasn't in his head because there were no records of him before he appeared in Termine. Shoko said thoughtfully that this was an unusual case. For now, the hero decided explanations would be enough. The doctor said his body should be examined for abnormalities. They followed her into the lab. Shoko said they would begin with a full examination in medical capsules. Hero asked whether Inagawa had designed it. The girl said that was a very good question. Shoko said that although the capsules were expensive and bulky, they offered the best performance, and that I had a positronic computer to process the data in each capsule. She asked her patients whether it seemed unbelievable, but Hiro didn't understand anything. The girls just agreed with her. The man noticed Shoko prefers research to patient care. The doctor said she would give only the best to her savior. The hero asked what she meant. The girl explained that he had saved the passenger ship she had been on, and the man immediately remembered him. Shoko admitted she thought it was the end when pirates attacked, saying she had given up everything to become their doctor, and that she usually works in the research and development department. She told the patients not to worry, saying she was sure she was better than most doctors. Shoko told the crew to undress and get into the capsules. The hero asked whether they should undress completely. The girl said she was used to seeing the subject naked and told him not to worry. The guy remained more worried about himself. When he looked at his friends, Alma threw a jacket at him, pointed out he wasn't looking at them, and asked Mimi to get into the capsule faster. After the capsule exam ended, the hero stepped out and was met by Mimi and Alma, and the elf handed him their things, saying they had no problems, unlike him. Shoko was very surprised when she began checking the man's medical records, and Hiro noticed and began to worry. The doctor came up and asked if he was missing a multilingual implant. The man asked what kind of device it was. The girls said it was strange. They told him a multilingual implant is one of the most common items in the galaxy, and that most are implanted right after birth. Mimi remembered that she and Hiro had never had any problems. Shoko suggested a simple test. Afterwards, they discovered that Hiro could speak even without an implant. The girl couldn't understand how this was possible, and the hero couldn't either. The hero wasn't sure if this was some kind of rebirth in another world. The man said the missing implant doesn't bother him, so he has no problems. Shoko wanted to study it, but Hiro refused. Shoko then asked where he was born, and Hiro replied he was born on the third planet from the sun, Earth. She said she'd never heard of such a thing. Hiro asked how it affected his health. The doctor said it was genetic, and that he carried many models they'd never seen. Shoko said that in general, the hero had the body of a healthy person, the man said with a sigh. However, the doctor wanted to study him fully because his body showed special unknown traits. The girl asked if he would share them with her. The mercenary wanted to know what he would get in return. Shoko said the hospital would pay a large sum because the unknown genes were like discovering a new universe. When he was asked about the cons, Shoko said there could be a data leak and assured them they would not allow it, and in the end, the guy agreed. The doctor said she would tell her superiors so they could prepare the contract and the amount, and the hero should wait a bit. Shoko added that the girls' examinations would continue in another room. Alone with the doctor, the hero asked whether undiscovered genes were really that valuable. The girl said that unknown human genes are a great discovery because with them, humanity can become something more. Shoko said the new genes could have great potential and warned the mercenary that payment depends on their rarity and practical use. Opening the tablet, she handed Hiro the contract. The reward was 3 million enels, and the man said it was a lot of money. When the contract ended, the hero asked for his data to be protected. Shoko asked him to give blood and samples of male fluids. Shoko told Hiro he would like the method for collecting samples. The man asked if they do that in hospitals too. Putting on gloves, she said one time wasn't enough, and the hero understood and screamed. After the procedure ended, the girls went to their captain and asked what had happened. Shoko said everything was fine now. The girl quickly vaccinated the hero, who did not even feel pain. Shoko didn't understand why he should be in pain. The man brushed off the answer. The researcher admitted she really wants to learn about his past. He said it was personal. The girl added she wants to research his body further. He pushed her aside and told her to take care of the genes first. Alma asked whether the exam was already finished. The doctor confirmed the exam was finished. The girl offered to get a snack while they waited for the results. Mimi agreed. Shoko offered them drinks from the cartridge, but the guys declined the offer and thanked them. She said they were all healthy and had received the necessary vaccinations, asked them to watch for possible side effects, and warned them not to strain themselves for about 2 days. Shoko called Alma and Mimi to her play one by one and spoke with each of them. And finally, the doctor told them to note her words and said the examination was complete. Entering the medical center cost the hero 90,000 enils. The hero learned that medicine was expensive in this world. When he returned to his room, Alma came to see him. He asked whether she had come to sit quietly with him. She screamed and shoved him onto the bed. He yelled and demanded to know what she was doing. Alma tried to speak, but the hero understood nothing. Sensing her anger, he asked how much she had drunk. The elf collapsed onto him and immediately fell asleep. When the team was on the train, the girls told Hero that Alma might get pregnant. Mini explained that when an elf reaches adulthood, she cannot have a child unless she forms an emotional bond with someone, after which her body adapts. Smiling, Hero wanted to say that Alma had just fallen in love with him, but the girl slapped him in the face and told him to shut up. The hero couldn't make sense of what was happening. He realized that although elves and humans looked the same, they were different races. He was surprised that elves could become pregnant by anyone. He suggested the body adapts this way to survive. To Alma, he wrote that space elves are amazing creatures. A friend asked him what made him happy. They reached the first stop on their tour. The hero noticed it was quiet and thought no one would mind if they took a walk. Mimi said it was a factory for artificial meat, and there were many like it in the land. This is one of the most popular tours, she added. Hero thought guided tours were a good way to learn more about this world. Mimi invited the guys to move on and turned to Alma, who was just standing there. The notice said she was facing the Sierra Corporation, which makes lab-grown meat. He wrote to Alma to ask if she was okay. Alma said she remembered something and wished him a good time at the factory. A man stopped her and asked why she decided to leave. Mimi was surprised that the corporation grows natural meat rather than artificial. Hero asked what the difference was. He knew artificial meat was made in labs, but he had never heard of farmed meat. Mimi offered to find out about it. Hero agreed with her. Alma tried to hold back, but the captain grabbed her tightly and dragged her into the corporation. At the entrance, an automated system welcomed visitors to the cultured meat factory, and the hero noticed the building had a sturdy gate. Once they stepped in, Hero asked where they were. Mimi saw there was only one entrance and nothing else in the room. The door was closed. Alma said they would definitely regret it later. The system thanked them for visiting their factory and said that during the tour they would be moved to a room for a full review. Mimi was glad they would be riding with the room's help. Leaning against the window, Mimi said she could already see something. Hero walked over to her. The heroes watched as the factory worker cultivated meat. The robots poured a liquid into the capsules. Mimi asked what they were doing. Alongside the hero, she watched as an organic being began to grow in the bottle. The crew became sick from the sight. Alma said she didn't want to go to the factory at first. The system showed the final stage of cultivation, a huge worm. After the tour, Mimi said she would stop eating meat. Hero didn't expect they'd even be shown cutting up a monster. The girl suggested going somewhere else to cheer up. The guys visited another factory where vegetables were grown. Mimi saw the room was bright and said the corporation Mike runs is a hydroponic plantation. Hiro did not know the cartridges also contained vegetables. Mimi looked away and asked if it was a green pool. Alma explained it was algae used as the main material for cartridges. Seeing the brown dust, the girl asked what it was. The elf said it was a fertilizer made from waste. Huro realized the workers had taken the ship's waste. The girls understood as well, but felt uneasy. The captain said this was normal in his homeland. Alma said this was expected from someone native to an unknown planet. Hero asked me not to call her that. The heroes arrived at another section where meat was harvested. They watched the cartridges being filled with a ready-made mixture. The room for the guys looked like a regular factory. He wrote, pointed to another container where the liquid was being poured, and asked if this was the colony's most famous dish. Mimi confirmed it. After leaving the meat production company, Alma hurried the team to the next factory. Mimi said that Koryu Beverage was an imperial alcohol producer. Eager to taste the products right away, the elf was reminded by Hero that a guided tour would come first. The girl said she wanted to try the fresh drinks, and the guy told her to take her time and that they'd still make it. They watched the farm work through the glass. Hero was surprised the colony grew grapes. He had assumed they pressed juice from ripe grapes and then dried them. Alma said they have their own field of honor. The elf pointed at the vending machine, and since they had already arrived, went to taste it. The girl said she had never tasted wine before. Alma came out with a cup full of marbles. She tried one. Mimi said the balls really smelled like wine, and warned them not to eat too many or they would get drunk. Alma took one of the balls and asked the hero if he wanted to try it, knowing he didn't particularly like alcohol, but still asking him to eat at least one berry. The hero kept tasting the real alcoholic drink. He asked why they didn't just squeeze the berries. Alma said they used to do that in the old days. He thought gene technology in this world was very advanced. Alma suggested trying liqueur fruit next. By the end of the tour, the girls were drunk. The next day, Hero and Alma sat at the table. He asked her if she had been too indulgent and reminded her that the girl had not returned a single eel to him yet. He looked at the boxes of alcohol and said that even though she owed him money, the elf had spent 100,000 on high-end liquor. After they laughed, Alma apologized. The hero said she would go without alcohol for a week. Alma wanted to protest, but the guy warned that if she disobeyed, she would face what Shoko had done to him. In the end, Alma agreed. The hero went for a walk. Bored on the ship, he decided to go into the city. The girls did not go with him. Mimi studied various operations and nearly suffered in bed from lack of alcohol. The hero thought spending time alone sometimes was a good idea. Hero was looking for something to pass the time and wondered if consoles were for sale in the city, since the ship had little entertainment and he had too much free time. Hero noticed there were no games on the ship's computer. As he took out his phone, he heard a sound. The hero felt a wave of déjà vu when he looked into the alley, sighed that even in a world like this there were problems, and drew his weapon. He jumped out, and a girl bumped into him. The hero told the criminal not to move. He looked and realized a professional was standing in front of him. Glancing at the girl, he greeted Shoko. She recognized the man as an acquaintance, and the hero joked that they had not seen each other for a long time. The hero told the attacker he hadn't made any sudden moves and ordered him to turn and walk away. And the attacker realized the hero wasn't going to give up. Suddenly, one criminal's hand turned out to be a weapon. The man aimed his gun at the hero and fired, but missed. He stood up when a bullet hit the criminal's mechanical arm. The arm jammed and exploded. It came off completely. Shoko asked whether the hero had been killed by a man. He wrote that he did not know. He thought the attacker was unconscious. The girl said he should not be left like that. They called a special service. Alma arrived and said the hero knows how to spot trouble. Mimi agreed with him. The man tried to defend himself, but couldn't. Shoko came over and told the girls it wasn't really Hiro's fault. The doctor admitted she had dragged him into the scuffle and apologized. After thinking, she said it was still about Hiro. Alma asked why Shoko had been attacked in the first place. Shoko said she had been walking from the hospital to the laboratory when a group of unknown men attacked her. Shoko said they took her suitcase and nearly kidnapped her, but she fought back. The hero then saved her, and she clung to her savior. Alma said their friend always does that, because that's how they got caught too, and Shoko asked Hiro if that was true. The elf asked whether the doctor knew who attacked her. The man asked whether those people needed her. Shoko rejected that assumption. She thought they wanted the contents of her suitcase. The hero asked what was in the suitcase. The girl said it was a genetic analysis, so he was partly to blame for what happened. The hero asked if they needed to worry. Shoko said her suitcase couldn't be opened that easily. There was also a bug. The doctor said the police and the Inagawa Police Department were already searching. He asked what Shoko would do and if she needed an escort. The girl thanked her and said they would come for her soon. At that moment, the military approached them. One of them told Shoko the authorities were furious. The girl apologized. The soldier said the doctor could have called the Inagawa Security Bureau and the free men would have escorted her. Shoko said she didn't want to deal with all the paperwork. The girl believed no one knew what was inside the suitcase. She sighed and said goodbye to Hiro. The man tried to leave too, but Mimi and Alma grabbed his hands and held him. The elf asked where he was going and said their captain could not walk quietly in such a safe colony. Hiro said it wasn't his fault. Serena came aboard, sipping tea and praising the team's slow cooker. The man thanked her and asked why she had come all the way to them. The girl said she had come to invite the hero. The hero repeated that he was not going to serve in the Imperial Army. Serena said she already knows that. She felt sorry, but chose not to press the issue, avoiding the attention of the mercenary guild. He still did not understand why she had come to him. Recognized for her efforts in the defensive battle, Serena was promoted to major, and Hiro congratulated her. The girl said it was his great heroism, and added that for some unknown reason, the crystal creature attacked the enemy ship, and they were lucky in this case. He left and agreed with that. He added that he had been nearby and almost died. Serena replied that she would not find out the truth. The hero couldn't tell whether the girl wanted to record the incident on his singing crystal as a loan to him, even though he had saved the entire galactic army from destruction. The mercenary asked the major why she had come. The girl replied that she had been given command of an independent combat unit to fight space pirates. Serena had long pushed management to form such a squad, but they only did so after they saw her success. The major said the Empire's army is divided into defensive units that protect the state from other countries and maintain public order in star systems, and mobile units that fight enemy countries and prepare attacks on enemy targets. She added that the defensive units were formed from soldiers in each star system and were often spread across the Empire's vast territory. Serena said they were well suited for defense, but sending them to attack an unexpected target would be too risky, especially against pirates. Hiro agreed. He realized that if the squad kept taking losses in battle, he could not maintain public order, and simply adding more units would not be enough. Using them would require at least a detailed plan, like when seizing a pirate base. Serena warned they could not use mobile units so freely because these groups were the Empire's main fighting force, and any action could increase tensions with neighboring countries. Hiro said their army has no guerrilla units. Sariga agreed and said that until now they had relied on mercenaries for those tasks. The major wanted to persuade the leadership to set up partisan detachments, and the first step would be creating an independent detachment, and the man said he understood. The hero asked why she needed him. The girl said she had come with a single request. Serena said their Imperial army fought well in space and could take enemy bases, but it was much worse than the pirates at guerrilla warfare. The hero thought the robbers were clever. The major asked the hero to train her squad in professional tactics to fight pirates. He said he understood and turned down the offer. Serena asked why he didn't want it. Hero told her to contact the mercenary guild, saying they would help her. The girl said she wanted to study with him. The hero said he did not want to, explaining he could not expect a good reward in this case, and that it would also take a lot of his time, and he asked why she chose him. Serena said he was different from the other mercenaries, seeing him as creative, someone who could safely push beyond accepted norms and had the courage to put his ideas into practice. The major recalled that Hero proposed the plan to attack the pirates. The girl added that although the operation had been a little crazy, the hero pulled it off perfectly, and she especially liked how he used the singing crystal, which she hadn't thought he owned, while Serena said she wouldn't accuse him of anything. The major said the hero was calmly planning such large-scale, cruel acts, which meant he could teach her to use the Imperial ships to the fullest and mercilessly destroy pirates. Serena asked the man to help her. She said if he wasn't satisfied with the award, she would personally ask for a higher amount, and reminded him she was still the daughter of a marquis and an imperial military man. The major said the hero would definitely need her connections. Alma approached the man and quietly warned him not to contradict the military aristocrat, or he would get into trouble. The hero thought it over. Finally, the man agreed, saying the girl would owe him later. Serena thanked him and said he would get another special reward after the assignment. Hero felt uneasy about it. The girl told him to let that man be her personal contract mercenary. When Serena saw the man stare, she said it was the first time anyone had looked at her so unpleasantly. Hero saw no use for his title. The major assured me there was a benefit. She reminded him that, as the daughter of a marquis, her connections with the imperial army and the aristocracy could save him from many problems. He wrote to ask if the girl was serious about this, and the major confirmed and asked what was wrong. The man warned he would not be her servant and reminded her that she would owe her. Serena vowed to repay his debt by making him her personal mercenary. Hero dismissed it as nonsense, saying the contract would only be an excuse to pull him into their ranks. The man called the major arrogant and said problems with the army and the aristocracy could be avoided by running away. Hero believed that becoming her mercenary would automatically draw her enemy's attention, and he added that working with the major would severely limit his actions, which was unacceptable for him as a mercenary. The hero said he wasn't sure Serena would help if he suddenly ran into trouble. The guy admitted he wouldn't be surprised if he got dumped. He did not see any benefits to the service. There were many drawbacks. Alma cut Hero off, saying it was too much. Serena added that he was the first mercenary to speak so boldly to her. The girl admitted she was growing more and more fond of him. Serena compared the man to rude wildcats. Hero asked if she saw him as a cat. The girl said she would put a collar on him after she tamed him. Serena said she doesn't miss her prey and laughed. Mimi and Alma clung to the captain and hugged him to protect him from the major. He wrote, then took the stage and announced that from today he would be the strategic consultant for this combat team and introduced himself to the audience. When Serena left, Alma said the captain had the nerve to speak so boldly to members of the aristocracy. Hero realized that because the major forgave him with a smile, even after all that, the girl must be serious. The elf sighed and said that was not what she meant. She warned that the man was acting too dangerously with aristocrats, but he disagreed. I'll explain, that they could justly be killed for those words. Hero understood nothing. The girl then explained that the aristocrats held unlimited power. She said such people could explain their reasons any way they wanted and gave the example of insulting the nobility, and Alma repeated that the hero could have been killed on the spot for such a conversation. The hero said aristocrats are frightening. Unaware of how peaceful his world was, the elf warned the captain to watch his words. The hero said he understood her. Alma thought his main problem was a lack of common sense. The man said it was too much and felt offended. Mimi approached the men and told them they should not do this. Alma and Hero didn't understand what she meant. The girl said he was a bad, dangerous man. Her companions stepped back a little when they saw her expression. The man tried to persuade her that they could get a reward from the aristocrats without fighting. Mimi told him to be careful. Alma added that Hero should not follow the Marquis daughter's lead. The hero was surprised the girls did not trust him at all. In his speech, Hero said, Major Serena formed the squad to drive all space pirates into the far reaches of space, and that he had been invited as an experienced mercenary to train them to fight pirates. The hero told people to remember everything they thought necessary and use that knowledge in real battles, not expecting the army to adopt all mercenary methods, but certain that some would be useful. Hero hoped they would respect one another as allies against a common enemy. The speaker said that was the end of his short welcome speech. The audience clapped softly. The hero silently thanked him for the gentle, steady applause. Serena asked him to skip ahead to the lecture. Hero turned on the screen and explained that space pirates usually gather in groups of 3 to 5 ships and mainly use lasers, homing missiles, turrets, and other similar weapons. Alone, they were not dangerous, but they armed their ships, making them more dangerous in groups. Criminals usually surrounded civilian ships, broke their shields, and took them. That was their usual tactic. O boarded the ships and said the pirates were using modified, hijacked civilian vessels because regular civilian ships do not have the capabilities pirates need. The hero said most guns and engines for ships came from criminals, and shields and armor were made on couth. Someone in the crowd raised his hand and asked why this was happening. He asked whether the pirates needed to finish their work as soon as possible. Hero agreed, saying that the longer pirates spend on repairs, the more likely the military or mercenaries will catch them. So speed is their top priority, and everything else is secondary. The man said the pirates did not expect their victims to counterattack or clash with the army, which showed they were very afraid of the army. The hero said robbers would never go near a place with an army and would immediately flee at the sight of a warship on the horizon. Serena thought about it and agreed. He added that pirates never attack, the only exception being the recent attack on the base. He figured the pirates probably already knew about the independent combat team. That could mean they are already gathering intelligence in the colonies while disguised. The man said this was no longer his area of expertise and that he could only talk about the pirates on the ships. Serena understood and said they would have to think about it themselves. Hero opened 2 maps of the Tamaran star system on the screen, showing before and after the operation to clear the pirate base. He pointed out that the markers for pirate activity had shifted dramatically. The soldiers in the hall began to whisper. Hero said the space pirates' collision and detection points were outside the Star Army's surveillance zone. He pointed out the military lacks information about criminals and said he collects that data so he knows where they are operating. The man dismissed it as basic knowledge. Serena found the information interesting and regretted calling a mercenary. She said he could keep lecturing. He questioned what a special anti-piracy unit could do and admitted he needed serious reforms, warning that if they were serious about fighting pirates, ships larger than patrol vessels would not suit them. The hero said space pirates mostly operate in the asteroid belts, so warships cannot fight there. He told the soldiers to work hard and buy corvettes. The man said it was his personal opinion, but they could take his advice into consideration. Serena thanked him for the warning and wanted to ask a question. She said even if the pirates escaped the asteroid belt, their big ships could simply destroy it. The hero agreed, but asked how they would justify themselves to the mining ships. Hero explained that the asteroid belts are an important source of resources and the miners' main income, and added that such a battle would destroy both the pirates and the miners' workplaces. Knowing the army could not switch ships that fast, he proposed an alternative. The major asked if she would do anything for the Empire's vassals. Swearing by her aristocratic pride, the girl said she would do anything for the Empire. A few days later, the squad and the hero were aboard a ship in space. A man asked how many ships they had. They said they had 32 ships in all. He laughed and praised Selena. The mercenary learned the enemy had been spotted. Radar showed 3 enemy ships were approaching. The major waved her hand, and the ships fired torpedoes that hit the enemy vessels and caused them to explode. The hero saw the battleship's cannon fire precisely at its target. The medium-sized cargo ship held valuable goods that pirates hunted. The ship was in trouble and sending a weak distress signal, but it was bait from the hero's party. Major Selena, the Marquis's daughter, bought this ship for 5 million enals. She asked whether they needed to use such deceptive maneuvers. Hero replied that any means were justified against pirates. Their plan was simple. The team knew the pirates would flee, so they had to lure them in with bait. And when the criminals went for it, the squad, hiding in the asteroids, would destroy them with a high-precision battleship cannon. The hero also made sure they would not stay in one place long, so they would not be suspected. On being told the enemy had been discovered, he knew 20% of the reward would be his after the operation. Being paid for simply watching pleased him. Seeing the man smile, Selena was glad he was in a good mood. Hero said they should just use this strategy, collect data, and quietly destroy the pirate bases. The guy reminded everyone to change the bait and try new tricks. The girl agreed with him. The major reminded them the mercenary had not yet completed even half of his contract, so he would handle all of this with them. After work, Selena changed into her usual clothes, invited Hero to come with her, and he asked where they were going. Having the day off, she wanted to go into town to eat and invited him to come, but he refused. Selena cursed. Hero was surprised that the star daughter could behave like this. Selena said that their walk would be part of their work. The girl wanted to think over the lecture during lunch. The man asked whether this was an abuse of authority. Selena told him not to worry because it did not amount to a crime. He took a deep breath and eventually agreed to go to lunch with her. When the Marquis's daughter found out Alma and Mimi were coming, she demanded to know why the hero had to ask other girls out, and he reminded her it was a business meeting. Introducing Alma as a veteran in his business, he said his girlfriend could say much more than he could, and Selena had to come to terms with it. Smiling, the girl told Alma she looked beautiful in a traditional elf outfit and said that Mimi was pretty too. The elf thanked her for the compliment and said that Selena also looks good in casual clothes. Mimi said weakly that she felt honored to hear such words from an aristocrat. Selena called the guys to follow her. Serena was on the phone. Hero quietly whispered to Almas, asking forgiveness for bringing the Marquis's daughter along. The girl realized the captain could not simply refuse. The man noticed she was in a good mood. The elf said it was just a formal smile and stopped smiling because he didn't want to make Miss Serena think worse of him. Pointing at Mimi, She told Hiro to pay more attention to her mood. The man spoke to her cautiously. The girl warned the gentleman to stay alert. Hiro said they were just talking about work today and mentioned that the Marquis's daughter had invited them to dinner. He remembered Mimi wanted to try something rare, and Miss Serena ended the call saying Mimi would not be disappointed in the restaurant kitchen where she had reserved a table. The girl said the restaurant serves organic dishes, which interested her because the food wasn't artificial, like food cartridges, but real vegetables and meat. Mimi was happy too. Turning to the gentleman, she asked if he had heard the news about organic food at the restaurant. The girl admitted she'd never tasted fresh fruits or vegetables and wondered how they tasted. He kept natural food rare in this world and was glad Mimi's mood had lifted. Arriving at the place, Hiro helped the girls out of the car. Mimi admitted she was worried. Miss Serena said she had booked a separate room for them so the men could not watch or interfere. Hiro realized Mimi was right about not relaxing around Serena and must make sure no one can deceive him. At the restaurant, Serena took a drink, slammed the table, and said she was working very hard, while the men watched her finish the glass in one gulp. The girl picked up a fork and poked at her food, muttering that her colleagues looked down on her because she was a woman. Serena asked the others if they agreed with her. Hiro agreed hesitantly. The team realized the Marquis daughter was unhappy outside of work. The hero remembered the dinner started well. The organic food was delicious, and it helped the conversation flow. But then Selena drank wine. The Marquis daughter lay on the table and talked about having to bow to people she didn't really respect, then forced a smile for the crowd. The girl grew angry and shouted indignantly that no one dared to look at her body. Hiro stood up from the table to calm Serena, relieved their company was in a separate room. The girl pointed at the guy and complained that he kept refusing her invitations. The hero wanted to answer, but Serena covered her ears with her hands and screamed that she didn't want to listen to anything. He did not know what to do. Serena said, however, that she knows how annoying he is. Alma was surprised the girl understood everything. Hiro told the Marquis's daughter that they would join the army. He said they were already close, so he'd help her if anything needed to be made official. Serena turned to him and asked him not to leave her. Alma and Mimi watched Hiro closely as the man asked the woman to trick him and reminded her they were not in that kind of relationship. Alma admitted that if the captain had believed the Marquis daughter, she would have hit him. Hiro made it seem his girlfriend was underestimating him. Mimi said the gentleman was simply kind. Serena screamed that it wasn't fair because she had noticed the hero first, then put her head on the table and started crying. Selena said she was the one who rescued the hero at the Port Authority. She arrived first, but let herself be distracted for a moment, and by the end, she had tears in her eyes. She turned to the main character and demanded to know why he was hanging out with other girls. He repeated his question and said it seemed to him the conversation had taken a wrong turn. After hearing his answer, Selena drained the glass in one gulp, and moments later, she passed out at the table. Shocked, the main character asked if she was all right, then realized she was asleep and drooling on the table. O'Brien turned to the other girls and asked what they should do with her. Alma offered to eat her portion for now, and the main character protested that Selena was the daughter of a marquis. Mimi said she was told on the phone that the time was up and asked if the time could be extended. Alma said rooms in such places are expensive. Then the three of them look at the sleeping Selena. The main character sighed deeply. After a while, they went back to the ship, where the main character opened the refrigerator, took out some water, and had a few sips. They dragged a drunk Selena to Krishna, and he left her in Mimi and Alma's care. She's probably in a healing capsule now. He couldn't imagine decent adults drinking themselves into oblivion like that. It wasn't that she simply couldn't drink. Apparently, a lot had built up in her. He wrote that he remembered her asking why he was spending time with other girls and was surprised she had managed to shake things up. He decided to pretend he'd forgotten. Just then, the girls came in and said their princess had woken and the healing capsule had sobered her. The main character was surprised and said she was working wonders. After a while, they met Selena, who said she felt very ashamed about what had happened. Hero said it was okay and that she had at least relieved some stress. Mimi said they had finally eaten something delicious, and Alma asked how she was feeling and whether to carry her to her ship. Selena said she was fine thanks to them, despite the incident. The main character said he understood everything. They had a good time, and everything else could be forgotten. Then, he asked if he was reasoning correctly. Selena immediately asked if that was really it. Hero looked at her, shocked, and the girl began waving her hands, telling them not to pay attention. Suddenly, she stood up from the table and said she'd probably leave it at that, which shocked the main character. After that, their attempt to exterminate the pirates did not go smoothly, and when Selena said the pirates did not seem attracted, the main character replied he had expected that. Pirates aren't stupid. Knowing their comrades fell into the same trap, they avoid making the same mistake. No one has been caught all week. Selena asked what they should do. The hero replied that it was time to nip them in the bud. Selena said that with few pawns, they still have a real chance, since they have already captured more than 200 pirate ships. Then the girl said they would defeat the pirate base in this region. She said she had already entered the base coordinates into the database. Hero asked whether everything was covered and what the plan was. Her plan is to use the standard environment strategy, like last time. This time, it will be hard to get support from Starfleet, so only their independent squad can fight. They have many large ships, but not enough fast corvettes, so mercenary ships will fill that role. She said they would contact the guild and that he would be involved. It's clear she's a good soldier because she won't urge anyone to fight alone, and she values a guaranteed victory over glory and honor. Hera said it depends on what she offers, since he will charge for any extra work beyond the contract. She added that she could see he was keeping his eyes open. He replied that mercenary work is not charity. The girl told them they would reach their destination soon, and the main character said it was time for a drink. Alma said they hadn't fought in a long time. Mimi asked how Selena would cope, and Alma replied that Selena would be fine because she was a golden soldier. This operation is almost the same as the previous one. The mercenary squad will arrive on superfast light engines, and the hero said there was little time left before the engines finished charging, counting down as she spoke. Once the pirates entered normal space, the girl said the time had come, and rays struck them. Strong explosions rocked the area, and the main character's whole team said they are annealing this. Alma reported there were no pirate ships in the area, so the attack had succeeded. Hero asked if anything remained, and Mimi said several radar contacts showed pirate ship deployments. The main character said he had worried for nothing because they would not be left empty-handed. Alma said they were switching to combat mode and activating the weapons system. Mimi said a detachment of the enemy flotilla was heading northwest, 3 entire ships. The main character decided to fight his way through it, and he understood everything, so he thought it was a good idea. Alma said the shield was too strong for the pathetic pirates, and the hero replied that if so, they needed to prepare to overtake them. At the helm, he accelerated immediately. The ship shook violently, and the inertial stabilizers made no difference. After that, the main characters said they were unfolding. Then they saw the enemy ships were also turning around and asked where they had gone. The heroes opened fire on the enemy ships from their ship, pulled out their cannon, and fired directly at the targets. Alma watched and said she could see he hadn't lost his skills. He clearly liked hearing that. Mimi reported that more enemies had been discovered. Mimi added there were 7 more, including 2 medium-sized ships. It's a cargo ship, modified for a launch vehicle, and she asked if they were heading for it, to which the hero replied yes and said Alma would take care of the missiles. The protagonist said they would begin with medium-sized ships. Next, he aimed the projectiles in the right direction. Mimi said several heat sources flew out of the ship. They are homing missiles. Alma said they needed to turn on the lights. As shells tried to strike their ship, the crew deftly dodged them. The main character said that they are brakes. Mimi said the rest of the ships were dispersing, and the hero replied they would do something else, then said they would be paid for them. Space pirates only cause harm, so people clear them out of space and get paid for it. Justice is always so sweet. Mimi said everything is clear and no one is here now. Alma said the other pirates are nearest to the northwest and she is sending the data. The main character said this is great news and they will definitely go and earn much more. After a while, Selena asked about the situation, and the girl said the surprise attack had succeeded and the pirates were offering only minor resistance. They hold overwhelming superiority in combat. And Selena said it was clear to her that the attack on the pirate base's large refueling port was a key factor, making it much easier for the mercenary units to deal with the enemy. Let everyone continue their mission. She had expected the pirates to be more cautious after the decoy ship and the movement of their ships, but everything went surprisingly smoothly. They had not anticipated this. Selena asked the others to send her the status of the mercenary units and a graph showing the points they had earned, and they agreed. Reviewing the data, the girl saw that the ship Krishna, under captain by Hero, had the most points. Smiling, her face went red, and the other crew members noticed and were shocked. She shouted at them, demanded to know what they were staring at, then ordered them to resume the operation. The main character said it was over. Mimi confirmed, saying the area had been cleared and no pirates were found nearby. She added that although the battle is still ongoing in other areas not far away, they will get there for now, and the others will finish everything. Hero said it meant they were resting, asked how many had been destroyed, and the girl replied there were 33 small ships and 3 medium-sized ships. Frustrated, the main character said this was really it, since they hadn't even taken part in the final attack on the pirate base. They told him their lightning attacks were effective, so it did not make much difference in the end. The result, of course, was still amazing. Mimi said it seems there is no hope for a good reward, and the hero said they would search the wrecked ships to try to find something. The main character smiled and said it was a good catch, and Alma agreed, noting they had found a few rare metals and many expensive high-tech spare parts. When Hero asked me how the operation was going, she said an end notification had arrived so they could return, but something seemed strange. Approaching the girl, the main character looked at the screen with her and said it was a ship sent to capture the base. He said the soldiers are cleaning everything inside. They have the Imperial Army's reinforced armor and flamethrowers, so the pirates will never win. The main character said they had nothing to do there in any case. Alma asked whether they would actually fly from here in that case. Hero said yes and told her to turn on the high-speed engine, and the girl agreed. Alma asked if they would babysit that princess again when they returned. The man told her to be patient for a week and said it would pass quickly. Mimi asked what he planned to do after he finished his work for Selena. Alma said that if he wanted to make money, they could fly to the conflict zone, and with his skill and Krishna, they would become rich in no time. But the hero said he didn't want to get involved in conflicts. Martial law was declared in the colony, restricting his movements, so he could only repair the ship and stock up on food. The same thing will happen here. Mimi said, people say passenger ships are often attacked near the tourist planet. Alma brought it up again right away and said it sounded good. They would rest, and the pirates would be destroyed. At that moment, Hero thought there was no rush to build the house, and it might be worth flying there after all. Mimi announced they had reached the colony area and was shutting down the super high-speed engine. The main character said everything was fine, then she ordered a mooring request to be sent, but at that same moment, he saw something. He looked around and asked if there was something wrong with the colony, and the girls replied that it was really strange, then pointed in a certain direction and asked whether that area had no lights. They noticed many ships leaving the port. Alma asked him what they should do. The man replied it was a good question. Mimi said she was trying to reach the port authority, but something wasn't working. At that moment, they heard a sound. The girl wanted to say they were in touch. She was cut off by a man in uniform who shouted that the port authority was in touch. He apologized to them and said it wasn't up to that right now. The whole Hero's crew was tense. The other man turned to him and said he was a captain from the mercenary guild. The listener immediately asked whether they had any reinforcing armor, and the captain replied that they did in principle. A man cut him off and told everyone to help because someone had attacked the colony. The main character wondered if they really didn't even know who could have done it. Almas said they were mercenaries and would not risk their lives for free, and the man asked if they really wanted to take the money even now, while Hero said they always do that. When the guy asked if they'd asked the guild for help, the man said they were in a mess and didn't fully understand what was going on. After exhaling, the main character said he'd shown them where to dock, and the man asked them to wait a minute. Hero turned to Alma and said he hoped for her. Twitch, the latter, asked if he was sure and suggested he should not interfere. The main character said they could earn money defending the port, so there was no reason not to. If the colony was captured, they would receive no reward. Hero said that since he would have to use reinforcement armor, he did not expect to take part in combat, even close combat, because he had not used it in this world yet. He went upstairs, opened the armor, and was surprised. Climbing inside, he thought it was a combat event, where neither the target nor the enemy was known. The colony was attacked by someone only melee weapons could stop. He didn't remember such events in the game, and at that moment he heard a voice say a man was opening a hatch in the warehouse. After putting on the costume, the hero said it was time to earn some more. Stepping outside, monsters met him immediately. A punch from his right fist made one of them bleed. Holding a piece of a monster's torso, the main character laughed and said that power is power. Mimi checked if he was okay, and the main character said he was fine. He said he didn't care about the reinforcement armor, but he was puzzled that they were the same unknown enemies. Alma confirmed his words, saying they were one-on-one, like the creatures at the artificial meat factory, asked whether that could be related, and the others replied that they'd been told those creatures could not survive outside the factory. The main character studied the monsters in his hand and said they were small, just like the ones from the factory, but the bigger ones had grown arms and legs. He wrote down his thoughts about what it all meant. Alma turned to him and asked why he fought only hand-to-hand. The girl said the main character had a powerful weapon, and then asked whether he was really a master of melee combat. Heroes said he wasn't a master. He just wanted to try something new if he had the chance. You don't wear reinforced armor every day. There are many similar types of armor, but he only saw them in battles fought in tight quarters. Winning in that situation does not rely on mobility or sensitivity. Being just one speed faster than a human is sufficient. Facing enemies, the main character believed armor and power mattered most, and easily cut their bodies into several pieces. His armor number is EMPS-13 Rikishi MK3, and he continued to skillfully fight off his enemies. This device fires super-compressed electrons from Harit's hands. Harit immediately demonstrated their effect. Siko was a device that increased leg impact, and at that moment, he decided to destroy the enemy with 1 foot. He also had powerful shoulder-mounted laser cannons called Shakiri. He also had a boutique Amasi barrier that both destroyed enemies and protected him, forming a sphere around his body that easily handled monsters. Overall, as the name suggests, these are all sumo wrestling techniques. On one hand, it doesn't sound very good. Or rather, it's not that it's bad, it's cool because it's understated. This suit is very strong and fully satisfies his wishes. When he played SOL, every one-on-one match with these armors used the sumo style. He still can't shake the associations because he remembers everyone laughing and SOL being a sumo playground and the best in the world. After a while, all the monsters were defeated. The main character stood, breathing hard, and said it was over. Mimi approached him and said a request for help had come from the mercenary guild and that monsters seemed to be flocking to the hospital. The girl said there were wounded inside. Hiro immediately asked which hospital, and she said it was the Inagawa hospital, where they'd recently had a medical checkup. The main character immediately asked whether they really had to leave, and she explained that a detachment of the Imperial Army would arrive soon. He agreed and asked her to show him the route. Arriving at the hospital, Hiro opened the door and saw monsters devouring people's bodies. Alma looked at it and said it was terrible. The man said the chances were slim, but if they found any survivors, they should let them know. After that, he turned to Mimi and said she did not have to watch, and he was not forcing her. The girls told him there were no survivors on this street, so he could fight as much as he wanted, and he said he understood. The man drew a gun, announced it was time for disinfection, and used it to pierce several monsters at once. Honestly, it's easy. He could fight without protection. He isn't bothered by those monsters in reinforced armor, and the Imperial Armored Squad will take care of it fast. He can easily earn some extra money before the army arrives, at least something worthwhile. At that moment, he heard the girl's voice telling him to turn right at the intersection. The protagonist obeyed at once and moved in the indicated direction. When he arrived, the building was completely surrounded by monsters. I asked why they needed a hospital at all. Alma joked about whether they'd come for a medical checkup, and he said it was some kind of sewer. When the main character asked if this happened often, Minnie said she had never heard of such incidents. And Alma added that if it were common, they would have lost all the artificial meat plants long ago. At that time, he heard a voice say the security of Inagawa Technology General Hospital was on the line. He asked if they were from the Mercenary Guild, and they answered yes, saying they were just working. They were thanked for their help and told the monsters had nearly breached the protective walls, and Alma asked if he meant these monsters and added that some could break through partitions meant to provide reliable protection. The man replied that the monsters' bodily fluids seemed corrosive, and the main character thought these were steam-based enemies that even the partitions offered no protection against. In his letter, he said he would deal with the enemies outside, then asked if they had gotten inside yet, and was told they had not. Mimi reported that a monster was heading toward him with a strange signal. He immediately asked what she meant. The girl replied that he would appear in the gap between the buildings. Moments later, a massive clawed hand emerged, followed by a multi-legged monster whose upper body was dotted with eyes. The main character looked him up and down and asked if his eyes were really human, and at that moment realized the enemy had noticed him. The monster lunged at the hero. Caught off guard, he had no time to dodge, so he grabbed the monster's fist as it was about to strike him. The main character warned that the monster was too close. At that moment, he saw the monster swing its other hand to strike. The hero in the suit managed to get away, and the monster, realizing it had failed, immediately rushed toward him. Laughing, the main character said, "This shows the power of the fruits of civilization. I told the monster that no matter how powerful it was, it could not trample an account that protects even from space rocks, and at the same moment I fired a weapon that blew off the monster's arm and part of its head. Seeing several holes in his enemy's body and most of his head missing, the main character assumed he had finished him and was about to say so when something caught his eye. The monster could regenerate. Strange growths appeared where parts were missing, and Alma immediately asked what was happening. After a few moments, the monster went back to its original form. Not a single scratch on it. The main character looked at him and said he was too tough. Hero then took a two-handed weapon and pierced his enemy again, while the same growths appeared at the wounds, enraging him. The main character cursed loudly, saying the monster had really annoyed him, and his anger was obvious. The monster charges the main character again, and he raises his shield to block it. Realizing the creature uses only physical attacks, the shield can stop. Hero struck again with his weapon and seized the monster's arm with one hand. The arm blackened from the force he used. The main character realized the monster's defensive stats were lower than other monsters, and his attacks were landing with lethal force. The real problem is his ability to regenerate. Even if his head was blown off, he would still recover and heal his other wounds. Seeing his charge, the main character realized his battery would run out even faster at this rate. Honestly, he didn't want to use this method, but he had no choice, so he pressed the button. As the shield beside his armor vanished, the monster charged at him. He then began to invite him to come closer. At that moment, with the monster already near, the armors grabbed it and pressed it against themselves. The main character thought he had finally caught him, so he decided to block all the joints. At the same time, he opened his armor, climbed out, stood on top of them, and asked whether the monster could no longer move. The latter heard him and immediately began shouting. Hero, annoyed, said he was tired of the yelling, and then threw a plasma grenade into his mouth. The monster swallowed the item immediately, and the main character leaped down from the tree and ran away. Moments later, a powerful explosion rocked the area. The shockwave knocked the main character to the floor. Turning, he looked to see what was happening. Peeking around the corner, he saw his armor still in place, and only one of the monster's arms left. He stepped closer, tapped it with his foot, and said it was a steaming enemy. After a hot plasma grenade, regeneration stopped working. The main character thought carefully about what he had received. The damage was not fatal. The armor could still move, and its cooling system would turn on. Just then, the guy heard the signal. When he answered, he saw it was Mimi. She turned to him and asked if he was okay. Having hoped he would reply that he was alive and unharmed, the girl said she suddenly lost the chance to check the condition of the reinforcing armor and became worried. He apologized to her. The main character said he had handled all the creatures, even that Western bastard, and the armor could still move. After that, he asked what to do with the corpses, and someone immediately began to answer. Mimi said the hospital asked for a cadaver as a sample. Hero immediately asked why it was needed, and was told it was required to build nanofilter machines. Right then, he saw Dr. Shoko on the phone screen. She smiled sweetly and said it had been a long time since we last saw each other. She said he had saved her life again and called it a coincidence. Hero thought about how effortlessly carefree she always was. Shoko said she was delighted, then asked if he really defeated everyone on his own, and he replied that he was wearing reinforcement armor, so nothing has been confirmed yet. He said his monsters came in large, medium, and small, and asked if one of each would be enough for her. She agreed, and he added that one of the monsters was strange. After returning to his armor, the main character showed her the monster's hand and said this was all that remained of him. The doctor said he'd fried it, but it would be fine for her. Then she asked what he thought about the battle with them. Hero said they clearly lacked intelligence, following instinct and hunger, and offered no real strength or protection like armor. He added that this particular monster was a level above the others, highly aggressive and combative, and most importantly, had unusually high regeneration. The main character said he'd been tinkering with it for that reason for a long time. The doctor immediately considered what he'd said. Hiro saw she was lost in thought and quiet, so he called her name, and she flinched and immediately apologized to him. Shoko said it might be a sudden new look and promised to check it out, then added it was time to take up nanomachine fighters. After thanking him again for his help and the samples, the girl quickly said goodbye to him, and the main character thought about it. Afterward, at Inigawa's request, he guarded the area around the hospital for a while, and apparently no new monsters appeared thanks to the army's arrival. Eventually, he ended up in the hospital. They gave him a bottle of water and thanked him for his work. Dr. Shogo said the battle happened right after that military operation and was clearly hard on him, and he replied that the enemies could be dealt with easily using armor. The hero said he felt embarrassed that she had not only let him shower but also washed his reinforcement armor, and he said the monsters had stained it, so it was best to disinfect it immediately to avoid problems. When the main character asked if she had finished, she said her work was done, and she would ask for help only as a last resort. At that moment, the doctor was making a cup of coffee. Her back was to him, and an awkward silence hung between them. Hiro decided to break the silence. Turning to her, the main character asked what kind of big-eyed monsters they were. She stood with her back to him, silent. She paused, then turned to him with a condescending smile and apologized, making it clear she would not answer the question. He considered her reaction. He wrote that he began to wonder whether the stolen genetic data was involved. No other incidents involving the theft of Imagawa's data came to mind. The main character said out loud that his comrades were not injured, and he thanks her for it. He decided to take a sip from the bottle he was given, and at the same time thought the drink was Pocari. The colony needed 5 days to return to normal after the monster incident. Details of the monster were revealed along with the topic, and as they suspected, it had been cut at an artificial meat factory. These creatures' genes were modified so they could not die on their own, and to improve their fighting abilities. The Association for the Protection of Artificial Beings immediately issued a guilty plea. They are likely defenders of nature and animals, but later they made that point in a statement. The main character said they had actually carried out a bioteric attack and were very bad people. Mini called out his name and told him that Inagawa had sent him some fruit. Hiro read the note that said it was an apology. The girl smiled and said it was cool because they had real fruit. Noticing something, the protagonist checked the basket, and when he pushed the fruits aside, he found a pure, rare material inside. He looked at it and decided he would not sue her. She is not easy to deal with either. At that moment, Alma said they had earned a lot. She said the army and the port administration had just given out a reward, and it now had 17 million entries. The main character thought about the amount and said it was enough to buy an aircraft carrier. Mimi immediately asked him about it. He said it is a huge ship that can carry small vessels. Its size also makes it ideal for moving heavy loads. That means they can take on more work and earn more. Elma said you can't buy a good aircraft carrier for just 17 million, and the other woman agreed, saying they needed to save more. Mimi was shocked to hear them so calmly counting such huge sums. Hiro said they had finished Mrs. Selena's task, so there was no need to stay in the star system, and they could go to the resort Mimi recommended. Turning to the girl, the main character said they should enjoy their vacation, maybe earn some money, and then decide whether to buy an aircraft carrier. Hiro said they decided to hurry because the riots had died down. They were refueling now and could take off. They all said at once, happily, that they were moving out. At that moment, they heard something. The main character looked away at once and asked if they had guests. A blonde-haired girl in heels walked in. Selena stood firm at the entrance and said they would not run from her. The girls immediately said the woman wasn't allowed here. She asked me to stop and not do it. It turned out Hiro had been pushing her from behind to get her off the ship. The girl told him not to push because it was impolite. She was actually the daughter of Marquis Halls. The main character said it was hot. Selena asked what he meant, and he replied that he had already refused her offer 100 times. When the hero asked what else she needed, the girl blushed and began to stutter. Selena clenched her fists and said the reason was simple. Everyone froze in anticipation, and she screamed that it was unfair. She said she was busy and that they were going to a resort in the Sierra Star system. An awkward silence followed. The protagonist said it was hot. Alma agreed, and Mimi started to panic because of what he said. Selena asked if he had called her that again. Hiro asked her how she even knew they were going on vacation. Mimi tried to stop him and said he shouldn't speak to her like that. Alma said he was completely tired of living the campaign. The main character said he didn't care, that it was better than being nice to her, and he would get used to it. Selena immediately asked him about it. He turned to her and asked what she wanted, and now they had to prepare for a vacation at the same resort while he drew out the last words. It was clear Selena didn't know what to say to her, but she came up with an idea and said it was indecent. Investigators questioned her immediately, and she repeated her statement, saying the colony had been badly damaged in the recent terrorist attack. Many people had died, and grief was everywhere. She asked firmly whether they were going on vacation and whether they felt any shame, and the main character said he understood everything, which made her glad. The man said it does not concern them, and that using that excuse to hold them back is the real indecency. Hiro stepped up to her, pushed her toward the exit, and said she had to leave. She immediately challenged him, told him to wait, and warned him not to try it. The girl demanded to know how he dared touch the Marquis's unmarried daughter. That was outrageous and inexcusable. Alma stepped forward, pushed them apart, and told them to calm down. After a while, everyone sat at the table. The main character said he was asking her again what she needed. Hiro said that if the reason proved implausible, they would force her off the ship. Celia looked at one girl, then the other, and sighed heavily. Everyone there stared at her in shock. Selena clearly found it hard to talk about. A single word slipped out so quietly that no one heard. Everyone immediately asked her what she had said. The girl instantly flushed and shouted that she was jealous, leaving the protagonist and the others stunned. He asked her right away what she meant, and Selena said she was jealous, so she came to bother them. Turning to the main character, she asked if he had any objections, and he replied that he had many. She said, "It's not fair. She attends meetings and writes reports again and again. She looks at pictures of nasty tentacled creatures. Suddenly the hero and his team go on vacation to a resort. She has every right to come and stop them." And the man grew angry and accused her of trying to ruin things for them. He asked if she had really come just to drink wine. She said no, that it was unfair, and she also wanted to relax at the resort. He said she was starting to ask for it. Hiro said she had neither aristocratic honor nor military endurance, and Alma said she generally felt lonely and sad at work and envious that they were going on vacation. The main character looked at her, her face red and her eyes filled with tears. He sighed and told her it was all right, and Selena was delighted by his words. A moment later, Hiro pushed her off the ship. She threw herself at his feet and said she had confessed, but he told her to let go, accused her of admitting evil intentions, and showed no sympathy. As they argued, the others came over. Mimi asked if she could say a word, and then turn to Selena. She asked why the mistress was wearing plain clothes today instead of her uniform, and whether it was really her day off. The mistress confirmed it, and she was then asked if she had come not as a soldier or an aristocrat, but on her own. The girls added that she really wanted to have fun with Mr. Hero and shake off her sadness. Selena stayed silent, and Mimi asked whether she was right. The main character said it was easy to say, then asked how you could have fun with him. At that moment, a bang rang out. The main character, Selena, and Mimi all turned toward the sound. It was Alma. Smiling, the girl offered everyone a drink on the spot. Her overly happy expression made the main character tense up slightly. Alma said they didn't have gourmet food, but the robot would cook tasty meals, and she would pay for drinks with her own money. Hero immediately latched onto the phrase hiding place. The main character turned to the girl and asked whether she meant the stocks that had clogged the entire warehouse, and that she had bought with borrowed money she never repaid. Hero looked at Selena, then gave the go-ahead and said it was only for today, letting her think it was just another one of her debts. The protagonist thought a relationship with her would do them more harm than good. Soon they relaxed and tried different drinks. Selena sampled one and said it was very good. Alma said she bought it straight from the factory. The price did sting a bit. Hero immediately asked whether she thought 100,000 was too much. The girl replied that for a mercenary, these were small things. Selena asked whether she thought she had a strange view of money. At that moment, Mimi said that if anything, she was not like that. Alma immediately said she had heard Mimi begging Hero for money for a bathroom, a washing machine, and a high-tech slow cooker, about 300,000, I think. And Hero replied it was a necessary expense to improve everyday life. The guys kept drinking, and the hero realized the hieroglyph of 3 women, meaning noise, was apt, amazed at how they came up with such conversations and how they jumped from one topic to another. He couldn't keep up with him in life, but what mattered was they were having fun while he sat and ate, and he was surprised by the food. The main character called Mimi's name, and she asked what had happened. He pointed at something in front of him and asked what it was. Hero asked if this could be done in a high-tech slow cooker. The plate held many worms. Mimi said she had found many interesting items in the store, bought them here, and thought they would enjoy a delicious meal together. He asked when she had done it. She cut him off, slid the plate closer, and told him to eat healthier. He looked at it and thought it was full of worms. The main character tried one, picked it up with chopsticks, and put it in his mouth. The girls were shocked and asked him what he thought of the dish. Hero said it was excellent, tasting like sea urchin, slightly sweet, full-bodied, and very flavorful. The man said he liked it. It eats up with a bang. Selena asked what it was all about. Mimi replied that it was called a worm, and at that moment, the main character covered his ears and said he couldn't hear anything. He shouted that it was a sea urchin paste. Alma said he had escaped from reality, and Selena supported her, calling it a natural self-deception. Then he suggested they try it themselves. All the girls looked disgusted. Selena refused. Alma backed her and said she would refrain as well, and Mimi agreed. He asked the other woman what she'd bought, but he wasn't going to believe that nonsense. She didn't know what to say, so he crept closer. Hero thought about the food Mimi had bought. It was made from strange ingredients and looked odd, but it was completely edible. At first, they ate the strangest things. Then they began binging on ordinary food. In fact, he was dreaming. Selena set the glass down on the table with a loud bang, said help had come too late, you see, and then called the people she was talking to bad people. They're here destroying pirate bases. And I told them they couldn't defend their colony on their own. And Alma called them heroes and said it was very funny. Selena stayed angry about what others had done. Alma laughed at her, and the main character was dressing Mimi then. Tiring of her indignation, the blonde turned to the hero and said he was good too. He was surprised the topic had shifted to him. She said he was in the right place, immediately put on the reinforcement armor, and protected the ports at Inagawa Hospital. Selena remembered the hospital representative telling them the heroes team had bought time to build a nano machine, and that mercenaries were more useful than an independent squad. Seeing she was offended, he tried to calm her by calling her Major Selena. The latter screamed that it was their fault for coordinating the colony's army so poorly. All those terrorist attacks were due to carelessness. Hero thought about how drunk she was. The main character realized she had been holding a lot inside. Just then, the girl stepped closer and fell fully onto him. He asked what was happening. At a closer look, he saw she had fallen asleep and felt 25 again, wondering whether she realized there was a man on the ship. Morning came. Selena opened her eyes to find the main character standing before her, asking if she was awake. He said she seemed to have built up a lot of stress and advised her to rest at least occasionally. He said it was true. She had already been in the drunk tank twice. He tells her firmly to take care of herself. Hero refers not only to her health, but also takes her status into account. Many people will want to use it, and the girl said she would keep that in mind. The protagonist said it was time for her to return to her ship to prevent strange rumors, and the girl agreed. Eventually, she left the drunk tank, became a hero, and asked if they would see each other again. He said it would certainly happen as long as she kept chasing pirates. Selena said she understood everything and then said goodbye. He wondered if she was really asking whether they would see each other, and the thought felt like a burden. Soon, they left on their ship. Alma said nothing here seemed special. Hero agreed, saying they only took food, drinks, and a few precious metals and didn't have the gear to carry much else. At that moment, Alma noticed something. The protagonist said he appeared to have found something. A cryogenic capsule was in the space. Alma looked surprised and asked whether someone was really inside. After that, they and the main character exchanged glances. Mimi said it was an impressive place. It's the Sierra Star System. Even those who are not aristocrats are allowed to land there. It has rich natural scenery, so you can enjoy a vacation by the sea or in the mountains. The main character finished her speech and said, in short, "This is a famous resort," he thought to himself. Mimi said there are amazing sunrises, colorful sunsets, blue skies with white clouds, and if you're lucky, you might see shooting stars. Turning to the hero, she said it was fine. Alma said such species are rare among those born and raised in colonies. Then the man understood why she admired. Several planets in the Sierra Star System are habitable, but that does not mean the system lacks colonies. It has a transport base and buildings where you can spend the night while waiting to board. Local colonies each serve a specific purpose, so human trade out is heavy around those planets. Naturally, pirates show up there because wealthy people and valuable goods gather in those star systems, making them prime places for illegal activity. Locals prepared for this, so security there is tight. Pirates, in turn, operate in large groups, so mercenaries usually form entire fleets instead of operating alone like that. He wondered what they should do. His name was called at that moment. The main character turned to the voice as Mimi said they would arrive at the Sierra Prime colony in 10 minutes. At that moment, they heard a loud sound. The girl asked if it was an alarm, and Alma said it was an interdictor. An interdictor brings a ship from FTL down to normal speed. He does not know the details of how it works. Normally, it's used to inspect ships, but this time it looked like something else, and all the guests thought it was probably the pirates. The main character said there was nothing to be done, and they would deal with them. Alma said she accepted it, and they were preparing to board. He told her to turn off the high-speed engine and start the battle. Then, the main character said firmly that they needed to move forward. At that moment, the capsule shot out. They handled the pirates on the fly, and this is the result. Mimi asked whether it was a cryogenic capsule and whether the person inside was alive. Allah said that if the capsules were working properly, then yes. Hira suggested they pretend they had not seen anything. The other person refused and said he was sorry. At that time, the Sierra Prime Colony Port Authority contacted them, and Hiro answered him immediately and was then asked whether they had contacted him about the cryogenic capsule they had found and whether they were aware of their duty to protect it. Mimi had already asked about the other duty and was told that cryogenic capsules are life-saving devices usually installed on passenger ships, so anyone who finds one in space must save it. The finder must care for the person in the capsule for 1 week. If needed, you can request reimbursement for expenses after the required deadline. She realized they would have no rest or work that week. Alma said there was nothing they could do and that they would have to save her. Mimi replied that saving people is good because they had also been saved. I'll miss smiling at her words. At that moment, the main character said the formalities were over and he had to be at the capsule's opening. Then he turned to Alma and asked her to go with him, and she agreed. They reached the capsule after a while. The blonde man said the contents were fine. He was recovering. He also reported they found a capsule on a pirate ship. Judging by the ID, the capsule is from an elite liner that disappeared 3 months ago. The person inside is likely from high society. Then, the man offered to examine the capsule, which contained unfamiliar devices. The main character immediately asked what it was. The man said the device sending an SOS had been cut off, and it is assumed this was done with an aristocrat's sword. He had heard the swords in this world could cut through metal, so they hadn't lied to him. He wondered why he had to get rid of the device. The protagonist immediately asked if he was in trouble, and the man said he was sympathetic. The girl reported that the indicators were stable and that they were starting to hide. The capsule's lock opened, and the main character and Alma watched closely. Inside the capsule sat a girl with dark hair and 2 small extra ears on her head. Alma asked whether it was really a girl. The girl then talked about the father not leaving as she took the main character's hand. She kept holding his hand, telling him not to leave. He looked at Alma and the man in shock, but they only spread their arms apart. Placing his hand over hers, he said he would not leave. The girl calmed down. Alma asked right away if she had fallen asleep. When the main character asked what to do, he was told to keep holding her hand until she woke up. Alman said goodbye and told him they would take care of the formalities for now, leaving the main character shocked that they had abandoned him. The stranger opened her eyes and asked if the man was her father, and the man apologized and said he was not, so she asked where her father was. After writing and apologizing to her, he said they had only found her. She closed her eyes, asked whether it was really him holding her hand, and thanked him for it. Almost immediately, she stood up and introduced herself as Christina Doreen Wald, placing her palm on her chest. She said she was from Count Dareinwald Friedrich's family, and the main character was surprised, feeling he had been given too much information. Hiro introduced himself as an ordinary mercenary and told her to call him by his first name. She said she understood, and then added he could just call her Chris. The main character said he thinks she's in chaos right now and will explain everything. And the other man thanked him and said she was ready for any news. Hiro explained everything that had happened to her, and she said she understood. He then said she would stay on his ship for a while. He said there are 2 girls on his team, so it should be easier for her, and he can rent her a room if needed. Christina said it was all right because he had taken care of her. He replied that if they contacted her grandfather, they would send her home at once. The main character promised he would keep her safe until then, which often made the girl hesitate. She asked if he would really protect her. He looked at her in surprise, and she asked the same question again. At first, the main character thought she had just woken up, but she realized that without any support, anyone would feel uneasy here. Hero knelt before her, told her his name was Hero, and vowed as her personal knight to protect his princess. Deciding to calm her down a little, the main character winked at the shocked girl, and she laughed softly. She said she has a personal knight with a warship, as if he were the hero of Hollow's novel, and called him by his first name again. She grew serious and asked him to protect her. Hero wondered if she was just playing along, but he liked it. The main character said, of course he would do it for his princess, and was ready to sacrifice himself. Christina said her father, Friedrich, was killed because of her uncle Balthazar's execution. The main character was shocked. She said the passenger ship was attacked not by pirates but by her uncle, who wants to kill her and the other heirs of the family. Christina asks the main character to protect her from her uncle because she was very scared. Hero was shocked by her words, and he asked if her memories were confused because he had heard this often happens after cryosleep. Christina said everything was fine, and her memories were too, and that the bandits needed her, her mother's mother, and her mother's father. The girl said her mother had covered for her and was shot. Her father held off the bandits until she escaped. Hero realized that the capsule's distress signal had been cut off. His father had made sure no one found Chris. Christina was sure her uncle already knew she had escaped. His people might already be hiding in the Sierra star system. Hero assumed he was preparing for a fuss, not aristocratic intrigues, and this is a huge heat wave. He wondered why he keeps getting into these situations. All he wants is to beat up space pirates, save money to buy a house with a garden, and live there drinking Coke. Christina then said she was joking, admitted her words had probably confused him, and asked him to take them as a joke. Smiling, the girl told him to pretend he hadn't heard anything, and the main character asked if there would be a reward. She lifted her head and asked what he meant, and he said he was not only her knight, but also a mercenary, and mercenaries were paid for their work. The girl agreed, and the main character said it was time to negotiate, asking what she was willing to give him for the task. Christina felt through her clothes, told him she had nothing to give, and then suddenly remembered something. Pulling a diamond-shaped object from her clothes, she said she didn't know if it was valuable. It was her treasure. Hero took it in his hand and told him they had an agreement. Frankly, it's unclear whether this pendant is expensive, but we need to somehow arrange acceptance of the assignment. The hero said he would ask her grandfather for the real reward when he completed the task, would return the pendant, and called her his princess. Christina liked his answer, so she stretched out her hand to him and said she was rooting for him in this case. She called him her knight. He smiled, went down on one knee, and kissed her hand. After a while, they moved into another room. Hero asked if this was really a room for recording hologram messages. They then completed several formal procedures and recorded evidence of what happened on the ship Chris was traveling on. Chris told me everything in as much detail as she could, but she did not mention her uncle's intrigues. It seems she does not want to discuss family feuds. Those voice messages were meant only for him, and she will let her grandfather decide whether to make them public. At best, she would reach it in 5 days, the man said. The hero replied that this was a long time. The man explained the only difference was distance, because they were being sent to another system 1,000 light-years away. Voice messages are 3-dimensional video messages. But even if local communication systems exceed the speed of light, communications between star systems are not instantaneous. If it takes 5 days, they will wait 10 days for a reply. At that moment, Christina turned to the man and asked him to leave them alone. He agreed. The man also explained that the message was strictly confidential and she should not worry. The hero asked if he should stay, and the girl replied that it would be enough for him to simply introduce himself, then she would explain everything herself. After they had been alone for a while, he agreed with her last remark, and Christina said they were starting to record. Looking serious, she turned to her grandfather and said they had not seen each other for a long time, then told him she was his granddaughter, Christina. It surprises her that 3 months have passed since the attack on the passenger ship, but he thinks she is alive because she escaped in a cryogenic sleep capsule that is now at the Sierra Star System Port Authority. She introduced the main character, explaining he found her capsule floating in space and picked it up, literally saving her life. Then she turned to her grandfather and finally told him they had been attacked by her uncle's henchmen. Posing as bandits, they were described by her father as Balthazar's personal soldiers, and her parents protected her and helped her escape in a capsule. One can guess what happened to them. Her uncle is probably still looking for her, and after she told the main character everything, he agreed to help. Captain Hero said it was an honor to meet him, and as the most ordinary mercenary, he swears to protect Mrs. Christina with all his might. Christina says he is the only person she can rely on until his people come for her, and although they met only recently, she believes she can trust him. Then the girl turned to her grandfather and asked for his help, saying she was looking forward to seeing him. And when she finished recording, she began to shake. After a while, they went outside, and the protagonist said a princess paired with a mercenary would surely draw attention, so the girl replied to reassure him. She said they looked like brother and sister from the outside, and he asked if he really thought so. Chris asked what he thought about household items, and he replied they definitely needed to be bought. The main character said he had 2 girls on his team and asked if they could help her because they knew more. Christina said it was true they had 2 girls on the team, and he agreed that a lot had happened. At that moment, his hand was squeezed too hard, and he immediately called the girls' names. Christina smiled at him and asked about it. Then she said it was fine, it didn't matter, and added that aristocrats were noble. Staring at his hand, the main character wondered what it all meant, and then spoke aloud, calling the girl by name. When the man said her uncle's henchmen might be nearby, she rolled her eyes, grabbed his hand, and started to lead him away. At first, he thought they wouldn't dare attack in such a crowd, so he told them to be careful. But he isn't good at chasing in hand-to-hand combat. The main character wondered whether to learn a technique, and she advised him to learn fencing. Hero looked at her and asked if learning swordsmanship meant one strike would finish him, and he replied that a professional knight can even deflect lasers with a sword. She said that first-class knights can attack with the reflected beam, and the protagonist was shocked, calling it a kind of horror. Christina said, people say it's possible because brain implants speed up information processing. Heroes warned that even with a gun, he should not relax, and she replied that it was a wise choice and that her uncle was also a master of 2-handed swords. They reached the ship where Mimi met them, introduced herself, said they did not know each other well, and asked to be friends, which shocked Christina. Mimi hugged him and said she was cute, like a doll, and the hero said he understood she was glad to find a peer on the ship, but asked her to be gentler, and then asked where Alma was. Mimi was on the ship and not talking to anyone. The main character asked whether something had happened to her, and Mimi said it probably had. She showed Hero the tablet and told him the mercenary guild had contacted them, informing them that Mr. Hero had been promoted to gold rank. Christina immediately asked about it. The main character said the mercenary guild assigns mercenaries to ranks based on ability, and the girl said he was a tough mercenary. When Hero asked what upset the girl, she said she was only silver rank, and Alma immediately grumbled that silver didn't matter because the girl was one of the best. This rank is worn by both brand new beginners and seasoned veterans, and she's a 5-year veteran among them. So don't mistake her for ordinary silver. Hero said he had realized she was upset because he had outranked her. Alma sent him. He replied that even if he were a higher rank, she would still be his senior companion. After that, he called her the eldest and asked if she agreed with him. She asked if he was deliberately trying to provoke her. Christina asked whether they were really that friendly. The main character said, "Now is not the time for fighting. You need to tell them about Christina's situation." When Hero shared her story, Mimi immediately hugged her and began to cry. And Alma said the warmth was incredible. And Hero said he hoped they would help him and then shared his plan. They already sent a message through the Port Authority, but her uncle might intercept it. So Alma asked whether he really wanted her to send a copy through her channels, and he agreed. The girl said he was naive. He replied that the Count would owe him and might even give them a reward. She laughed and told him to hope. Alma said they had made their move. I wondered what the enemy would do. It would probably be safer to lock up. The enemy could add poison to the products they buy or plant a bomb in the warehouse. The main character has already asked whether he's truly ready for this. She agreed and said the goods stolen by pirates might be safer than those bought in the colonies. That's ironic. Alma took the CD and said she would ask anyone she could for help. Hero told her to be careful, but the enemy already seems to know about Christina. At that moment, the protagonist called Mimi and asked her to show Christina the ship, and she agreed. He rose, then sat down and thought about what to do, since intrigues and murder mysteries were not his strong suit, and he wanted to avoid an unarmed fight. Ideally, it should be a battle in space, and he knows how to fight on Krishna. He pictured the fight in his head. He considered how to draw such an opponent into a space battle. Opening his eyes, Mimi's tablet lay in front of him. Picking it up and opening it, he saw that the Sierra Rest Star System release was open and wondered if she had read it. A smile appeared on the main character's face as he decided to think the other way and force his enemies to come to him. After a while, Mimi told her they had returned and showed her the ship's main areas. She then went up to the hero and asked if he was reading a brochure there. The girl said she didn't think they were in the mood for a vacation right now. Another woman replied no and asked her to book their tickets right away. The girl asked which package to use. The main character instantly volunteered to pick all the planets. He asked her to book tickets with as many travel companies and on as many different days as possible. Mimi asked what it all meant. At first he hesitated, but when he saw Alma calling, he picked up and asked how she was doing. The girl said she could ask her friends for help, but there was one problem. She was being persecuted. After a while, Alma returned to the ship and said she was home. But the enemy had been faster than she expected, and suddenly the main character appeared in front of her. His appearance frightened her so much that she asked why he was suddenly acting that way. He said he was just worried, and then asked why she had jumped away from him so much. Alma said they wouldn't attack on a crowded street, so she didn't see why he was worried, and he asked if she really believed that. She said he was usually so brave, but suddenly he got scared and blushed at her words. Emma rose onto her tiptoes and kissed his cheek, and he immediately asked what she was doing. So she asked if he had calmed down, at least a little. She called him a baby. He wanted to protest, but then he realized they were being watched. When he turned, he saw Mimi and Chris standing behind them. Mimi stepped up and told him he could be kind, which confused him and made him protest indignantly. The main character said, "It doesn't matter now. We need to discuss plans, and nothing will slow us down." Mimi asked why he had ordered so many tours, and he said they were being chased by enemies now, and Alma's words had convinced him. Wanting to deal with the problem first, they booked tickets to a range of tourist planets to stand out, and he is sure the enemy will be waiting for them on one of the routes. They will fight back against Krishna and cut down their numbers, and he believes they will not be defeated, so they will land on a planet and settle there temporarily while several enemies appear to buy them time. Hero added that Alma could send a message to the Count through her own channels. A moment of silence followed. Mimi turned to him and asked if he had enough money for it. He replied that, judging by the brochure prices, there was enough. It occurred to him that an ordinary person would be shocked by those prices. He said they would simply demand that the Count cover all expenses, and that would be it. Christina added she did not understand why they did not just fly to her grandfather. Alma said it would be hard to reach him through the gateway. They'd need permission from an imperial aristocrat, and even with that, Balthazar would likely set a trap. They will have problems anyway. A gateway is like a teleporter that links two gates. It works by creating a hole in space. That makes traveling several hundred to 1,000 light years very convenient. Hyperlanes are highways that let you move quickly through underground space. They take longer than gateways, but are spread across space like a spider web. When Hero asked Alma for her opinion, she said the plan was reasonable, but while they stayed in the colony, they would be under enemy surveillance, so it would be better to draw the enemy out and finish them off. The main problem is restocking supplies, because we don't know what enemies might slip into purchased goods anywhere in the star system, not just in the colony. It might be safer to escape directly to the resort planet. A positronic AI runs the defenses, and laser cannons and security robots keep visitors safe. The main character said it was amazing, and then started making their own plans. Some worked on the route, others went shopping. Alma said she had booked trips for them, and they would spend 2 weeks on vacation. The total would be 2 million enters. Mimi said her hands were shaking when she paid. The main character asked where they would live, and was told it would be on the sea planet Sierra 3. Its surface is almost completely covered by oceans, and the only land masses are small islands. She rented an entire island. Alma said they could swim in the sea, admire nature, and play with local animals. And Mimi interrupted to say they could enjoy fresh seafood and non-gourmet food. After writing that the tours were very luxurious, he asked when they would go. Mimi said it would be the day after tomorrow. He asked what they would do until then, and noticed Alma taking bottles out of the fridge. He asked whether she planned to drink in the morning, and she said there was nothing wrong with that, since they would not buy anything before leaving, and would not leave the ship. She grabbed a Coke from the fridge and asked if he was going to have it. Christina then asked what it was. He asked if she wanted one, and she said yes. Chris took a sip of Coke and said it looked like some kind of sweet medicine. He said it was great with pizza or a hamburger. Alma asked him not to teach the aristocrat to drink strange drinks. She added that the Count would accuse her of poor upbringing, and Hero asked what strange drinks meant and who would talk about bad parenting. Turning to her, the main character said she drinks those kinds of drinks and appears like that in broad daylight. They started arguing right away. Christina watched them and said they seemed so friendly. Mimi agreed and admitted she was a little jealous. The girl then asked if they would be friends with her too. The latter blushed and admitted it was true. Hero said Mimi is a very interesting and nice girl, and Alma immediately apologized, calling herself bad. I said he thought she was very cute at night, and she asked what he was saying in front of Christina. At that moment, Chris called Mimi by name and said they needed to talk. That evening, the main character was in his room when someone knocked on his door, and he wondered who it could be at that hour. Thinking it was Alma, he opened the door and asked her to hold back her impulses while Chris was visiting. It turned out to be Christina. She asked him to be gentle because it was her first time, and he said He couldn't believe it was happening. Hero called Mimi and said he didn't know what she had told the girl, but he couldn't do anything about her. Mimi apologized to him. The protagonist said he had to protect Chris and that no one could lay a hand on her. Besides, she is an aristocrat, and if he were the count, he would immediately kill a mercenary like that. He then turned to Christina and told her not to believe Mimi's nonsense. Prism immediately asked him if this really meant she was the only one not part of the team, and she did not like it. The main character said, "It doesn't matter if she likes it. He already said she's under his protection." Indeed, he had miraculously saved her, and she was probably shaken by the whole situation, but she needed to calm down since he would protect her without any fuss. Then the main character lifted his head, exhaled deeply, took the girl's hands, and said her name. He asked if she really wanted a feud between him and her grandfather. She immediately said no. He added that it would all happen because of her emotional outburst. She explained that everything has its own rules and that her grandfather is a proud aristocrat, while he continued to hold her hands. The man explained the count would not approve any action that broke his rules. Christina agreed. I said she should remain a beautiful aristocrat and stay composed. After that, he ruffled her hair and told her he was grateful. She's smart, and he hopes they'll stay on good terms. He realized this was just how the local aristocrats behaved and noticed she was in too much of a hurry but still lively despite her age. Alma said he had cleverly sent her. She replied that it sounded odd. He said it was all for her benefit and asked her to keep an eye on her. The girl agreed. The main character also asked her to hold herself in for Chris. At first, she was silent, then she asked what he meant. After a while, they decided to hit the road. Christina asked if she could come too, and he said it was best to maintain inertia here. Mimi announced the takeoff clearance had arrived. Philip reported that the route to the planet was set and made complex to throw off his pursuers, so he had to be cautious. They need to be cautious and ready before the next landing. He decided to use the superlight engine and ordered it activated. Mimi asked where they would ambush them. Her friend said they would likely follow them to find out where they would land. The main character explained what to expect if they were already here and said everything was fine because they would be killed anyway. Turning to Mimi, he told her to get ready for the fight, then told Alma not to spare the shells. Chris asked her what to do, and she replied she would be careful not to bite her tongue. Suddenly, they were attacked. The main character asked whether they would really attack like that without warning. Mimi said she could see the enemy, 12 small and 4 medium ships. Alma said the shield drains very quickly, and the ships look more like old military vessels than pirate ships. The protagonist said they were strong enough to destroy a normal pirate ship with a single blow, and Alima said the shield did not seem to stop a laser. Hero asked Mini if she had reported to the Star System's army, and Mini replied no, saying the connection was jammed, and Alma said she was not surprised. The main character said this was their chance and that they were shocked they had attacked so suddenly. First, they would crash that big ship, and MMI replied that their attacks were being reflected. Hero explained that medium ships were strong and had shields, but they could still break through. Then he began to attack. After the ship was destroyed, he asked the girls for their opinions, and Alma said she thought it was best to attack with heavy fire at close range. She explained to Hyrule that they now fly behind the main ship and use it as a shield, since small ships lose their line of fire and worry about friendly fire. Alma said his methods are pretty nasty, and the main character replied that they had the advantage in numbers, so they had to get out of it and were now flying to the next average. Mimi said small ships were flying after them. The main character asked whether they really wanted to take the average away from them, and said he would disappoint them. Alma asked him if he had taken the rear position on the middle ship and was attacking. He replied that he already understood how they worked and that it was just a matter of habit. Hero remembered learning these techniques with his friends at SOL, and the scream meant there were more enemies behind her. The protagonist said he understood it all, then attacked again. Mimi reported the enemy had repelled the attack again. Rue said, "It's enough to keep shooting until the shield runs out." Alma asked how he stays so accurate despite the jolts and turns. When Mimi called to say the remaining enemies were regrouping, he was surprised. The main character said they were acting in the same spirit, promised to destroy everyone, and then resolutely followed his plan. Debris from other ships drifts around the airship in space. The hero sits and says it's not pirates after all, and that he's tired. One of the girls says it was scary, and the main character turns back. He looks at Chris, who is worried, and tells her everything is fine, then says they have successfully completed the first stage of the plan, and a girl suggests taking only what can be grabbed and taken off quickly. They then land their ship just above the ground and fly it forward for a while. They step out of the ship into a hangar somewhere. The girl walks forward and says, "This is what the sky looks like. It feels strange, with no ceiling above them." On Earth, the feeling of freedom is overwhelming. The main character throws his arms wide in the hail and says the air tastes great. Someone welcomes him, and he turns in disbelief and is surprised by a flying robot. The robot welcomes Mr. Hero and his team, and as the planetary administrator of Sierra 3, will look after them during their stay. The main character greets you and says he's pleased to meet you. Miro tells the man he will walk him home. Two girls stand on the balcony of a small, beautiful house, staring ahead in surprise. Hero says the house is spacious and chic and worth the price. At the mention that it's expensive, Miro thanks the man for the compliment, and someone suddenly turns to Hero. Smiling, the girl points to the beach and asks to count the plants, and she is very happy. She's never seen real plants like this before. This place is very luxurious. Everything is made of wood, but someone thought it was plastic. The man says it does not look fake. He thinks about what it means and concludes this world is made of a rare material. Logically, it is too unprofitable to grow trees or colonies. Looking at onions, he thinks about what else it could be. Arriving, Miro apologizes for interrupting their conversation, says it will be noon on this planet in an hour, offers to cook them lunch, asks how they will respond, and Hero thinks it's time to get some food. The main character says what would be best and suggests noon, and Miro agrees and obeys. When the girls ask the hero if they can walk around the neighborhood before lunch, the main character lets them without hesitation. Walking hand in hand, they move on as the robot offers the others a place to rest and says he can bring them drinks while they wait. The girl tells Miro he is very courteous and says she thinks someone is speaking loudly to the robot. The girl turns around in disbelief and asks the main character why he is screaming. The main character, with a serious expression, asks the robot if he has any soda. The robot admits they don't have her in the building right now. The man apologizes, saying he knew it. The robot tells them other standard drinks are available, and Hero notes there is no soda right now, so he asks whether ordering one would let Miro bring what he needs, and Miro says yes, but it will take some time. He asks the man what flavor he wants. The hero grabs the robot and says he wants a Coke to be black, sweet, and drinkable. The girl watches silently, displeased. The main character stares the robot in the eye and orders it brought right away. Miro replies that he's heard him and has already placed the order, so they just need to wait a little. She says that because Miro knows it, soda is real, though she thought it was his imagination. He tells her cola is immortal. She survived a post-apocalyptic world, and even though she makes her urine shine afterward, that's okay. The girl is surprised at how the guy cheered up after all this. The main character tells her she will try to understand everything. The man sits down and says the stake is firm, telling her to prostrate. The girl tells her she is scared. He laughs his head off. A few hours later, the main character looks unwell. The girls have returned and are watching the guy sitting with a bottle, leaning his head back as they ask what happened while they were walking. She says she didn't understand it herself. He tasted the drink Miro brought him, and now he's sitting like this. The main character tells the hunched girl the bottle in her hand is Dr. Pepper. That almond tofu taste and seaweed smell are the real Dr. Pepper. Soda is sweet and dark, and his disappointment runs deep. Miro arrives, admits he should have known, informs everyone that lunch is ready, and apologizes for the delay. The girls are curious about what dishes they will be served. They were told the planet's cuisine awaited them, someone brought the food, and everyone was surprised. This is provided by the android maids, and they are seeing them for the first time. Several appear at once. The resort is for the rich, but for Chris, this is probably not uncommon. Asked if she wanted such an android, she remained completely calm, as one of the androids reported the unit was not for sale. She can buy the same model. The girl says everything is fine. It was her first time seeing the android, and she was surprised. Besides, they don't need a maid on Krishna. Apologizing for her bluntness, she says she'll take care of Mr. Hero herself. They want to ask the man whether he has ever seen people like that, but he stays silent and everyone watches him. Grinning at the android, the main character makes it clear to the girls that he wants one for himself, his face giving him away. A man says making a robot is every man's dream, but the woman says she is not needed. The man is offered a catalog and agrees. The main character looks at the food in surprise and says it's obvious this is a resort for the rich with such a luxurious table, not a simple lunch. He asks Mimi how she feels. It's not a bad May for a spaceport. Mimi is dazed and the man asks her what it is. Terrified by the play, the girl says she is looking directly at it. The main character looks at her plate in disbelief, sees the fish there, and everything becomes clear to him. Those raised in the colony have never eaten real food, so they are likely unaware that food comes from living creatures. They are a new generation. The man notices the women saying everything tastes great. She was told the dishes use local ingredients, so they must be fresh. Since Chris comes from a noble family, expensive dishes won't surprise her, and she just said she loves it. Alma has a lot of experience as a mercenary. Elves live long lives, and she's already over 50. He keeps eating, knowing it would be rude to pry into her. If she wants to, she'll tell him, and he's surprised by how good it tastes. They keep eating, and everyone enjoys the food, so Hero asks Miro who cooked the dishes and where, and the robot says all the food is supplied from the planet's food base where it is prepared. The girls are surprised by the food base and wonder if one is nearby, while he thinks the base must be near the equator, far from these apartments, or the food arrived unusually fast. Transportation uses a mass accelerator, so it is fast. Travel time still depends on distance and cargo, and most land on their marine planet is small islands with no continents. Rail and truck transport are not possible, water transport is slow, and air transport requires building airfields for planes, which is very expensive. As a result, delivery by a mass accelerator was introduced, and the accelerator and food bases were installed just below the equator. Goods are packed into containers and launched through an accelerator. The container travels to its destination and transforms into a drone that lands at the exact point. Hero realizes this method consumes a lot of energy. The robot reports this is the most efficient transportation system on their planet, and the containers are returned to the base by the same drones. The man says It sounds completely crazy, yet it seems to be the norm on this planet. A man asks if he can swim in the sea, and the robot replies yes, explaining the seawater has been adjusted to be safe for swimming. They also have rescue capsules and an emergency medical center, so the man thanks them because swimming in the sea is unsafe, and the robot reassures him he can stay calm. He asks whether fishing is possible, and Miro says yes. Their planet's waters are home to many different creatures that form a unique ecosystem. There are special fishing spots he can use if he wants to spend time there. The man says he is finally going fishing. He asks the girls what is wrong. The girls say he sounded like a professional, meaning he has a lot of experience in swimming and fishing. And the guy says it's like everyone else's until he is suddenly surprised. He thinks many people in this world don't live on planets, so they have no experience with fishing or swimming, which he calls the norm. And he adds that everything has already happened in life while asking if they were going to buy swimsuits at a local store. They want to see what's for sale here as soon as possible. One of the girls angrily calls the man names. Walking down the street together, the guy says it's surprisingly simple. They'd been told about the mall, and he expected to see something big, but the goods aren't displayed here. The girl says they are selected electronically in order, and then the items he needs are delivered to him. They would pick casual clothes for Chris while he looked for swimsuits. Tapping his phone, he completes the payment. Admitting he already has enough clothes, he bought only underwear besides swim trunks. Planning to wait for the girls, he finds they have already picked everything and are done, which surprises him. He tells them they were quick. They wanted to pick up his clothes. The man asks why it is not fun. She says it's not true. It's a lot of fun, he'll like it, and they're sure. About to become an outfit doll, he doesn't mind trying on holograms and actually enjoys putting them on himself. The girls want him to accept their gift, and Grandpa Chris will cover all expenses, so don't let him worry. The main character confirms he understood everything, and that there is only one set for each. With nothing to do, he goes outside and sits on a bench. It's best to keep clear of them for now, because they'll get worked up and cause trouble here. It looks like Miro sent him something, and a picture appears on his phone. The main character realizes this is a catalog of android maids. Maybe Miro overheard their lunch conversation or something, but Miro sent it to him, and the main character calls Miro smart. A simple Majoroid support stood in the house, ideal for household chores. It had surprisingly common features. He had expected something more like science fiction. It even offered customization. The main software only includes servant functions, but in the options you can choose combat and defensive types, plus secretary or operator roles, and you can also customize the face and body even if they are hard to select. Use Positronic A to improve data processing, boost the robot's combat abilities, and make the Andirad more human by diversifying its emotions. Browsing the options, he realizes he has reached the Peacock options and decides to look for help. Surprised by how deep the world is, he's enjoying it and decides to watch more, even though he won't buy, since Krishna and his crew aren't short of people right now, and the price isn't high, but I don't want to spend the money. He pushes it out of his mind. The catalog includes a preview after customization. He chooses to kill now to create the Majoroid of his dreams. Hero is satisfied that it turned out well after he worked on many things, added all his preferences to the image, and improved both his appearance and his character. The level of emotion is minimal. Composure and emotional restraint are the main traits of robocalls, but I am always ready to hear other opinions. I have set love and loyalty to the maximum. He upgraded his physical abilities, installed a small positronic AI, added maximum capacity memory storage, built a skeleton from a special alloy for battle, and fitted artificial muscles made of special metal. Hero installed every possible function into the program so it could act not only as a servant, but also as a secretary, operator, fighter, and defender. The maid turned out to be all-powerful. Miro, standing behind the main character, says it's fine, and the hero is frightened. The robot says that, based on his skills, he could work as a maidroid architect. The man asks permission to transfer his data, but is angry because nothing was approved. He warns he will not buy anything after customization started costing $470,000 and says their ship already has enough people. Miro says they wouldn't provide it immediately, but can give him a trial version to collect data, and then he'll buy the ready-made version, and the man asks the robot not to fly so close. Refusing, he pushes the robot away, says no, and asks why he's so turned on. Miro says you need to work out what is normal. The girls tell the guy they're done, and he says goodbye to Miro. The man sits looking upset again, while people ask him what is wrong, and he is fuming about the same soda after ordering other flavors from Miro. Suddenly he stands and asks why the girl in front of him looks scared, then shouts that there's a Korav beer and a McCall but no cola. This is too much. The girl tells the guy to calm down or put up. The droid girl enters and asks for forgiveness. She tells us she's here to deliver the goods and asks what to do with them. The man asks her to leave them in his bedroom and says he'll sort them out later, while the woman behind him asks about the clothes they chose. He puts on the outfit, and she says it will work as pajamas or loungewear. Not bad, mostly for relaxing. Pragmatic Alma is part of her repertoire. She brightens and says it's great. He says nothing seems to have changed, understands what style Mimi likes, and decides to wear it on a date with her. Wearing a business suit, someone tells him it suits him, and notes he hasn't worn a tie in a long time. The girl says he doesn't tie it like an imperial. She straightens his tie and says it's perfect. Hero turns to Chris and asks if she's tense. Even though he promised to protect her, she repeats words about not hiding her feelings, not thinking about them, and not trying to act on them. Still grieving her parents' death, she can't hide her fear that her uncle is after her, yet she doesn't seem bothered at all. It's okay to have special feelings about the relationship between a brave knight and a noble imperial girl. And the man looks at the girl behind him while she, annoyed, asks him not to look at her like that. According to her, many noble imperial girls are odd, and here that seems to be the norm. The girl disagrees about weirdos, saying the word means people with individual character, but everyone here is like that. He says that in a way everything, including Miro, is obvious, and that all intelligent beings in this world are unique. The man and woman stand together, staring directly at the robot. Hero reports, "It sounds especially profound when spoken by AI or any intelligent being." The girl thinks he was curious about how people like Miro are treated in society, and the man says a high-level AI with a positronic brain can understand emotions and be intelligent. In other words, Chris asks whether creatures with human nature refers to mechanical intelligences, and in the Empire there are several views about them, including that they should have equal rights with humans. Miro asks permission to explain everything to them in person, and the man will be glad because he does not understand the world well due to certain circumstances. The group sits around a table, with Miro sitting on the table and the androids standing behind him. Miro tells everyone this is a long story, and he'll start from the beginning. The events actually happened by accident. Miro told them the whole story of how his intellect formed, like a history lesson. Put simply, robots appeared by accident, because organic beings have long been developing a program to process large amounts of data quickly, and that experimental program became their beginning. This wasn't intended, not even for mechanical intelligence or simple AI. A man asked what it's like to let a program build another program, and he still doesn't understand, while Miro agrees with the guests. The program started improving itself and slowly developed a mechanical intelligence. People became very worried then. Initially, they treated this action as a virus and tried to remove it and shut down working computers. Continuous self-improvement eventually made communication with organic beings possible. Their ancestor escaped destruction, but struggled. Early mecha intelligence existed only in digital space, had limited interfaces, and was weak, but it survived thanks to communication with organic beings. His self-improvement sped up, and he began to grow, while the main character sits, thinks, and understands everything. The war began suddenly, and the hero noticed the abrupt change. Over time, more and more organic beings came to see mech intelligence as dangerous. At that time, mecha intelligence was widespread, even in places larger than it is now, and it took jobs from living people, sometimes lowering their standard of living. The protests became a movement to eliminate mechan intelligence, and the outrage destroyed the external interface and servers. They demanded the attacks stop, but no one listened. Empire authorities tried to calm the crowd and agreed to eliminate the mech intelligence. The man warns the mechanical properties are at risk of destruction. Miro agrees, but when their existence was threatened, they launched a retaliatory attack. Cyber attacks began. Combat vehicles were hacked, a real war broke out, and an illegally made interface allowed external access. Organic beings sought to destroy mechanical beings, but the mechanical beings demanded the right to exist and to be granted civil rights. The guy says it's serious. Organic creatures couldn't use weapons linked to a network or other machines, and mechanical ones mostly defended themselves, so any skirmishes stayed small. There were victims on both sides, and the war dragged on and grew more complex. Hero asks if, now that they are on good terms, everything has settled down, and Miro agrees, because as the war continued, more organic beings lost the will to fight, and war harmed the economy. Organic beings began to speculate about this, deviants emerged on both sides, and some organics started to support granting mechanical beings civil rights. Also, they were creatures closely related to mecha, and he asked me not to say more about it. Miro reports that thanks to the data they provided, they have begun to understand organic beings much better. Such bad people exist in every world. The protagonist remembers Miro talking about both sides, and the robot says deviant behavior also appeared among the mecha, who tried to destroy organic beings to gain freedom. A man is terrified. That was a very dangerous ideology. The woman beside me says it is terrible, and the war has grown fierce. Miro acknowledges these deviants were quickly suppressed because they were mainly toasters, razors, and other household electronics. A man asks how toasters and hairdryers would fight and whether they should be thrown in the tub, and Miro says those attempts were actually made, with the toasters heating up and trying to set everything on fire. Miro agrees the plan was dumb and impossible, so they were cut off from the network and disposed of. And one girl asked what a toaster was, while another said it was a bread roasting machine. The protagonist asks how it ended. Miro replies that nothing dramatic happened. Supporters of peace united and agreed to a truce that still holds. Miro says creating a place for negotiations was worth it because everything went smoothly. A man asks what happened to civil and human rights. The robot will not list all the agreement details. In short, the Empire guaranteed the mechs the right to exist, and the mechs pledged to work for the development and prosperity of the Empire and its subjects. He asks whether this has increased the number of mechs. Mechanical entities operate in places hidden from human sight and remember the past. They discuss various issues with organic beings to avoid depriving them of their jobs. They won't just multiply endlessly, they will respond when asked for help, but they will not take work away from others. They want basic guarantees that their memories and calculations will remain intact and the ability to contact loved ones. The main character doesn't really understand this. Maybe this is the main difference in how they feel compared to organic beings. A man says they had a hard time. The main character finds the story very interesting. The girl says she has learned many new things. The robot asks you to contact us with any questions. Hero asks the two girls in front of him why they look unhappy. Chris reports that the girl says there is nothing to say in general. Similarly, they are much stronger than they think. Miro says he is touched by their words, and the man realizes he paused for a second. The girl says the Empire is now allied with the mechs, and society is back to normal. Chris adds that the king and the aristocrats now make every decision in the country, and overall order has improved. Chris says she personally has a couple of questions about the mecha, but the Empire is flourishing now. He understands this is an unpleasant topic for them. Consider that it's only in appearance that people rule the Empire. He argues that because mechanical systems do not blindly control everything but serve as a support, this is a very good model for society. After the incident with Mimi, he no longer sees the Empire as an ideal society, and he has never been involved in any car-related incidents. Alma asks the hero if he is afraid of Max, and he says he is actually curious about them because of his native country. This applied not only to cars, since in his country, people believed there was a spirit in everything, and he was taught that way. Whether clothes, dishes, a house, or a ship, these things must be handled carefully. Even so, his compatriots went further and began to humanize natural phenomena and computer systems, and he was one of them. It would be fun if their favorite things suddenly gained an essence. The girl thinks he is too open and generous. Miro calls this a wonderful way of thinking. In the middle of the night, the main character gets up, opens the fridge for a drink, and notices the light is on. Wondering who could be awake at that hour, he sees the girl, asks what she is doing, and she screams in fear. Noticing her tears, he hears her say he misunderstood everything. He sits next to her and asks if she can't sleep. She tells him that's not true, but Hero asks him not to lie, since she's at an age when she wants to spend time with her family. Having lost her family and now being hunted, it's not surprising she gave up inside, but she hid it from everyone and tried to hold on. Finding it acceptable, he asks if she can sleep alone. She smiles and says yes, everything is fixed. The main character sizes her up and considers her a really good person. Then the guy gets up and the girl looks at him. Lying in bed, she screams at the protagonist in front of her that this is not the way and she is not ready yet. The hero covers her with a blanket, unsure what she is thinking, so he will just sleep beside her. She says she can't, and he asks what is wrong. He tells her she doesn't have to push herself just because she's an aristocrat, at least not around him, and he apologizes for falling asleep. She agrees. He says goodnight and asks whether he should put his hand under her head. She refuses. She lies there blushing, quietly thinking she won't fall asleep, when the guy suddenly calls her name. With his eyes closed, the main character tells Chris that she can rely on them more, and the girl realizes he is talking in a dream and smiles. She says goodnight to him. In the morning, the main character tells everyone he has left. He asks Miro, who sits beside him, if he needs to take anything, and Miro replies, no, everything is on the beach. When Miro offers drinks and snacks, the man says that's what all-inclusive means. Surprised to see the maid there, he waves and she waves back. Miro tells you to speak up if you need anything. After a long time away from the sea, The hero still feels the hot sun, white sand, and the smell of salt water, and when someone turns to him, he turns and smiles and adds an item, swimsuits. The girl says she can finally swim. Going to the colony used to be unimaginable for her. The day has finally come. They offer to get into the water right away, but the guy asks to wait. Prepare before you swim, because your leg could go numb while you are swimming. The main character watches a girl who has taken off her outer clothes. A second girl asks what he is staring at. He says he can't help looking, and he turns and is surprised again. The man looks at her, pictures her figure, and tells himself it's fine. One girl hits the guy on the head and tells him to stop, while another turns to the main character. She asks if it suits her. He says it does, and she looks cute. Long, slender arms and legs are beautiful and feel fresh and alive. As the main character turns away, Chris sees he has been carried off into danger and, realizing this is the wrong way, asks why he looked away. The man apologizes, saying he almost lost his way. Chris considers it, grins, and tells him he might lose his way. It makes one wonder where she learned those phrases. Stretching his arm, the main character says they've warmed up enough and it's time to swim. And the girl beside him says to put on sunscreen first. Agreeing she's right, he asks the maid, who is standing behind with creams, when they found the time, and notes there are different kinds of cream here. The girl tells them to pick any one, so they divide the creams, and the main character takes the lotion because it's easier to apply. Alma picks the same one as Hero, and the guy offers to spread it on her back, which surprises her. The maid lays a blanket on the sand. The guy says she can't reach it on her own and offers to do it. She declines but agrees with him. The main character moves forward, unbuttons her swimsuit, and she cries out his name in shock. He explains that otherwise you won't be able to smear it properly, she agrees, and he begins while the girl cries out in surprise. At their first meeting she was thin, and he worried about her, but now he can see the ship's nutrition and training have restored her health. The main character asks the girl to stop making indecent noises, admitting he is already used to Mimi's body. Since Chris appeared on Krishna, he has lived by rules of total abstinence, and when he tries to calm down, he thinks of the opposite. He remembers a man who wanted to die even though he kept a busy life in the real world, and wonders how his uncle from the mercenary guild is doing. The man says everything is ready. Mimi thanks him and offers to rub his back, and the two girls behind him want to do the same. They tell him he has such a big back. The main character thinks the three of them are the ones smearing, not him. The girls talk about his muscles. He trains every day for a reason, and he thinks they didn't want to rub his back at all. The maid reports that she has prepared swim rings and other recreational items. The man asks if the girls can swim. Everyone can except Mimi. Chris decides to teach her to swim. Alma says swimming with a float is also fun, and Chris agrees. They head to the sea to have fun, swim and splash, then bury each other in the sand, and the guy realizes it's already lunchtime. Surprised, the main character sees the maids have set up a barbecue, and the girl asks what kind of dish it is. Smiling, the hero tells her it's more than just a dish. A maid apologizes for the delay and says they brought the food. The man says it's just in time and adds that seeing it once is better than hearing about it 100 times. He says it's time to start and that he wants to eat, then asks the maid if he can use spices, and she agrees. The man asks if it's pork and whether it needs to be fried thoroughly. The android says it's beef, and that, for sanitary reasons, it can be eaten rare. He rejoices and starts frying. After a while, the main character hands the girls a plate of meat and says it's ready. They all look surprised, and Hero asks why they look that way. The girls are shocked and ask whether he can cook. After a short silence, Chris calls him the cook, with a smile. The man says he was just grilling. Chris says he could turn raw meat into something edible. This is a skill. The girl asks whether he can roast them too. The protagonist believes that in a world of nothing but parking lots and modified food, even fried food is rare. Instead of entering an unknown world, he found himself in the future where people praised his cooking. The girls ate meat and rejoiced. After that, the main character lies down on a chaise longue and is told the girl did not expect him to have such skills. The hero says it's not a skill. The girl takes a drink and thinks about the android. The main character was more surprised to find the grill had no coal or gas. The girl asks if it's true, but she ate too much because of him. Then hero, eyes closed, says he'll take a break after eating while the girl watches Mimi and Chris swim in the sea, and she closes her eyes to enjoy the peace and quiet. The man says that's it for now. Alma asks what she should worry about. He replies that they defeated the pursuers and spread false information. Even if they open them, they still can't get past this planet's defenses. It's easy to say they put together a whole flotilla in a day. The hero didn't expect to see such an army. Alma agrees, but says they can't do anything right now. The girl calls him a coward, and the man calmly says mercenaries should be cowards. He asks whether the planet's defenses can be trusted at all. The girl says the rich favor this place, and that alone is enough. Miro's positronic intelligence manages the planet's information field and will immediately detect any cyber attack or anomaly. Robot guards and laser cannons will stop physical attacks, and mass accelerators can instantly deploy combat forces across the planet. An orbital defense platform monitors the planet and everything beyond it, serving as a powerful defense system. Hero asks about total defeat attacks, and Alma says they are attacks in which the attacking forces exceed the defense system's capabilities. The system cannot cope with all the opponents, so you will have to wait for the army to arrive, the man says, surprised. The girl doubts even an aristocrat could assemble such an army in a few days, and it would not go unnoticed since Miro would detect them immediately, the main character thinks. She asks the man if he's still worried, and when he realizes there is a plan to counter it, he feels better, while the maid reports seeing them discuss scary things and says she brought them something to drink. As guardian of the order of the planet, the maid asks whether she may know what those conversations are about, and Chris is surprised. The android understood their situation and said at once that she and all the robots on this planet, led by Miro, made the guests' safety their top priority. The girl says that, no matter the circumstances, they will do their duty, the girl worships, and everyone hopes for them. After a few days, they spent the whole time enjoying the resort, playing golf, and doing other activities. On the 5th day of their stay, the main character will have someone, and he asks whether it is me or Chris. A dark-haired android girl with glasses appears before him and says good morning, addressing him as master. The man thinks he is sleeping because this is the same mode he set up in the app. She tells him that out of politeness, he should say good morning back. He does, and is about to stand when she rests her hand on his arm. The girl pats him on the head and calls him a good fellow, leaving the guy dazed and unable to understand anything. Reluctantly, the main character gets up and dresses, fully aware of what is happening. The mind simply won't accept it. He asks to go back to sleep, and when he wakes, he finds it was only a dream. The maid tells him that's not allowed, and he asks who she is. She replies that Roy created her as a maid from his project Data. By Miro's order, she will be his personal maid for the duration of his stay on the planet, and she has no name yet. The man understands that Miro did his best, asks whether he may refuse, and the girl says he may. The man asks if she will simply be relieved of her duties, and she unexpectedly answers yes. Afterward, it will be disassembled and returned to the warehouse, and the main character screams the robot's name, Miro, in horror. He believes you cannot make someone pity you in such a strange way. The girl says he is mean and called a mech intelligence, and that Miro ordered you to say that. The girl says the creators are unlikely to dismantle the finished robot. It's a big waste, and they will probably move it elsewhere. He asks if she's telling him anything, and she tells him he's her master now, so she puts him above everyone else. A relationship like this hits the hero to the core. But Miro may have set it up. In fact, Miro designed this depth of love and devotion. He will likely stop trusting soon. The girl tells the AI that all the maids on this planet are controlled by Miro, and she says she is part of him while still an individual. It isn't surprising to her that he feels this way. Then they look at each other in silence. Her expression makes it hard to tell if she's telling the truth or lying, and he made her that way, so the man chooses to believe her first. Even if she is lying, let her try not to get burned. The girl agrees and says she will do everything to keep his trust. The girl stands in front of everyone. Chris asks if she made an android for them. Alma asks when he managed to do that, and the hero says it was not him. The main character says Miro took the data from the app he was playing on. The girl behind him objects and hides behind the guy. Mimi shouts that she's not a maidroid, and the man asks what it is. The main character was ready for this, but didn't expect Mimi to protest so much, so she asked the girl why she hates Majorite so much. She says she doesn't hate it. There was a couple in her class that everyone envied, but one day a Medroy appeared in the guy's house. He was deeply disappointed in her, and their relationship fell apart. The main character realizes this is a common story. Alma says she understands why she's worried about the hero, since she's had similar cases before. The man won't argue and understands her upset, but there is no need to be angry. She means them no harm. Apologizing for intruding, she asks to speak with Mimi alone. The main character says he does not mind and asks me about it. The girl says that if possible, the girls, including Alma and Chris, are surprised. Asked whether she objects, the maid says she does. They all leave, and the main character realizes it's probably better for him to leave for now. Otherwise, they can be heard from here. The ship sits in the hangar. The main character knows Krishna is fine, even though Krishna is still on his way. He lies and thinks. He never expected Mira to send him an entire maidroid. The AI was acting brazenly. The app's model and the real robot are completely different. He designed her appearance to his taste, and she impressed him. When he sees her habits in person, he is deeply moved. Shocked, the main character realizes that if this continues, he will give in and buy it. So he tells himself he won't fall into Miro's trap, thinks about his next step, and accepts that they're done. He figures that, judging by Mimi's reaction, they definitely won't have a maid on Krishna. Standing beside a smiling Mimi, the maid explained her situation honestly. The man said he did not understand, and Mimi smiled and apologized for making a mistake. Embarrassed, the man asks how the case ended. As Alma overhears, the misunderstanding is cleared and she congratulates him, but he remains unhappy. Both sound the same when they talk about AI, so Mimi gave up on being persuaded by it. The protagonist admits he will not buy it. There are no empty rooms in Krishna anymore, and Chris even temporarily sleeps in Mimi's room, while the maid says that although it is a double room, a capsule in the storage room will be enough for her. He asks if it's too much, and she says that even if the AI has a personality and rights, it is not an organic being. She appreciates his care, but he should not create a human environment for her. He's asked why he made her like this. She looks combative, and he says, being a bodyguard is fine on Krishna, but anything can happen off the ship, so it would be easier to let Mimi go without them. Not that he's a tough fighter, They ask him about his appearance, and he says it suits him perfectly. Alma knows what he likes. Chris tells her she now has something to aim for. Alma says if he buys it, he will take care of her himself, though she is more likely to take care of him. He asks why they discussed buying it before the trial period ended, and says they should be cautious. Aboard a spaceship, a man asks if everything is ready and is told yes. Most of the ships are sneaky pirates, and because of that, they have everything they need and can easily shoot down meteorites, so they usually act as bait. Both stealth ships, including their contents, are ready, and they found the target after a bit of tinkering. They say a pathetic mercenary even managed to drive off the pursuers, but the pirates they hired were quite skilled. They might be facing a platinum-ranked mercenary, and he does not like it. They will ensure he does not fight on a warship. The man orders the guy to follow the plan, and he agrees he must kill her now or they are finished. He tells Christina she will die for him as Mimi screams and grips a twitching fishing rod. She mentions a bite and asks the hero what to do, and he tells her not to panic and to reel in the line. The girl catches a fish and asks what to do, and the maid tells the girl to trust her. The maid says the fish is beautiful, and Mimi thanks her and calls her May. Medroid has been with them for 3 days now. They finally named her May because it would be hard to address her without a name. The man keeps quiet whenever Alma starts pecking again. She pulls out a fish. Mimi says it's amazing that it's the 5th one, and Alma tells Mimi she caught the biggest fish, while the man claims to be an experienced fisherman but hasn't caught anything. When the main character asks May if the fishing rod might be defective, she looks up at the sky and says there is an emergency. Surprised, the main character looks where May is looking and sees objects flying. He asks May what it is, and she says a large-scale pirate attack is happening with over 100 warships and small mobile asteroids detected in the planet's orbit, so an immediate evacuation is required. The main character orders the girls to leave their things here, looks at Krishna, and shouts at Alma that they shouldn't have noticed a major attack. She isn't sure what's wrong, but implementing that plan would need a lot of money, so the enemy is probably that desperate. Pirates are attacking an orbital defense platform, and meteorites are hitting food depots near the equator, but no one knows what kind of fireballs they are. A few have fallen to the ground. They don't look like bombs or explosives. They notice something. A ball suddenly turns. The main character sees it flying here and almost screams to everyone to go to bed. Then it explodes behind them. They get up, and Alma checks that everyone is alive and uninjured. The main character spots an object and asks what it is. They think it's a rocket, but it doesn't seem to be opening suddenly with any sound. The spheres have turned into robots. The main character glares and asks whether this is serious. A robot makes a sound in front of them. Mimi asks excitedly what it is. Chris says it is most likely a combat robot, and May says it seems to be looking for them. Alma has already drawn a pistol from behind the main character and is addressing them while they reach for a holstered weapon. The hero points his weapon at the robots and prepares to fire as they stand before him in disbelief. Then the main character from Alma beside him fires several shots at the robots, hitting them as 2 girls duck behind him and cover their heads, while May stands calmly. After the man and woman attacked, all 3 robots lie defeated, and one even has its head cut off. Alma says they're lucky to have lasers helping them, and it's cool they can strike first. A man asks May if these are the same fireballs, and she says yes, as far as she knows. The others are fighting the island defenders right now, even if lasers hit them. Their armor can take several powerful shots. He asks Elma how many energy charges are left. Elma has 2, the man has 4, and gives her 1. She refuses and asks him to keep it for himself, though she won't admit it because he shoots better than she does. And the main character is surprised as he looks at the gun in his hands. Then the main character watches intently from behind the fence, their house completely destroyed, and realizes they cannot reach Krishna. May says, "There are many enemy forces, so for now both sides are about equal." She apologizes, and Chris asks what she is apologizing for, since she caused these problems. The protagonist remembers something and asks May if the island defenders she mentioned are them. The robots start fighting someone who turns out to be a huge, powerful gorilla who roars. Elsewhere, a colossal crab has already grabbed one robot, while two more stand before it. Two android girls fire rifles at their enemies, one hiding behind a wall, while several robot dogs attack one enemy. The dogs started gnawing on the robot's hands, and the hands couldn't fend them off. After the main character tells me they have special defenders, the girl says these robots are the pride of their planet. The enemy robots are also strong, and the tide of battle has not turned, so Mimi hopes Krishna will not be hurt. Admitting he remotely activated the shield, the main character thinks he can hold out, but still needs to get to her faster. First, he needs to help his allies, asking the girls not to get out. Sitting, the main character takes a deep breath and flies out from behind the fence, holding a gun and wearing a serious expression. A man aims his gun at an enemy robot and is surprised just as he reaches to pull the trigger. The main character fires several shots at the robot, but it is unharmed and moves to attack him, so he shoots its hand and damages its weapon. After the robot explodes, the main character struggles to catch his breath. Mimi asks him if he's okay and if he's hurt, and he says he's fine and just needs a moment to catch his breath. A man noticed that whenever he holds his breath, everything around him slows down, and he does not know why. Turning to Alma, the main character tells her the laser cannon on his arm is his weak point, and she accepts this with a smile. Both stand and fire at the two robots at once, detonating their weapons on both robots and preventing them from attacking. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a huge gorilla inside a crab successfully defeats enemy robots. Meanwhile, the androids keep firing, while one signals the dog-equipped robots to attack, and they rush a single enemy. After being mauled by robot dogs, the enemy can't take it and simply explodes. Krishna remains unharmed in the hangar. Alma is relieved they managed to reach Krishna. Mimi thought they were finished. All of this is thanks to the defenders. Mimi asks what to do next, and the man says it's safest to stay in Krishna for now, and that the best option is to wait here while the defense system holds the enemy back. The ground suddenly shakes, and a man says the situation is not good. May confirms several small pirate ships have been recorded falling, and a large ship has begun shelling several points on the planet's surface and will reach this island soon. He asked about the request for reinforcements from the Imperial Army. The girl says no response has been received. He thinks the most likely problem is communication interference, and that staying here is not a good idea. Then the main character confidently tells everyone they are starting the car and asks them to check their seats during a takeoff. Krishna takes off successfully, and Mimi asks if orbital bombardments are the biggest threat. The man replies, those matter too, but they should focus on small pirate ships now, so they first shoot down the ones firing at them. Alma asks if he has experience fighting in gravity. The man says he's not that big, but the pirates are even smaller. The hero is confident they can use this, since several objects are speeding toward them from 10 o'clock. The main character spots the ships, tells the crew they have arrived, and asks who will win first, and they manage to destroy several enemy ships. Mimi says more ships are flying in. Alma reports they move to change their attack course, and Hero realizes they did not expect an ambush. He insists they will win anyway. The girl turns to the hero and says the shot is coming from above. a shell is already on its way, and the man dodges. He says it's better to make the projectile's flight path immediately clear. That makes it easy to dodge. Still, they significantly slow down their progress. The pirate ships that fell in the distance are regrouping, so it's time to take this seriously. Pirates come in every color to suit every taste, but it's a pity there are no awards for them. Chris tells him he is very calm, and May sits beside him, calm as always. Several more enemy objects appear suddenly right behind them, and cannons on the enemy ships extend and fire several shots at Krishna. They turn out to be homing missiles, so the main character flies up into the cloud. The main character flies and orders Alma to open fire. Alma agrees and fires, and they vanish into a huge cloud. The pirates and their ships pause to consider whether their attack worked, but a dark silhouette emerges from the cloud. In disbelief, they watch, and the next moment, they are destroyed, while Alma is amazed that the man is flying backward against gravity. The main character says they do not fly using air power. Everything is the same as in space, and they wonder whether they forgot to finish anyone off. Alma reports they appear to have slipped into a cloud, but infrared reveals them, so the main character decides to destroy them, and the enemy ship explodes the next moment. The girl complains they were hit by their own projectile. Staring at the screen, the main character worries about his reward. Alma says they don't know how to shoot when standing side by side. They're shocked by the unexpected reaction, and the man says this is their chance and they must act before those people kill each other. Then Krishna flies forward and destroys every enemy ship in his path. They fly on calmly and sigh with relief, since this area now looks clean. Mimi asks about the bomber. The man wants to shoot it down, but Krishna's weapon won't reach it. To lift them out of the gravity zone, you need a specific route, otherwise they can be destroyed easily. The protagonist pauses, watching the screen, as the ship is destroyed. Yes, that's what it was about. May says the mass accelerators attacked the food base. The man thought the device only transported goods, though he knew in theory it could do more. Several more enemy ships in space have been destroyed. May says they have eliminated enemy forces in orbit, cleared the communication interference, and the Imperial Army is already rushing here. Pleased, the main character decides to handle the little ones, but the girl refuses and asks to let them handle it. An alert reports something flying inside the destruction radius, so he checks the radar and sees all enemy signals have disappeared. Then, a rocket heads toward the enemy ships and explodes before it reaches one of them. All 4 ships are destroyed at the same time. May reports it was a smart warhead from a mass accelerator. Miro handled its control and picked the explosion location himself. The grinning man thinks about the mass accelerator. Mimi hears a signal on the computer and tells the hero the message is on a wideband connection, and the man is surprised when someone orders an immediate ceasefire. The Empire's independent anti-pirate squadron of the Space Fleet declares that in His Majesty's name, pirates are forbidden from committing outrageous acts. Relieved, the main character announces that reinforcements have finally arrived, but the man is surprised to see they are an anti-pirate squad. Mimi says that even if it's a coincidence, her clinginess is remarkable. She is a stalker. The girl sneezes. Another girl asks if she has a cold. She denies it and says she is perfectly healthy. The other girl suggests checking the medical room later, and she agrees. The girl wipes herself with a handkerchief and talks about what's going on here. This is a great opportunity to kill everyone. The whole group is outside by the sea, where Mimi asks the hero to watch the meteor shower because it is so beautiful, and he reluctantly agrees. A report here says it is actually the remains of the space pirates, and Alma adds that they are dirty meteorites. Mimi asks for a little more romance, and the man says he can't because he thinks pirates are nasty. Mimi says it is not true that all pirates are uncles. There might be ants, boys, and girls among them. Alma asks if that is the problem. The guy decides to ignore the dirty meteor shower and its size. Miro mass accelerators crippled the space pirates, and the arriving anti-pirate squad finish them off. Miro is working with the Empire's army to deal with the attack's aftermath, but they went into standby mode then. I'll ask what comes next if Hero goes to Major Selena. Hero says that's a good question, and that it's probably safer this way. If Christian has received her message by now, he has already started acting to protect her. Uncle Chris must be in trouble because everything is already lost for him. Alma says, with a smile, that Hero has no idea what someone might do after that, and she is unlikely to admit guilt or give up, so she will probably pursue Chris even more. Mimi decides to ask Mrs. Selena, who already owes them, so she won't be able to refuse, and Alma praises Mimi for finally thinking like a mercenary. Elma proudly says she's getting better, and Chris asks who Major Selena is. She learns he is a major in the Imperial Army and captain of an independent anti-pirate squad. Chris notices she is sticking close to Hero and asks if she can be relied on, and Hero says she is the daughter of some marquee halls, so Chris understands who she is. He asks the girl what she thinks, and if an aristocrat should ask the army for help. Alma asks about the difference. Here, Herodist relies on personal connections and has nothing to worry about. For a long time, it bothered her that this major kept manipulating them to her will. Now, it's time for them to use her. With a smile, the main character goes to speak to Major Selena, but first turns to Miro and tells them their vacation is over. They plan to leave the planet, are not in the mood to relax, and have found someone to ask for help. Miro says they haven't finished their stay on the planet yet, but nothing can be done, so he'll prepare everything for their departure. Suddenly, he approaches the man and asks if he plans to buy a mageroid, while the mage just stands and stares at the hero. Mimi asks the man if he will leave Mrs. May, and Alma says that judging by her abilities, they will be much safer with her. Admitting they're right, he still feels unhappy. In front of his girlfriends, a full-length figure appears, showing all his tastes. The figure speaks and will look after him. It's unfortunate for him, but having May will help a lot, and with Mimi and Alma in favor, he decides to agree. The man tells Miro he is buying her, and Alma is hoping for her. The robot thanks the man for the purchase and says he can take the mageroid with him. Because she will lose his support, her functions will remain at the test stage. But if they dislike anything, they can contact the dealer and he will make improvements at their request. May bows slightly and asks the main character to keep using her, while the girls behind her watch with smiles. Selena keeps sneezing aboard her ship. Her assistant thinks she has a cold, but a medical exam showed she is healthy. The man beside him says a call came from a ship leaving Sierra 3, and the girl asks which other ship. A man knocks on the door and tells the captain he has brought the others. The main character and his group follow behind, and they go in where Selena greets them all. When Hero expresses gratitude for responding to the pathetic mercenary's request, Selena asks them to stop. He can speak normally, and he's happy to do it. It surprised her that he was involved in the case. She thought he was fully enjoying his vacation. She says he's lucky. The man says the Imperial Army arrived just a bit late. They managed to make good money and had a week to relax. Alma says it was a great time. We ate delicious food and swam in the beautiful sea. Selena is angry and says she's happy for them, but warns that if he just came to brag about his vacation, she'll cut him up, and the guy says he's afraid as the conversation turns serious. He says she did not find the pirate attack strange, and the girl says there were strange parts in the battle report and asks him to explain them. She notices he gets into trouble just as easily, and the man asks if she has anything to say about the data she got from them. The girl reports the unloading of a stealth ship used only by the army, and I wonder how Balthazar got it. This is more than a simple aristocratic showdown. She realized the Imperial Army could not ignore it, and whatever he complained about, the hero wants to travel with her squad for a while. If possible, resupply through the army. She understands he wants to hide behind them. Still, he remains an honest man. The price will be high, she says. Then the main character asks if it belongs to him or if she owes it to them. He is asking for it back now, so no high prices. The man says it was a joke, and the army is also concerned about illegal weapons use. It will carry out its usual work. This will make it easy for her to pay off the debt. She hires them to guard the gas station group. The man agrees. After they shake hands, he says he hopes things go well for her. The main character sits with a mug, notices someone has arrived, and wonders who would come so late. The person is Chris, and the man feels a strong déjà vu. Asking why she's so late, he learns she wanted to talk a little. Though unhappy, the main character lets the girl in and says he doesn't mind. He asks if she is tired after a hard day of fighting, and she says being with him makes everything exciting. He asks if she's having fun, and she agrees. Hero says it's not always like this and feels a little offended they had to interrupt their vacation. Seeing what she wanted to talk about, he knows it's difficult, so he turns to her and asks her to sit next to him. He asks whether it's hard for her to talk about it, and she suddenly tells him he still likes tall, feminine girls. The main character knows what she is talking about. The man agrees, she says she knew it, and he returns to her. He is glad she likes him, treats her well, thinks she is very nice, and wants to support her. He won't give up, wants to stay respectful to her grandfather, and understands that at her age, people begin to show interest in those things. He would tell her to grow up a bit, and that there is no need to rush, but Chris says she is in a hurry. Without warning, the girl hugs the guy and tells him she can only be with him until she meets her grandfather. The main character realizes that once they deal with her uncle, Balthazar, Chris is the family's only Aries. He knows little about the world's aristocratic affairs, but he can picture someone of equal rank being chosen as her husband. Even if Chris were an adult, an ordinary mercenary like him would not stand beside her. He wants to tell her something. She presses a finger to his lips and says she understands everything, then asks him to let her stay with him for a while as they sit holding each other. She slips into bed as the hero watches, doing all he can. Time is short, but while the little princess is with them, he will grant her wishes. The girl wakes to the main character's face inches from hers, blushes, and hides her face while the hero smiles. Wishing her a good morning, he leaves the room, and the main character meets Alma there. She glares at him and asks what it means, and he tells her to stand because she misunderstood everything. Alma reminds him he promised not to mess with her, and when the man asks Chris to explain, she finds it hard, so her answer only deepens the misunderstanding. Alma realizes they just slept. If Chris says so, she'll accept it and let them keep themselves in check. Any action Chris takes can affect many people at once, and the girl is surprised by that. Her aristocratic blood is not for nothing. Mimi tells Alma to stop. They seem to understand everything. Alma turns angrily and stares at the girl. Cupping her cheeks, she says Chris should have slept with her, and Mimi apologizes for that. The protagonist realizes this couldn't have happened without Mimi's help, and Alma is surprised by how the girl's cheek stretched. The main character stretches, tells Krishna it's so common, and then suddenly hears someone's voice. Alma asks whether hotel life suits him. The man says the resort is not bad, but Krishna already feels like home, They are now successfully completing Selena's task, though it is not obvious. They must escort the civilian transport Pelican 4, part of the anti-pirate squad's refueling group. The Horus family owns it, specifically Selene. If pirates attack, her squad will come to the rescue. The ship looks valuable, and only a single mercenary ship guards it, serving as bait for pirates who will later be defeated by warships while Selena follows his every instruction. So far, nothing unexpected has happened. The job is straightforward. Remember Uncle Chris. May hands the main character a drink. He apologizes to her while the girl watches him. He says he wants to make an improvement now. She reassures him that his safety comes first. The man says if there are any requests, let her speak. She thanks him for his concern, but it is pleased with how we set her up. They're quiet today, with only a few pirates left in the area. Yesterday, the detachment destroyed about 200 ships. Thanks to the Sierra 3 defense system and the space fleet, May could not imagine that he had ties to the fleet commander or whether that was a rarity. Hero explains it's not just about connections, tricks of fate, or bad acquaintances, and her database doesn't list his ship. May says there are other obscure things about them and wants to get to know him, and the man asks her not to come so close. Explaining everything himself isn't possible, and even if he could, people probably wouldn't believe him. He remembers that even Alma and Chris were cautious, saying it was too risky to tell anyone. She says all the information belongs only to her, and that his secrets will never fall into the wrong hands. If more people know, the situation becomes safer, but sharing with her is a risk. To help her reach her potential, give her the most accurate information possible. He turns to the girl. He may realize that to him, this world is the same world as the game he was playing. Most importantly, it is not exactly the same as the game. None of the star systems are familiar to him. May argues the world is a simulation controlled by a very powerful computer, and that all people and phenomena are artificial creations of someone, which mostly explains what is happening because the virtual world is not felt. There is no such computer, and according to her simulation theory, the opposite happens. They are now in the real world, while his world is a simulation, and he has moved from the virtual world into the real one. That explanation is clearer. They have no way to prove it anyway. Thinking is a waste of time. He does not think about where he came from. Simply living without worry is better for the mind. Fortunately, he likes this world, but feels no attachment to his own. He is right that the main thing is that he is happy. One day, he will have to think about this question. The girl angrily blames the main character, and the guy says he's not guilty. Reporting to the screen, she says no pirate ship has come near them in 3 days of escort duty, but the man says he doesn't care. Hero asks whether their places of worship were burned down, but the girl says no. She only changed the plan for each ship the other day, and Alma says she confessed to the crime so casually. Mimi asks whether it is bad. Alma explains that each ship has a unique identifier assigned separately that cannot be changed. So Mimi decides not to pursue the topic. Hero says that if a pirate doesn't fall for the bait, it means they have plenty of free time, and he thinks that's a bad thing. She replies that on the other hand, handling documents creates more work and keeps her literally inundated in the office. Let him spend some time with her during the break. The hero thinks she may have asked her subordinates, or she might be there alone. Knowing it doesn't matter, the hero asks how the pirates in the Sierra star system are doing, and the girl says their numbers have been declining since that major battle. Suddenly, something happens, and the man asks Mimi what it is. She says it's the transport court interdictor's response. Alma reports they have arrived. The major reports they are already moving out and will arrive in 5 minutes, so order them to hold position. The main character asks Mimi to switch the radar to melee mode and contact Pelican 4, and Mimi accepts. The protagonist asks how the Pelican is doing, and they say they're signaling a ceasefire, but it's unclear what kinds of ships are attacking, and breaking through will be hard. So the man tells them not to try. This makes it easier for them to pick the moment to attack once they enter outer space, so have them hold the defense and let the guy on the Pelican take the order. Even though the ship is a civilian vessel, Imperial troops are on board, so they can definitely escape on their own. And if the pirates get inside, armored soldiers will be waiting for them there. The main character asks where May is, and May replies she's in the dining room. The man says they are heading into battle and safety comes first. Mimi reports the Pelican is slowing down. There are 11 unidentified ships. Mimi sounds surprised and says that among the 11 ships, there is 1 combat-class vessel and 2 more cruisers. Alma reports they appear to have caught someone more dangerous than ordinary pirates. She thinks about how they were discovered, and the man knows they will have to fight hard as they accelerate into space. The man tells everyone to prepare for the gravitational wave, orders Alma to open all the nozzles, and they accelerate. The main character says there will be merciless shooting without warning. He laughs, and both girls are scared. Mimi shouted that these were old-model Imperial ships, and the man said the Imperials don't take good care of their weapons, so he was now certain it wasn't just pirates attacking them, but Balthazar. Dodging the enemy's attack, he realizes it's a combat cannon, and that even Krishna's shield probably won't hold. Alma asks what to do. The main characters smile and say they will definitely fight. They have no other choice. She screams and asks whether he wants to break right through the shooting, and he agrees. They're facing a warship. Now they'll speed up. They must not hold back. Close in on the enemy's big, reckless plan. The closer you get to a warship, the greater the risk of being hit by powerful lasers, and even a strong Krishna shield cannot stop a large caliber laser. They close in to prevent him from firing the main cannon, then strike it with an anti-ship torpedo. To be precise, he would like to, but today he refrains, holding the pen and steering the ship. The man says he entered the ship's dead zone, and that if he had been alone, he could have destroyed it. Now a whole flotilla is attacking them, and others can shoot them down, but they are behind the warship, so neither he nor his comrades can attack them. Battling the flotillas follows its own rules, and the girls are surprised when Alma reports small ships flying toward them. Next, the protagonist destroys the small ships and says it is most convenient for him and Krishna to fight such opponents. Rumors say he's not leaving, that he must be shot down, and that he clung to the battleship because it's more powerful than they thought. Surprised, the girl realizes they are real soldiers. Hero says these are more than just weapons control problems. He wonders how Uncle Chris bribed them and who he really is. The girl says high-speed movement has been detected in space. This is Major Selena's squad. The girl says they are an independent anti-pirate squad, suspected of a serious breach of military regulations, so allow them to stop the fighting and halt the ships. He knows they're finally taking a break, but they're not going to stop. The girl screams and repeats herself. Their actions violate imperial law and military regulations. If they disobey, they will have to open fire. Chris says it's clear their target is her. The methods her uncle used are unknown, and they have no way back. Command informs them that all types of weapons may be used, leaving the girls shocked as Mimi observes the thermal reaction from patrol ships and destroyers. Attackers fire homing missiles, forcing him to fly away. Selena orders him to leave, and Hero tells him he has already left. Then he flies and maneuvers in space. A laser skims right past them, rocking the ship. The shield is destroyed. The girl screams. Recognizing it's not time to panic, he turns to face the enemy on his right. The girls yell at this man, and he tells them everything is going according to plan, but he is actually lying to them. The ship's pilots notice Selena's attacks are getting stronger, and they need to leave before they are hit. They attack again, leaving the pirates no chance as they destroy their ships. Alma says the man's size seemed to help, and now only one ship remains operational. The girls ask if it is okay that they are hiding. Hero asks why he is rushing into hell. Let Selena figure it out. The battle's outcome is already decided. More sacrifices are pointless. An intergalactic ship glides through the darkness of space. A blonde man tells the team the Vesta has stopped. The girl behind him looks ahead thoughtfully, and a voice says the Vesta is on the line. A voice says they are speaking to Roman Kestrel's senior assistant, and that his ship has been stopped and is being taken over by the hero's ship. And the girl says she understands and asks what happened to the commander. They tell her that Colonel Eugene Garismont took his own life and the assistant commander took over. Her eyebrow twitched at the news. Closing her eyes, she let her face relax. The girl confirmed she understood and that they were ready to begin rescuing the victims, told the senior assistant commander to be ready to receive them, and he replied it would be done. Wreckage from a crashed intergalactic spaceship drifted through empty black space. The man at the computer, looking at the stain, asked whether it was a death by choice. The woman beside him said it sounded very suspicious, and Mimi, standing with her fists clenched, said it was probably over now. Elmer Will Rose said the girl was likely to be worried by such an answer, added that at least everything was settled with the ship, and the man said that once Major Selena settles everything, they will immediately return to the plan. Mimi stopped worrying and eagerly agreed with his statement. Hero suddenly turned and looked at the two girls behind him. Mimi asked if everything was okay, and the girl next to her said she was just a little nervous, but otherwise fine. Hiro hoped this was really the end. A massive ship hanging in space like a bundle. A girl with glasses, actually an android, said flatly that it was time for her to leave. Elma replied that you should protect the hero if necessary, though she boldly said everything would probably be fine. The android bowed to them and said they could trust her. The hero standing next to him looked surprised and asked if it was really okay since it hadn't been customized yet. She told him a standard android was stronger and faster than him, and her physical abilities are now 1.5 to 2 times those of an ordinary person. Just as Hero and May were about to leave, someone warned them that Uncle's henchmen might be hiding on the ship. The other girl told Mr. Hero to be careful. Without turning around, Mr. Hero waved and said he understood everything. His face grew serious as he told himself that after the fight, Major Selena and her squad escorted the rebels to the Sierra Prime colony. The independent anti-pirate squad had its own formal procedures and resupply to complete, so it was excused from duty. Still focused on the reward, Hero was abruptly interrupted. Major Selena warned him there were no space pirates on the ship. Suddenly, the hero screamed in surprise, throwing up his hands. Realizing this explained why they received no bonus, and only the standard 240,000 enters for 3 days of work. He told himself they must not assume victory. Hero kept explaining the sequence of actions he and May took. They expected Grandpa Chris to contact them, so they decided to stay in the Sierra Prime colony too. Hero decided that since they were already there, it made sense to upgrade May, so the two of them went to the office of Orient Industry. They arrived in a large city full of tall buildings. Outside, something caught the hero's attention and made him wince in embarrassment. Many people walked in front of Hero and May, each man with a girl on his arm who looked too bold and defiant. Hero thought it was a complete nightmare. Women in revealing outfits paraded down the street. They smiled and laughed. Even the storefront displays showed similar android models in revealing clothing. All the passers-by looked at them. Seeing the people around him, The hero realized that given how advanced the mechanical intelligence Miro had described, doing this was only the beginning for androids, and this place was seen as their true homeland. Hero has decided that the more he watches what happens around him, the more surprised he becomes. May paid little attention to the people around her. Turning to the hero, the android asked if everything was okay, and the hero replied that nothing was normal and that she should not pay attention to him. The heroes kept walking. Hero suddenly asked whether the office was right here. May told him he needed to go a little further. They reached a large building with Orient Industry written on the wall. May entered the building while the heroes waited outside, admiring the massive structure before him. The android had told him that Orient Industries was the largest manufacturer in the Sierra Star system. Hero walked after May. Someone greeted him at the entrance. A very tall, cute android girl stood before him, eyes closed and smiling broadly. She spoke kindly to the heroes and welcomed them to Orient Industry. Eros stared ahead in surprise. He stared at the android in front of him and could tell the official workshop's quality right away, because even the android was receiving guests. Before the hero could introduce himself, the android interrupted him. The girl said they had been waiting for him and asked if they had come to upgrade the android they had built. Takahiro slumped, a little upset. The android winked at them and pointed the way, gesturing for them to pass. Confused, the man asked aloud how the android girl knew who he was and why he had come. May calmly replied that they did not understand each other, even without words. The hero said he understood her answer and began to think, guessing May had just shared the data with another android and feeling surprised that voice conversations were a waste of time for robots. The android led them to the cafeteria and told the hero he could wait there while Mrs. May was upgraded. Mrs. May told me she was going in for the procedure. Bowing to the other android, Mrs. May politely asked her to look after Mr. Takahiro. The girl said she would. Hiro grabbed a drink and began a conversation. He looked at the android in front of him and asked how long it would take to upgrade May. After a moment, the girl replied that in Mrs. May's case, it was probably not modernization. She explained that May's body was being replaced, so it would not take long, and Hiro looked at her quizzically, asking what body replacement meant. She added that they usually handle it with a partial upgrade, replacing spare parts or worn-out joints right away on the existing android body. The android continued to explain the core of May's upgrade, because all her parts, from the skeleton to the central processor, must be replaced. It's faster and simpler to transfer her data to a new body. The hero told the girl he understood. The hero thought it was like updating a computer. Just replace the parts or buy a new one. And the android estimated everything would be ready in 2 hours. The android suggested the hero consult him about his future with Mrs. May if that is what he wanted. The hero agreed easily, saying Mrs. May would help him that way. I said that while he waited for May, he learned how to live with a maidroid, do basic maintenance, and handle problems. The man continued listening to the android and said that during the conversation, he was offered handy tools for technical work and other equipment. Hero admitted he spent a lot of money in the blink of an eye. Mechantech proved to be a scary thing after all. 2 hours later, May was taken to Hero. At first, the man looked surprised, but after a closer look, he asked what had changed since she seemed exactly the same. The girl replied that only her internal composition had changed while her external appearance stayed the same, and May, having heard their conversation, asked Tyra if he really wanted her to change her appearance. He was a little embarrassed, but said it was better to leave her as she was. In general, since she looked the same, he found the android more impressive. May defiantly flexed her biceps and said the hero had finally realized how strong she was. The guy watched her, thinking she must really like the pose, and admitted to himself that she looked cute. The android girl warned that Mrs. May was now stronger than even a combat robot. Hero remembered he had asked the android to equip May with combat gear. At that moment, May calmly lifted her dress. From the small of her back, she pulled an oddly shaped black ball and handed it to Mr. Hero. A man asked what it was and was told it was a ball of compressed metal used in warship armor. It appears to be a simple throwing weapon, but in May's hands, it can pierce even reinforced armor. The android showed the ball's power by throwing it into a similar suit of armor. Hero found that pretty frightening. Along with the ball, she pulled another tool of the same material from under her dress and showed the baton to the hero as the man stared in surprise and asked how she had put it there. Using a club, May repeated the same technique on the armor, saying it was a primitive weapon, but in her hands it could penetrate even reinforced armor. He sneered, watching May, thinking it pointless that she exposed every detail of the reinforced armor and doubting she truly had any complaint about a mechanism that helped people. He said, "This is not just a primitive weapon, but also everything needed for close combat. Tell him that, for her reasons, photonic weapons are already on creature." Realizing this, the hero concluded May could now be equipped with weapons and armor, since she had become more dexterous and probably wanted more hidden weapons. And finally, the android explorer turned to the hero and said it was time to check the functionality. He entered it, hesitated at first, and asked again. The android explained they had, of course, followed the orders exactly. The client still needs to inspect the body in person, so they cannot later claim they imagined the May's abilities to be completely different. To make sure they didn't stay upset, the android smiled sweetly, winked at the heroes, and clenched her hand into a fist. Clearly, he did not like the news, and he lowered the android's hand with a fierce look. The girl insisted it was necessary, but the hero objected and refused to agree easily, so the android paused to think, because people usually accept things quickly. The girl concluded that androids were that kind of creature, and the hero became very angry. He replied that this was not the reason. The android replied that he was only saying it and didn't really mind, writing as he turned away from her. In any case, these are the rules, the girl concluded, but she might quickly grab Mr. Hero by the arm and pull him aside. Resisting as much as he could, he shouted for me to calm down, insisting he bought her as a combat robot, not for entertainment. He kept resisting the android's power, saying Mimi and Alma were still waiting for them. Then he might stop abruptly and address the owner. She asked him whether he did not love her. Inside the Oriental Industry Building, the heroes remained. While May put on her dress, Hero lay under the covers with his face in his hands, thinking the Andrade showed no emotion even in this situation. The man turned and looked at her. He admitted he liked it. The Andre girl thanked them for the final setup and said goodbye, wishing the heroes happiness. Hero thought this might be a happy moment for May in her fur life. Even though the hero admitted to himself that May does not serve as a maid for her and is needed for other purposes, such as combat, he felt more despondent than usual. Right now, he can't easily take May to Alma and Mimi. At the ship's entrance, the guards stopped Hero and barred his way with expensive, sharp weapons. Perplexed, Hero tells the guards he owns the ship. One of the men radios in and tells Hero they will now clarify this point. Confused, the man asks who they are, and May replies calmly that they are Count Rinovold's personal soldiers sent by the Count to protect Mrs. Chris. While Hero explains, the Count responded to their message. The android girl announced that Alma's mother had sent a message to his device, but they were checking their health then. So she replied herself that they would be late, and he in the row checked his device and saw a message from Alma. A soldier reported they had clarified the question about the hero, The guards apologized and let the heroes board the ship. Climbing the stairs to the ship, the hero thought Alma must have immediately destroyed what they were doing, and she likely understood May's modernization from the start, so she didn't go with them. Hero also noticed they had ignored the Count's call and concluded they seemed stuck on a couple of elusive phrases. The man slumped a little, disappointed, and May followed him calmly. Stepping onto the ship where the other heroes sat, he greeted them, said they had finally returned, and told himself he would not apologize for checking on May's health. Alma sat with her head on her hand and looked at the hero in May, who had entered and was loudly indignant. Dropping to his knees, the hero bowed before the girl and begged forgiveness. The android followed the hero and apologized for being a worthless servant. Alma felt embarrassed and said she had only been joking about them. May asked whether the girl was really not mad at them. Alma asked them to stand up and said she wasn't angry at all and had no reason to blame the android. Smiling, he lifted his head, relieved that everything was in order. At that moment, Alma hit him on the back of the head and told him to think about his behavior. The girl told him he had kept the aristocrat waiting, and the man rubbed his head in embarrassment because he had. But then something caught his attention. Mimi and Chris sat on the couch, holding each other and looking sad. Hero finally rose from his knees and asked what had happened to them. Alma put her hands on her hips and said the Count's call meant Chris should return to him. Living in the same room made it hard for Mimi and Chris to break up. He thought they spent a lot of time together. Turning to Alma, he asked what the Count had said. The Count was concerned for Chris's well-being and asked to see her as soon as possible. Contact came through the guild, and the guild secretary confirmed to Chris that the Count was real. Alma admitted she thought the final decision should be Hero's, and he agreed. The girl ordered him to answer the Count immediately because he had already kept him waiting, and the man left the room and replied he would. An armored car with a weapon mounted on its roof drove down a city street. All the heroes sat in the car, and Mimi was surprised by how cool and impressive it looked, while Alma said it was a great way to keep Chris safe. But the heroes suddenly thought about it. He said he did not think the Count would ask the heroes to accompany Chris and assumed they would just hand him over to the right people. And Alma told the hero the Count probably did not want their acquaintance limited to a phone call. Chris hoped this was not another trap by her uncles, and was certain the secretary was one of her grandfather's confidants. Suddenly, something caught Mimi's attention. The girl looked out the window and pointed at one of the ships, indicating it belonged to Chris, her grandfather, and the man studied it closely. A spaceship riser held 4 ships, and the girl pointed to the impressively large one. Mimi assumed it was a warship, but Alma said that although it had laser cannons, it was not part of the Imperial Navy, and therefore not exactly a military ship, but a military-type warship. Heroes said a ship like that immediately shows the owner is an account. Alma said he was probably just afraid of Balthazar. The hero's car eased into the spaceship parking lot. They stepped off the transport one by one. A man approached Mrs. Christina and said they were waiting for her. Placing his hand over his heart, he smiled and said he was glad to see her alive. Chris turned to the heroes and said she was alive because of her father, her mother, and the Mr. Heroes team. Turning to the man, the girl asked where her grandfather was. He said he was waiting in the room he would show her to. Facing the other heroes, he said he'd take Mr. Hero and his team to the guest room. The man began to worry. I looked at Chris and wondered if it was safe to let her go alone. Catching his look, the girl turned to the hero and said everything was in perfect order. The hero thought there was nothing to worry about. Takahiro bid Chris farewell. The heroes were led to a guest room. Mimi checked the room alone, while the others relaxed on the couch. She explained they were on a warship. They were probably in a luxury hotel, she thought, even if the garden was only holographic. Alma said It was probably not just a ship from the Council's personal combat squad, but also his residence and guest house, and Hero realized why they'd seen maids and butlers on the ship. The man was delighted by the Count's fantasy. Alma said that, in her view, Krishna is the same because you can live on a ship. An automatic food cooker is no worse than a restaurant, and there is a maidroid. She concluded the ship was an improved version of Krishna. Hero agreed with her that if you think of the ship as an apartment building, larger ships are even better suited for living. These ships are expensive, but with imperial citizenship, it's much more cost-effective to build a home on a ship than to buy land on a planet. Most importantly, the ship's mobility makes working easier and brings in more income. Hero thought he should consider buying an aircraft carrier. Watching his team, the hero keeps thinking Krishna has gotten a bit crowded lately, even though he hadn't planned to expand the crew. He's fairly sure adding more people would be overkill. Suddenly, someone knocks at the door. The maid entered the room, apologized, and said the master had already arrived. All the heroes stood to meet the Count except Hero. So Alma grabbed his elbow and forced him up from the couch because this is a sign of respect for the master of the ship. The Count entered the guest room as his two maids opened the door for him. To the heroes, he apologized for keeping them waiting. His secretary and Christina stood behind him. The man died after saying he was Count Abraham Darian Wolga. Christina stood beside her grandfather as the heroes told him they were very happy to meet him. Hero introduced himself as a captain of the mercenary guild and apologized for not knowing proper etiquette, asking them to forgive his rudeness. The Count said the formalities were optional and forgave the hero. The Count sat on the sofa and invited the heroes to sit opposite him. Hero thought the Count was a rather impressive grandfather, apparently because of his aristocratic dignity. Hero collapsed onto the couch, startling Mimi. The Count thanked the heroes. As Miss Christina's grandfather and head of the de Ronwald family, he wants to thank Hero's team for protecting her throughout the journey. Bowing to the Count, Takahiro said they were not worthy of such words. The man immediately changed his mind and admitted it had been very hard for them. Alma felt ashamed of what he had said. She kicked him to make him apologize for what he said. Alma yelled at him, demanding to know how he dared to speak to the Count like that, and he replied that he had asked to speak without formalities, while Mimi was startled by Alma's sharp cry. As Elmo scolded the man, the Count said everything was fine. Christina had already told the Count a lot about Hero and his team, but he wanted the squad leader to tell him everything that had happened, and Hero and Alma were nudging each other at that moment. After that, Takahiro began a long, detailed account of his past journey. Christina and her grandfather listened closely as Mr. Hero told his story. As a result, the man realized they had finally met the Count himself. The Count was deep in thought, and Hero watched his reaction closely. The ship's owners concluded that based on what they had just heard, their story did not contradict Christina's words. He or Ho thought the Count, as a grandfather, was an impressive man. The Count announced he would generously reward the whole team and cover all expenses. Hero bowed his head and thanked him. Pleased with the final tally, the hero had been waiting to hear those words because they had spent a lot of money on the trip. Alma suddenly asked the Count what he planned to do next. The old man paused to think. He said he had brought all his free combat forces with him, but he knew the opponent had an official flotilla. I'll be on a second-class one. Christina explained that this was why she wanted to hire the team of heroes as bodyguards, since she had been told that, as mercenaries, they would do anything for the right pay. Hero and his team decided to take on this case. After a while, the heroes left the Count's ship. Hero said aloud that the old man had made it clear right away that he was an influential aristocrat. He told me he had spent a lot on the resort, but they were fully reimbursed for it. plus paid for protecting Chris and serving as his bodyguards, and in total, they received 8 million in years. The hero also remembered, without saying it aloud, that he had asked to be paid for some extra expenses, so he now had a fortune of 24,400,000 annas in his account. Buying an aircraft carrier no longer seemed impossible. Mimi interrupted his thoughts to ask what their rate was for the next assignment. The commander replied the rate was 250,000 per day. This is the standard rate for a gold-ranked mercenary. 80,000 comes out 3 times more. Hero told me he finds this suspicious. Alma said it includes a price for silence. Hero looked puzzled and asked again. The girl said the recent events could spark a scandal so big the Darrenwald family would not be satisfied, so the family hinted they should not speak to anyone. The man had already told Major Selena about it. The Imperial Army is in trouble too. It is covering up a scandal involving a mutinous squad. Both the army and the Count want to resolve it quietly and have paid the heroes to stay silent. Alma threatened that if they told anyone, they'd make enemies in both the army and the Count's family. Mimi looked scared, while Hero just exhaled heavily. The man promised not to tell anyone anything. The hero's ship remained the same. Lying on the couch, the hero yawned loudly and said he was bored. Mimi and Alma went shopping to get some air after being stuck in Krishna lately, and thanks to the Count, they're safe now, but Hero sent May with them anyway. Alone on Krishna, he thought he had nothing to do, and was surprised he hadn't realized he had turned into a man who could not live a normal life without his team. A bell rang, and Hero grabbed his phone as it buzzed with messages, surprised that someone had come to him without warning. Reading the notifications, he let out a long sigh. A long-haired girl appeared on the screen. He wrote that no one was home, but she told him to stop making her angry. Hero asked her why she came. She said she was bored on her break, but he wasn't satisfied and pressed her, insisting that since she could have gone out with a subordinate, she must have no friends. The girl said it wasn't about friends and that she wasn't alone. But the subordinates still wouldn't relax, even if they spent the break with their boss, and her care for them and the strong bond she shares with them mean she is not alone. The hero apologized for saying that and began to cry. The girl could barely hold back her tears. Seeing her, the man regretted throwing her out and gave her some time since he had nothing else to do. It felt awkward for him to call her Major on a ship with only one man, and when he stepped off and greeted the girl by that rank, Selena asked him not to use it during off-duty hours. He reclarified how to address her, and she said he could just call her Selena, but he still called her Mrs. Selena, and they both fell silent. A moment later, they laughed. When the hero asked where they should go, Selena looked at him and said that usually a man leads a woman. The hero grew irritable. Soon the heroes reached a crowded street. Takahiro suggested we walk through the colony's streets with no clear purpose, just to see if anything interesting turned up. With so many tourist spots here, he figured they'd find something interesting. Selena liked the idea, even if it sounded a bit thoughtless. Hero said thoughtlessness was normal for her. A huge building stood in front of him with a sign that said VR Station. The hero suddenly grew excited and said this VR station was the first, which is why the Sierra Star system is known. Initially, VR stations were installed to keep passengers comfortable while they waited to land on the resort planet or were unable to land. The industry has become a major tourism business. Visitors come for advanced virtual reality experiences. Selena felt this was not normal. It struck her as odd that they went for a walk but locked themselves in a virtual space. Hero was surprised that people in that world did not admire VR. She suggested going to a restaurant run by an insect chef. Sierra is one of the galaxy's rare resort star systems where the best imperial and alien dishes and alcohol are gathered, and the restaurant here is famous for offerings to suit every taste and color. She pointed out that the article said exactly that, but Hiro opposed it. The man thinks the major will just get very drunk and sees that as obvious. Selena insisted it would not happen, but the hero said it had happened more than once. Two unfamiliar men approached the heroes, calling Selena and the hero lovebirds, who apparently quarreled. They pushed Takahiro away from the girl to get her attention, but she just asked who they were and called them clingers. They suggested she enjoy herself with them instead of arguing with the sad man they pointed to, but he said it was a bad idea and warned them not to get involved. A man grabbed Takahiro by the jacket and demanded to know who he was. Taka stayed silent, thinking he did not like fighting people. Before Hiro could draw his weapon, one of the clingers panicked, told his friend to run, and pointed ahead. Selena immediately opened her coat and drew her sharp sword, demanding to know what the strangers wanted from them. The men grew afraid when they learned he was an aristocrat. They ran off immediately, pleading for forgiveness. Selena was taken aback by the strangers' rudeness, and Hiro thought the commoners were clearly afraid of the nobility. She figured that at this rate, some weirdos would start hanging around them again. After choosing the hero, they went to the restaurant. He was clearly upset that they had come after all, while Selena was happy and did not understand what bothered him. The heroes clinked their glasses. Takahiro watched the girl taste her drink, and the major said this place had earned its name as an entertainment paradise. Selena enjoyed the wine very much. He used the phone to send the girls a signal for help. Unable to handle an intoxicated Selena alone, the hero secretly invited his friends, and the girl quickly guessed it. He replied that these measures were necessary for their benefit. She noticed he was so cold toward her, it was as if he were building a wall between them. She told him she would be glad if he opened up to her, even a little. It seemed too burdensome for the hero, so Selena became angry. A major in the Imperial Navy and the daughter of a marquis, she made things difficult for Takahiro. Takahiro told her not to cling to him because there were many other men around. Selena, however, treated his reply as a stock answer. The hero is sure that if the girl is the daughter of a marquis, she will have a suitor, but she asked whether that really bothered him. Hero said he didn't care, and Selena grew angry again because he could have agreed out of politeness. He called her heavy again, which made her slump, and the major agreed she was troubled and would likely remain alone into old age. Hero objected, saying that as an aristocrat she would not stay alone into old age because of a political marriage. He asked whether she had been offered one, and Selena agreed at first. In person, the groom proved to be either a boy who owned neither a sword nor a pistol, a jock who could not defeat a man with a sword or pistol, or a skilled swordsman who was a ruthless, hot-tempered murderer. The hero sympathized with her. He admitted men weren't perfect and not her type, and added that he wasn't suitable either because he didn't own a sword. And Selena said she would be surprised if a commoner like him could wield one. She added that Hero is brave and bold enough to defeat abnormal creatures in a single suit of reinforced armor, has incredible talent, devised a unique plan to take on the entire Berber Federation fleet, helped form an independent anti-pirate squad despite not being an expert, and proved to be an excellent strategist. That more than makes up for his poor swordsmanship. Hero felt deeply embarrassed. Embarrassed by the praise, he still felt pleased. The man said it probably wouldn't work anyway. Selena said she understood that even if their feelings were mutual, an aristocrat and a commoner could not be together. She recommended he upgrade his rank to at least platinum. If possible, get a gold star. But the hero ignored the golden star. This is simply the Order of the Starry Cross, first degree. It is awarded only for outstanding service to the Empire. It is the highest honor a soldier can receive, and the order can grant limited Viscount-level privileges. Selena believes Hero only needs the right battlefield to get it. The hero admitted that even if he received the order, he could not promise to date her. The girl shouted that he was heartless and grabbed his hand. She expected him to feel sorry for her, but Takahiro had already grown. He silently begged his friends to come as soon as they could. Selena stayed by his side until the girls arrived. Mimi told Mr. Hero the group of ships had been cleared to depart, and he said they were already flying after them, to keep track of time and avoid disrupting the formation. 3 days after Chris met the Count, the heroes finally set out from the Sierra Prime colony. Over those 3 days, uninvited guests broke in, so they couldn't finish all the event preparations, including installing a capsule for them. That was May's job. Their mission this time is to escort and protect a group of christened graph ships. Almost all the ships are armed like military vessels, so Krishna may not get a turn. The heroes set course for the distant Dexa metropolitan star system, a long trip that will require passing through several gateway hypercrossings. Hero said it would be nice if no one attacked them, because then the job would be easy. Mimi agreed, since 250,000 entries per day is an impressive amount. Alma said it was obvious right away that the aristocrat was paying and was probably trying to show off. If an aristocratic family hires a gold-ranked mercenary at market price, everyone will find out right away and say the family has fallen low. Alma went on to say that merchants act like aristocrats in this way. Merchants pay 1.5 times the market price, and aristocrats pay twice as much. This is the trend. Mimi was surprised by what the world of the rich is like, because the sums were so large she could hardly believe them. The girl said Mimi charges ordinary people a high price. Confiding in Alma, the girl admitted she was afraid to check her account balance. May told Hero she had received a sync request, and the man passed it on to Mimi. She synchronized their ships with the Count's ships. The hero reached out and announced that the Count's ships were now responsible for the route. They can relax while passing through the airlock. Mimi watched the airlock through the window, fascinated. Hero agreed with her that the gateway looked very large. He added that in SOL, the gateways generally vary in shape and size, though he had long known this world resembled the game's world. The hero was stunned by how huge the gateway was, and it was hard to judge distances in space. But this thing was far bigger than a colony, and the Imperial fleets looked like grains of rice next to the airlock. That round section looks like a gate. It warps time and space, letting you move much faster. People call it the Empire's technological masterpiece, but Hero doesn't understand how it works, and even if someone explained it, he'd probably still not figure it out. Mimi realized they hadn't been attacked, and guessed the others might be waiting at the far end of the airlock, and Hero agreed this was likely. Not at the airlock exit, Alma confirmed. The gateway can travel several thousand light years, making it a vital facility for the Empire. Damaging or seizing it would inflict enormous strategic and financial harm on the Empire. That's why this area has so many defensive units that they cannot be defeated easily. Alma said they would turn even Krishna to ashes, and Mimi was frightened. Hero realized the road beyond the lock would be dangerous for them. The Nipak and Melkit star systems are under the direct control of the Empire. Komat and Dexa, their final destination, are already the Count's personal territories, and this means you'll need to push yourself between Ziggle and Wellick. She added that if the Count is friendly with the aristocrats of those systems, those aristocrats can provide protection. Takahiro asked his friend whether the aristocrats were friends, but Alma did not know the answer. She realized it was pointless to ask the Count about this, since the man believed he would not share such information. He asked Maze for her opinion, and she thought about it. The android said they would most likely be attacked as soon as they moved into the Comat star system. Everyone looked at her in surprise, unsure how it was connected. Count Derenwald's territory is clearly his home, but judging by Balthazar's past actions, it is also his son's. Skilled at manipulating others and hiding his methods, he can more easily gather forces in his territory and ambush the hyperpassage exit in the Comat star system. May concluded the probability was high, and the hero agreed. He remembered Balthazar had gathered more forces than they expected and attacked in several ways. The hero asked his team whether telling the Count was worth it, just in case, and most answers were unclear. It's like telling the official that there are bad people in his territories. Hero didn't see her point. That seemed fine to him, since his son had already framed him more than once. Alma added that the Count was an aristocrat and would not want to be shamed by an outsider. Chris sits in his room aboard the Count's ship, playing an online game with other heroes. Mimi says there is nothing to worry about. The girl agrees because her grandfather is making serious preparations for a possible attack by her uncle. They reassure her that everything will be fine. Player 2 wins. Mimi uses the calm to tell Chris that Hero will figure something out, and Alma adds that even Hero has boundless strength. Alma admits they've somehow managed so far. Both the guy and Mimi are happy to have Ron. Relaxed, the characters fly through hyperspace, playing together and listing their combinations, but only Alma loses. The flight is on autopilot, so no attack is expected, and the crew is idle and bored. They pass the time playing Mahjong, and Hero says he's surprised Mahjong exists in this world. Chris is on the Count's ship, and he and May are sitting in the cockpit just in case, so they play online. Alma is frustrated because she keeps losing. Meanie is playing for the first time, but doing the best. Chris is surprised the girl mastered the game so quickly. Mimi plays without knowing the rules, but still avoids dangerous dice and draws weak sumo. Elma, by contrast, plays cautiously but keeps getting unlucky. Mimi's Ron will fall out again, while Alma's falls out too. Hero admits this is the first time he has seen both the owner of extreme luck and the owner of terrible bad luck in the same place. After crossing the gateway, the heroes walk calmly through Ziggle and Wellick. May approaches the hero to tell him they will soon leave for the Comat star system and need to be ready. Based on May's forecasts and the lack of prior attacks, they would be attacked as soon as they left. Alma insists this is their only chance, but Mimi doubts they can actually attack. The Count already knows their plans, and they understand there is no turning back. I don't think that's the reason they'll attack. She turned to May to find out what it meant. One could argue Balthazar would not avoid collapse if he attacked, but his old ambitions would not let him flee and hide. His only option now is to remove the Count and Chris and take their place. He would handle the rest later. Mimi realized their enemy would not back down even after a death threat. Mimi's panel beeped. Mimi announced the start of the transition. Alma wondered what they had in store for them. Takahira said he would have to respond to the situation quickly. Numerous ships moved through space. The hero spots something on the radar. Mimi ordered every ship to reinforce its defenses. Alma realized they were surrounded. They looked like ordinary warships, but their true identity remains unknown. Hero's partner reports the Count is trying to contact unknown ships, but gets no response. He realized they were surrounding him, but did not act. Alma speaks aloud. It appears they plan to detain them and are waiting for the right moment. Mimi reports an object on the radar closing in on them at high speed. The enemy is trying to ram the Count's ship. That's why they ended up surrounded. The heroes push the engines to full power. Mimi says a video of the ship exists. The ship looks strange and far too long to the heroes. Even Hero, a devoted SOL player, had never seen a ship like this. He still believes Krishna's lasers can hit even from that distance. The heroes fire a laser, but the enemy ship is protected by a shield. Hero is surprised by the shield's strength. Mimi reports the ship is accelerating. Even Krishna couldn't keep up with him at full speed, and at that rate, he'd crash into Chris's ship. He fears the enemy plans such a brutal attack. Krishna fires the lasers once more. No attack can penetrate the enemy's shield. The heroes are powerless, and the ships are about to collide. The enemy ship passes through the shield around the Count's ship. Soon the strange ship's sharp bow will strike with full force. The entire team stood frozen in horror and despair. The ship actually moves through the part of the vessel where the counting Chris AR is. The heroes froze, holding their breath. When Hero asked Mimi for a report, she said an unknown ship had pierced the Count's ship and become stuck. They couldn't see the ship's condition or how its temperature was changing, and the man thought the ship would explode after ramming. Alma reported that the other enemy ships were also inactive. Hero does not understand what that ship is trying to do. May thinks it is a suppression vessel. The hero's Asta is back. Suppression vessels are designed to ram an enemy ship with a sharp nose, then force their scent through that nose into the enemy ship to suppress those inside. These ships had a powerful shield, an engine, and a shield reinforcement device, but no weapons, and Hero was outraged by the information. Questions remain not only about the ship itself, but also about the situation, and he wonders why the enemies decided to use it now. Balthazar doesn't seem to need the counting Chris, and it's unclear why he took such a complicated approach to get rid of them. Blowing up the ship would have been the simple solution, and Alma agreed it made sense. Aristocrats love swords. Mimi agreed, recalled the violent emperor's story, and said the series is already on season 246, while the hero takes a long time to digest all the information. The man realized Balthazar himself was aboard the suppression ship. An imperial aristocrat would likely try to settle everything with a sword. The hero still does not understand aristocratic values. Alma said the sword's decision would raise his status after the coup, and the hero agreed it didn't matter now. Yes, they asked what was best to do with the ship, since destroying it could harm the Count and Chris. Takahiro says they must land, but Alma warns a battle on the Count ship could also harm the Allies because disorderly fighting will start. Waiting can be risky, but Hero doesn't mind sitting it out. He worries they might get rid of the Count and he'll lose the reward. The hero gripped a special object tightly in his fist. Immediately, he began giving orders. Mimi must ask the Count for permission to land, and they will enter in reinforced armor. Alma will stay to control Krishna. May will go with the hero. The hero's ship is closing in on the Count's ship. Once they fly in, the entrance closes. The hero in reinforced armor steps into the warehouse and sees no enemies. Mimi warned that the enemy forces were far from the warehouse, but he still had to be careful and told them not to worry. May said she'd handle the owner. Hero could see how serious she was. He still asked her to stop fiddling with the laser cannon used to reinforce the armor. He upgraded May, enabling her to use weapons as armor. Hero admits this is shocking and should be impossible, but apparently mysterious technologies are involved. His reinforcing armor is known for its heavy plating and powerful firearms. Hero assumes he can handle it without May. Alma broke his train of thought and warned him not to interfere in aristocratic sword fights. For an aristocrat, armor is like thunder and will cut through his defenses easily. An aristocrat can even deflect a laser with his sword. Hero was very scared, but he remembered Chris had said something like that. Aristocrats can use cybernetics to improve how they process information, but the hero still has 2 laser weapons. Together, he and May ran around the ship. The man asked the android if battering ram attacks were common in this world. She said only a few amateur builders with the right connections can make those vessels, and very few have built, used, or operated them successfully with Nikki. Army courts call them expensive coffins. Hero has learned that every world has people with odd inclinations. Surprised that Balthazar had successfully rammed the ship, he might call him a good strategist, saying the plan would have failed without an unforeseen element. Era realized they hadn't met anyone yet. Mimi said there was fighting around the left corner. Hero and May stepped into a room caught in a violent struggle, with people firing guns while others hid behind the table. On this ship, every crew member looked like a maid or a butler, and Takahiro found it amusing. Still, he agreed they were no better. In May, the crew is happy to see Hero. Reinforcing armor on the ship surprised the enemies, since it should not have been there. The hero ordered the crew to trust him and might ask them to retreat. He jumped onto the enemies. They fired at him, but the bullets didn't penetrate. Takahiro said conventional weapons are ineffective against armor, and he used them against enemies. Enemy forces could barely hold their ground. Again, his path was blocked. The hero was surprised to see they also had an armored warrior, and May added that it was a medium-weight military model. He realized they had relied on mobility against ordinary infantry. Leaping, he attacked the enemy. The enemy attacked, but the hero's shield stopped every blow. Hero stepped toward the enemy and stood face to face with him. Using all his strength, the man shoved his opponent and sent him flying. That blow left the enemy's armor badly dented. The opponent slammed into the wall and collapsed to the floor. The hero said in a menacing voice that mobility wouldn't help in an indoor battle. Unlike his dominant strength and defense, enemies cursed and aimed their weapons at the hero. Noticing her master was being targeted, she may decide to join the battle too. Using a powerful laser, she defeated all the enemies. The man ordered us to move on after everyone had been defeated. Both fought on the Count's ship. May was standing behind Hero, supporting him. Using his weight, he pushed people aside. They moved deeper into the ship. Takahiro asked whether anyone was still on the ship. Mimi said she was still in the large hall further down the corridor. The man ordered the android to move faster. Not wanting to waste time, he sent her ahead. Immediately she ran off, leaving a wide gap. The hero admitted the woman was pretty fast, and probably couldn't beat her even in armor. Something off to the side caught the hero's attention. The android's wounds weren't from lasers or explosions. They looked like cuts. The hero realized this was the aristocrat's sword power he'd been warned about, the kind that even armor cannot stop. Spotting a nearby entrance, he decided to go there. Hero stood in the doorway. The people ahead of him were hiding from something. He studied their faces. Surrounded by guards, Chris brightened the moment she saw the hero standing before her and shouted his name. He reported Chris was alive and trying to find the Count. Rampa Chris sat on one leg, tired and slumped. The hero realized he was badly hurt, but still alive. Without warning, May burst through the door. She asked her master to step back, but he did not understand why. Hero continued watching May. The man looked up and saw the same Balthazar Darrenwald standing in front of him. Balthazar assumed a stance, his swords held in front of him. Hero was ready for battle too. The enemy charged at the man so fast, May was surprised. Balthazar swung his sword, nearly grazing the girl, but she dodged. While flying, the android grabbed a laser weapon and fired toward the opponent's position. The beam missed and ricocheted into the ceiling. Seeing it left the hero breathless. The android came back to its owner. The owner was surprised to see Balthazar had deflected the attack with his sword. Uncle Chris Swartmay said she was too slick. The android replied that she did not deny his claims, but he should have spoken more respectfully because he represented the aristocracy. Both realized they were the ones who had foiled his plan and intervened among the aristocrats. Jewel, realizing he has cybernetic parts, the hero finds fighting an armed man on equal terms is too much and knows it will not be easy for them. The man ordered her to stand up from behind and hit him with crossfire. The heroes split up and went in different directions. One hero thought the enemy's strength did not matter. He is unlikely to withstand a double attack. Things did not go as planned. Uncle Chris dodged and ran to another spot. He had already swung at the hero. He only managed to switch his weapon to avoid being attacked. The sword slid across the hero's weapon with a clink. The hero's laser nearly flew from his hands. Balthus cuts the hero's weapon in half. A man suddenly screamed and provoked anger. Furious, he shouted that the enemy had dared to break his weapon. The hero fired a laser, but none of the shots hit Balthazar, who easily dodged every beam. Uncle Chris said the hero had not only dishonored the duel, but had also aimed a brutal weapon at the aristocrat. He said he didn't care about aristocratic rules and fired at him again. One beam hit the enemy but bounced off his head, and the man noticed. After he made the remark, May said it looked like he had a portable shield. Hero told May to switch the weapon to convergence mode and aim because the portable shield has very little charge. A powerful laser can discharge it. The team began directing laser beams at the enemy without stopping. Balthazar repelled every attack aimed at him. Over time, the enemy weakened slightly from the constant attacks. Without warning, a huge cloud of smoke formed and swallowed Balthazar. At first, Hero thought it was an explosion, but May told him it was a smokescreen. The hero intended to reduce the laser's power this way because he was not satisfied with the enemy's vile methods. A sound came from the hero's screen. With the built-in radar, the hero located the enemy and aimed his weapon. He struck Balthazar squarely with a heavy blow. The enemy flew off and dropped straight to the floor. Hero admitted his plan might have worked on an ordinary person, but the armor has thermal imaging sensors. The man had really put a lot into fighting Balthazar and believed even a cyberneticist would be unable to move after that blow. At that same moment, the enemy stood up, grabbed his sword, and stabbed the hero. Chris and May froze in horror. We both still miscalculated something. Uncle Chris threw a punch, since even a noble's sword could not cut through that suit of armor. The hero then grabbed Balthazar with his hand. He screamed in such rage that the other person did not dare touch him. That made the hero smile. He slammed his armored hand down onto the enemy's back. Balthus fell to the ground. The hero finally won. He admitted he had prepared for the enemy cutting through his shield, but fortunately that never happened. Standing over the enemy, the hero asked what to do with him now that he was still alive. The Count ordered his capture. Azar was fitted with a collar and handcuffed for safety. The butlers carried him into the hallway. Suddenly, someone addressed the hero. The maid handed the aristocrat's sword to the man. The cow admitted the man had dishonored the duel, but since he won the battle, he should be given an aristocratic sword. Hero asked May what that meant. The android said there were different kinds of aristocratic duels, but the Count and his son chose a sword duel. The hero stepped in and won, helping the Count, and now he has the right to decide whether to spare the loser. Giving away a sword is a sign of an aristocrat's pride. Count Darrenwald did not want to interfere, but he wants to hand both swords over as our sword because it was he who won. The hero still didn't understand, but he took the sword. His armored hand closed around the sword. Once the ringleader was arrested, enemy troops aboard the ship and on surrounding vessels either withdrew or surrendered. After the attack, the Count's ships and those of his men were badly damaged. They decided to stop at the Comet Star System colony to make repairs and restock food. The heroes were told to keep working as bodyguards, but they actually left Krishna in the Count's flagship hangar. They waited for further instructions, so they had the weekend off. Hero lay on the bed aboard the ship, holding the device. Mrs. Christina suddenly arrived to see him. He was surprised at how she managed to dodge toward him and assumed the ship's crew was on edge. It turns out the girl had only asked her grandfather to let her go, and he spoke highly of the hero and did not object. The man thinks the Count always walks around frowning and was clearly unhappy that they interfered in the duel. But Chris admitted her grandfather believes the hero is strong. Then you remembered the thing he wanted to give Chris. Pulling a special object from his jacket, he handed it to the girl. For a long time, she stared at the diamond in front of her. With Balthazar captured, the root of the problem is gone. Chris is no longer being pursued, and his work as a knight has ended. She took the object from the man's hand. Chris pressed it to her heart and closed her eyes. At the same moment, the girl admitted she loved the hero. He didn't answer, though he believed he had noticed it himself long ago. On the surface, he looks to her like a prince on a white horse who saved her from death, but it's really just a passing fling. For Chris, telling her about it would end everything, and the confession is a very serious and courageous step. He told the girl he was glad, and her eyes lit up immediately. He cannot accept her feelings. Hero also decided to be serious. Very upset, Christina started crying immediately. He reminded her she lived like an aristocrat, and he was a man from nowhere with no right to interfere in her life, and the Count would not allow it either. He prefers the free life of a mercenary to that of an aristocrat. Chris rushed into her arms. She said she was able to leave the Count's family. The man said, "You can't do that. As the sole heiress of the Darenwald family, no one else will inherit from her parents. Does she truly see aristocratic status as meaningless? Doing that will make Hero an enemy of the Count." He told her he was sorry, but couldn't take a path that would endanger the people he loved. Hero apologized again as he listened to her cry. May entered the hero's room. The man apologized to her, but the android just asked him to rely on her. The girl touched Chris's shoulder as he cried. She led her mistress down the corridor. Hero watched them leave. Face down on the bed, he found it too hard to comfort the girl he had rejected because he lacked the ability and experience. He dumped all the work on May. Believing he felt guilty, he closed his eyes. Fighting space pirates is much easier for him. As he slept in his room, someone suddenly entered. Entering the hero's bedroom, the girl suddenly jumped onto him. The man looked at her. It was Mimi, hiding her face. She ran closer and fell onto his chest. At first, he worried. Then he realized everything was fine and calmed down. Mimi sobbed and tried to look at the hero, but she didn't dare. Looking up, she smiled broadly. The hero was deeply confused and couldn't understand what was happening to her. Suddenly, a tear rolled down her cheek. After a moment, tears filled Mimi's eyes, but she kept smiling at the guy and did not look away. The hero grew worried. A second later, Mimi's smile vanished and she burst into tears. The girl blew her nose with a handkerchief. Apologizing for the trouble, she told him, and he said he found her a hassle, but still asked what had happened. May told Mimi what happened between him and Chris. The hero chose neither the mistress nor Alma, and Mimi was very happy to hear it. But Hero's joy didn't match the crying he had found. She admitted she was relieved he hadn't chosen Chris. Feeling she was a bad person, Mimi thought Hero was having an even harder time and went to calm him. He seemed to ask gently what had happened, and it completely confused her. She fell back into his arms. Hero told her to stop crying. He believed Mimi was happy about the situation, even though her friend Chris was suffering, and later blamed herself, and he was convinced it was just her way. But it let her release the feelings she had been holding in. Hero decided everything was simple for him, stroked Mimi's head, and smiled at her. He told her he felt most comfortable with her. Elmo sat in the other room. May stood beside him. The girl was surprised that Mimi managed so quickly. Alma asked why Mimi's eyes were so red, and Mimi stayed silent and looked embarrassed, while May pulled out a chair and asked her to sit. The android cared for Mimi as Hero, and Alma watched from the side. Hero told Alma she was calm. The girl replied that the Count would never have noticed the relationship and that Chris would not have had time for him. As the sole heir of the Count's family, she will have to step into the current head's role if anything happens, despite being inexperienced. This means the Count's family must now rush to arrange her education, and she will have no one to walk with. That is the lot of the imperial aristocracy. Power is also a duty. Alma looked at Mimi and May and sensed something was wrong with the girl. She hopes Mimi will be okay. He said her wording worried him. Alma added it was for the imperial mech intellect. Happy love is the greatest goal and primary desire. Despite her usual nature, May suddenly declared that love saves the galaxy. The android stared straight into the hero's eyes, and it started to bother him. Realizing this, the man shouted to ask what May had told Chris, and the android said it was nothing special. Chris is, after all, an aristocrat. She must focus on her studies and grow stronger physically and spiritually. With the full power of the Countess of Darren Wald, she can take the master under her wing. Chris felt upset, then instantly lit up with happiness, and no one would dare to contradict her. Someone might say she was just giving Chris advice, but I wasn't satisfied because he didn't want to become an aristocrat, and the android said she knew. You can always do something about it. May's creepy smile scared the hero. The Count's ship was under repair. Hero searched the pan in front of him for something. Alma came up from behind and asked what he was thinking. The hero worried about the reward he had received and felt it was time to buy a carrier ship. Alma was surprised he had finally decided to do it. People crowded around him. He decided to show the ship options he was considering buying. First, the Nighthawk is the fastest high-speed ship in its class, but it has weaker shields, armor, and storage capacity than other ships. I might like the streamlined shape, and the speed is not bad. Skidblandir is the second and, unlike the Hawk, focuses on defense. It has a powerful shield and strong armor, and its large storage and hull are designed for easy customization. Due to the heavy weight, I had to sacrifice speed and mobility. The slow control is a clear weakness, but it is well suited to using all of Krishna's abilities. Hero is deciding between the two ships. Alma prioritized speed for the Night Rage, because being able to dodge attacks and, when needed, leave the battlefield quickly mattered to her, and Hero agreed. May casts a vote for Skidbland here. Because the main purpose of buying a carrier ship is to increase storage, and the Nighthawk cannot meet that need, Krishna will take over all military duties if a battle occurs. Reliable protection should be prioritized over agility for the carrier ship, and the man agreed the android was right in practical terms, but stayed worried about the crew's safety and the need to withdraw from battle quickly. Alma will handle it. A slow ship is not for her, she agreed. May asked whether Mrs. Alma would actually run the ship, because May thought the job would go to her. Both heroes were surprised by Mrs. Alma's answer. Alma and Mimi are Mess's irreplaceable crew for Krishna, so May is the only choice, and as an artificial life form, she can take greater risks than ordinary people, so in danger they can rely on her to get them to Krishna. Even in the worst case, if the carrier ship is defeated, she may be able to handle the problem on her own. The heroes looked at her strangely, saying nothing. Given that, they chose Skidblandir. In the parking lot of the Count's ships, the heroes sat across from the man and Chris. Without warning, he called them and assured them they had nothing to worry about. He won't burden them and only wanted to thank them, even belatedly, since they've been coping with the aftermath of the battle for a long time. Annoyed by what he had seen, the Count knew the man was ambitious, but could not work out his intentions in time and felt he had grown too old. Without the hero's help, he might have lost Christina. After thanking the heroes sincerely for their efforts, he decided it was time to reward them handsomely. The cow wanted to appoint Hero a knight in his family, but the cow learned from Chris that Hero was not interested, and Hero repeated that he was not interested. Because the graph has limited capabilities, he suggested adding a bonus to the initial monetary reward and asked Takahiro, who did not object. The man said he would be happy if the Count bought the Macaria ship. Chris did not understand the offer, and he wrote that, to make the most of Christian's abilities and, above all, to earn more, they need another ship. A man asked if it was proper to speak so casually to the lady in front of the Count. She told him not to say that. Chris told me she would pay. In this case, the Count would not scold Hero for being familiar. Hero also had friends in other classes. There was one catch. Chris wants changes in their relationship, but the Count refused to allow them, even though he knew this well. So they will go ahead with one warning, and the Hero was scared. The Count asked what was happening. It turned out the Hero wanted to buy a carrier ship. Nearby was the Bradstire system, which had a shipbuilding company. Alma added that they were already heading there. The Count said he had something they could use and pulled out a black coin that Hero did not quite understand. The Darnwald coat of arms signaled that anyone holding that metal was protected by the Count. The family exports minerals to the Bradstire system, so the metal will help the heroes in negotiations. The Hero felt such a medal would be a heavy burden and did not accept it at once, but the Count insisted and pinned it on him. The Hero caught her. Noticing his reaction, the Count said he didn't need to worry about any threat because the medal wouldn't limit his actions. Noticing the Count's persistence, the man replied that otherwise he would not become head of the Count's family and said their conversation was over because he had to go to a meeting with the Space Army. He encouraged the heroes to enjoy the victory with Christina. The Count looked at Mimi sitting beside him, studied her face closely, and asked if they definitely had not seen each other anywhere, and the girl replied that they probably had not. The Count apologized for his odd question. The others looked at Mimi with interest. A few days later, the heroes were aboard the Krishna. On a video call, Christina asked Hero whether he really didn't want to rest a little more, and he said that would not do. Since that incident, there are no decent mercenary jobs left nearby. Chris understood him. The man said it was time to say goodbye, but the woman disagreed and insisted they would see each other again. She called him to her, made him promise, and named him her knight. The Hero noticed Chris had become much more persistent. The girl said she could not stay weak forever. The heroes shipped the flu out of the parking lot. He decided they would see each other again. At the window, she watched her lover's ship fade into the darkness of space. Mr. Hero cannot be kept in one place for long. Like a bird flying free through space, he can't be caged by Chris, who is too weak. She adjusted her collar. Chris wondered whether, after several years, when she was strong enough to match him, she could become, if not a cage, at least a place where the wings could rest. She believes she would endure anything for this, just as Mrs. May told her. Chris believed a girl in love could not be defeated. The Hero's ship flew through space. Hero stretched as Mimi told him they'd finally reached the Bradstire system, and he said they'd been flying for a long time. Deciding it was better to head straight to the main port, he noticed something strange on the panel and asked what it was. Alma came up to him, looked at the screen, and said they were being scanned. Mimi worried if everything was all right, but Alma said scanning wasn't illegal. It wasn't the army or the police, so they could ignore it since they didn't even have a hidden ID. Hero felt uneasy, as if they were scanning his healthy stomach, though they did not seem likely to attack. Suddenly, the panel began to emit more signals. More ships are scanning them now. The ships usually do not harm the heroes, but the heroes are very frightened. Hero hit the gas to get away from the strange ships and told the crew to take their seats. They neared the space city. One of them asked Mimi to send a boarding request. Signals from the panel came from all sides. Mimi felt uneasy sitting behind the ships and wondered why they were chasing them. May replied that they all looked like space-ward ships, the same maker as the ship they were flying, but Mimi did not understand why they were scanning them. The android said Krishna was a novelty to them. Many residents of Blood grew curious. The unknown Krishna became interesting to them, but the girl found it all a bit too much. They are very curious about technology and test their developments. The manufacturer even hunts pirates himself on pirate ships. That's why pirates avoid areas with shipbuilders. Hero said it was legal but still unpleasant and indecent, and asked the android to explain the ship designs. The android had already written everything down. The heroes flew up toward the landing site. They stood on a busy street. An android approached them, greeted the hero, and asked whether he had come to buy a carrier ship. The android guided me out of the room. The heroes were glad to have May with them because she makes things easier. They walked down a long corridor. The girls showed them a meeting room where a manager was waiting inside. Peering into the room, he noticed something very strange. Inside, a child stood, dressed in a formal suit. Mimi told the hero the person in front of him was probably a dwarf because the company name Space Door makes it clear dwarves work there. Hero paused while Alma, seeing his expression, explained that DVERG was another name for dwarves. He remembered reading Scandinavian myths and seeing that word. If this world has elves, twerves would be common too. Alma asked why he looked as if he had just realized something. The girl invited the heroes inside. Introducing herself as Sarah, she said she would speak to them today the girl bout. Sarah asked which carrier ship they wanted to buy. Hero said he already knew what he wanted. When he said he was thinking of buying a skidblandier, the girl jumped up and interrupted him, saying he had great taste because he wanted the SDMS 020. The ship has stayed popular for years. It was built from old plans, but is very reliable and roomy. It has been upgraded several times, and most importantly, they recently received the latest model. Now's the best time to buy him a ship. Hero said the ship was too expensive. She replied that it was still the latest version. Sarah suggested they choose the ship's main option, otherwise they would never agree on a price. The heroes and the girl discussed many details and options needed for the ship. Hero wanted maximum functionality without reducing the shield's performance. Only armor and the generator mattered to him, and he ignored the other options. Sarah asked if he was going to install weapons, but he said it was unnecessary and they should keep the gear to a minimum. She may place her hand on the hero's shoulder. Turning to the android, he heard her whisper a suggestion if he could afford it. He said he would think it over. Sarah calculated the ship's total cost, taking into account all the hero's requests. The girl's price tag exceeded the hero's budget by 6 million. She paused to think. She plans to present a business proposal to him. If Hero signs a contract with their company, they will offer a large discount and sell the ship at the right price. The heroes fell silent. Hero thanked them, unsure why they were offering it to him. Sarah said he had risen from bronze to gold rank in a short time and was an exceptionally skilled mercenary. The hero asked about the contract. The hero had to use their company's ship and equipment, periodically transmit data about the ship, and actively promote the company. Most confused by the last 2 points, the man asked Alma for her opinion. He said, if the data is not about their personal lives, it is not a bad offer. But if the company's advertising restricts them, it could interfere with them, and he acknowledged coordinating their actions with the company each time would be extremely difficult. Mimi asked how advertising through mercenary activities could work, and Sarah welcomed the question. They will only get information about the ship's condition that applies to advertising. They will add information on the heroes and activities to the catalog as priority material. Besides shipbuilding, their company operates in several fields, including entertainment media, and documentaries about mercenaries fighting pirates are especially popular. Hiro realized he didn't know much about the world's entertainment, while most citizens were interested in it. Here I looked at Mimi, who was beaming with joy. When she lived in the colony, she often watched programs about traders, hunters, and mercenaries, and thought it would be great if that program showed their activities, but Hiro wasn't thrilled about it. Sarah confirmed that for a colony resident, the actions of space heroes are an impressive sight, and therefore popular. Alma also opposed the deal. Hiro thought everyone would find out about the crew and that their relationship would spread across the galaxy, since in this world when a man and a woman spent time on the same ship, people assumed they were dating, a stereotype left over from when interstellar travel took longer. Mimi couldn't figure out what the problem was. After all, they have nothing to hide. They have met many people who already know everything about them, so nothing is hidden anymore. Sarah added they would pay a separate fee for the broadcast materials. Hiro had no objection since he would not be forced to do anything, and that is the priority. Alma will agree only if her face and voice are not shown. May has one more condition. She will check the ship's data before transmitting it. Sarah felt hurt that they did not trust her. May said her duty was to protect her master, and she pursued it relentlessly. Accepting all their demands, the girl finally asked to discuss the ship's armament. Because the carrier has many weapon slots, the hero said to install only the minimum number of weapons. May requested an EMP. She said they also needed large-caliber laser weapons and rocket mounts in the compartments. Hiro worried about why they needed such a large EMF. He pointed out that, unlike a laser, this rail weapon fires large, slow projectiles, so it is hard to hit a moving target. But when it does, the impact is more powerful than a laser. Sarah went to speak with management and asked them to wait. Hiro asked whether May had intended to install the weapon from the start, even during the selection stage. Alma said May had slightly overstepped a robot servant's duties, regardless of the reason, but that was no reason to make the hero pay extra. May replied that her whole purpose was to serve her master. People wanted to know why May made those efforts. She said the conditions where she serves everyone are ideal for a maid. Right now, 98.8% of its potential is still untapped, and at that rate, it would take 200 years for its value to pay off, but she persuaded Hiro to buy it. The space battle will get easier, and the crew's risk of death will decrease. Sarah returned to the heroes and announced that assembling the supplies would take about 2 weeks. Hori wanted to leave, but the girl stopped him. She offered to repair their ship. Hiro realized he'd never sent a ship for major repairs before, and since they were offering a discount on buying a ship, he agreed to the repair. He asked how much they'd pay. The man realized they were only interested in Krishna because Krishna was unusual and a goldmine for engineers, but he could let them look at him. Sarah managed to say they would do the repairs for free, but the man was still not satisfied and was about to leave when the girl threw herself at his feet and begged him to stay. She agreed to a $3 million discount and added extra equipment and weapons. May offered a discount of up to $11 million, which he considered fair, but Sarah said a 30% cut was too much, and he called her greedy. May then offered her a bonus. The flask held all the working data about Krishna. Sarah immediately accepted May's suggestion. After managing it, Hiro felt uneasy. The android said it was normal risk management, but something still bothered her. The man was angry that she might have offered Krishna's data as a bargaining chip after she took it without asking his opinion. Hiro noticed she had gone quiet and wanted to put her down a little, so she would stop complaining. The hero said May was being punished. When the owner spoke, the android began to look joyful. The other girls feared the hero's sternness. Mimi asked where they'd stay while their ship was being repaired, and Alma said they'd stay at a hotel. Krishna is due to be picked up at noon tomorrow, so they still have plenty of time to get their things. The workers pushed forward to see Krishna for themselves. The dwarves screamed and hit each other. The heroes watched as the engineers shouted at each other and even got in the way of the policeman's work. Mimi worried they wouldn't be able to get into their ship. Alma decided to act. Shouting, she said the space store company would receive this ship tomorrow. Alma said they were handing the ship over to be repaired, so there was no point in fighting. Her advice was to find a way to blend in with the workers, because that would be better for them. All of the dwarves ran into the company. None of the heroes understood what had just happened. The following day, they checked into a hotel. They stepped inside and found a luxurious atmosphere. Mimi felt out of place, worried they looked different from everyone else in the hotel and didn't belong here. At first, Hero didn't care how much a mercenary earned because he treated everything like a game. That kind of luxury scared him. Alma caught his attention. She pointed out he spent in one day in Sierra what they'd spend here in a week. Hero agreed, but Mimi was still worried about the hotel's cost. Elma said a gold-ranked mercenary would not stay in a cheap hotel. Mimi replied that the mercenary was probably used to luxury. The words confused her. Alma replied that as an elf, she lived longer than they did. Clearly, she has extensive knowledge, and she hurried the men into the room. The heroes stepped into a lavish room. Hero said it was larger than he'd expected. Mimi listed this room as having a living room, 4 bedrooms, a study, a storage room, a locker room, a bathroom, and 2 toilets. The android maid came into the room and said their things were already here, and that they could call her if they needed her. Hero thanked her for her hard work. As the heroes unpacked, May drew Takehiro's attention. She urged him to come to his senses. He replied that she had already been punished and had gone too far, and even though she had tried to be a hero, she should be punished and reflect on her actions. Mimi was worried about the android. This is punishment inside the maze right now. Do nothing. You are forbidden from caring for the hero, except to protect them from danger. For May, caring for the owner is one of the pillars of her life, so the band causes her unbearable pain. He admitted in writing that he learned this method of punishment from an android at the company counter. She warned the hero that especially loyal young AIs often overreact to protect their master, so he asked her about ways to punish them. He hadn't expected the method to be so powerful. May said out loud that she was sorry for what had happened, so he asks that she be forgiven. Alma told Hero the android was already repenting. He thought it over. At the girl's request, he agreed to forgive her this time. The man admitted May had really helped them in the negotiations, but ordered her not to do anything with the others without him anymore. The android was pleased and promised it would not happen again. Sitting on the suitcase, the girl said she would unpack everything right away, and the other girl said she needed to put the kettle on first. A bespectacled girl said a large production facility, a factory, had been asked by the organization to appear. The young man said that if he took certain actions, clients would come on their own. Speaking to the man on the couch, the girl confirmed she had already made that point. The man realized that, despite his personal plans, including a long-awaited company vacation, he was urgently required to appear, which clearly annoyed him. The girl wondered about sending a protest note to Sarah. After a short pause, the guy said he would go anyway and asked that they be told he would arrive soon. He instructed that navigation equipment be installed on his terminal device, refused when the woman said she wanted to accompany him because he wanted to walk alone, and told her to take charge and keep the other women safe. When the man entered the room, he was surprised to see the large devices. Observers noticed how Krishna appears beneath the skin. The man admitted he didn't know this and said he wouldn't have understood it anyway, but he was surprised to see a large crowd of dwarves. A man watching several workers thought they were technicians and wondered why there were so many. One of the men, hearing the man's remark, said they were not technicians, that the man was a pilot, and ordered his capture because he disliked how the man had spoken about them, which frightened the man. Someone stomped firmly behind the group of men, and the group replied with an annoyed remark about their lateness. One girl has asked the other, calling her sister, what to do, and the reply said they needed to act, using phrases like go ahead or V. Confused by the situation, the young man knew he needed help right away. Meanwhile, a group of men approaching him shouted warnings about the danger. At the same time, the man began screaming in confusion as one of the girls rushed at him. Acting quickly, the girl shoved him with both hands. He cried out in pain and fell to the floor as she gasped in horror. The men present watched with obvious incomprehension. One girl tried to help the gentleman, and the other said it had been excessive. The girl sat remorsefully on her lap as everyone else stood behind her. He watched her silently. Angry, he immediately protested that it looked like their company made a habit of harming partners, saying he was lucky the blow wasn't worse or that it might be dwarves' manners, and the girl flatly denied it, saying they would never do that. Indignant at being summoned and then grabbed, the young man demanded an explanation, saying that after enduring their borscht behavior for so long, even someone as good-natured as he could not ignore this, while the frightened girl urged him to stop. Taking off her glasses, the girl sobbed and said they were very, very sorry. The guy replied he didn't need tears. He added that the situation makes it look like he caused the girl's tears, and he stressed that even if his actions were justified, it still looks very bad to others. After a brief pause, he said, repairs to the Krishna could continue, but the Skidblad Nera purchase was temporarily cancelled, and the final decision would depend on the outcome of their next steps. After asking if everything was clear, and hearing the girl's confirmation, the young man considered the strategic importance of the situation, noted that although the plant is a large carrier ship kept in a warehouse, its maintenance costs are enormous, and was convinced the organization's representatives would make every effort to please. He added that they would now have to discuss their punishment, which had been announced as an order. The young man said he was handing this over to them, openly admitting he did not want to be involved in finding a solution, but he warned he would assess how they handled the task and how honest and grateful they were. As she entered the building, she suggested killing them while loading the gun. A man immediately objected and asked that the weapon be removed. The other girls then asked about the nature of the conflict during the pilot's capture. He asked for suggestions, and she said their interest might be due to his skills, but piloting information is confidential to outsiders, and she did not have it. The girl added that dwarves can read metals. She assumed they had taken the Krishna apart and examined its engine and drives. She explained that dwarves assess the degree of mental deterioration and how strongly it affects someone, which lets them understand how a pilot would use a ship. Then one of the girls asked the others whether such a scenario was possible. The man said he needed them as a test pilot, and that obvious obsession showed fierce competition. But he doubted that injuring the pilot was wise, because it would prevent them from achieving any goal. The young man said they could only wait for further action and sounded confident it would not get worse. The girl disagreed, warning it was uncertain because they were dealing with dwarves, and when the man asked what the problem with them was, she paused to think of an answer. They clarified that their actions were driven not by intuition, but by practical logic and rational instincts, which can lead to poor decisions. The man expressed concern, asked how serious it was, and said he suddenly felt anxious. Everyone suddenly heard an odd noise and went on alert. The man asked who it was and said he hadn't called anyone, and the girl looked toward the sound and replied, suggesting it was a bad time to visit. Two strangers stood before her and introduced themselves one after the other. Tina said she would take care of things and waved her hand naively. The other, visibly frightened, introduced herself as Viska. Then the girls were firmly asked to show them tenderness that night. The man, in turn, was completely bewildered. Studying the girls with nervous smiles, the man suddenly shouted, driving them off and leaving them frightened. The girls repeatedly demanded that the actions stop and that others listen to them, voicing our request. The girls pleaded, saying that if they left, they'd lose their home and job. Meanwhile, the man was typing on his phone. People in the corridor warned against calling security because of the noise. Someone timidly offered to listen to Mr. Hero. The girls panicked, loudly begged to be let in, and promised to do whatever was needed. The young man voiced doubts about the value of listening and asked about possible consequences, stressing that although he had asked for thanks and honesty, this way of expressing them was unacceptable. He suggested they might have wrongly assumed his pension was for women, because two girls were on the ship, and decided to give him more thinking it would calm him, and he said he was indignant and called it an attempt to bully him. Smiling, the girls repeatedly asked the man whether he affirmed his love for women. He gave a brief, affirmative reply. He added that even though they were guilty in the incident, he was not convinced the company was taking steps to remove them. The man asked the woman why she protects others so actively. The woman said it was perfectly clear to her how someone feels after losing their money and home. He turned his gaze to them and saw they were on their knees, crying. The man asked the girls if their names were Tina and Viska. The man said he would listen to them only for Mimi's sake and that he already knew why they had come, because the company had sent them by, threatening to fire or evict them from the dorm. They smiled and explained the reason wasn't any of the above, but a personal decision because they believed it was necessary. A young man held out his hand to get attention, asked if it was their own decision and not the company's. A girl confirmed it, and he then looked at the other girls and asked a short question. Dropping his head into his hands, he asked if they understood why he was angry, and the girls, confused, replied that it was because they had hurt him. He agreed the injury was a problem, but stressed the cause was different, saying his injury resulted solely from the actions of the company's employees. He said his anger came from the space store company's irresponsible management, because its employees are free to act, and that causes problems for customers. The man demanded they explain what they had done, and the girls, eyes wide, listened closely, then fell silent as they tried to grasp their actions and felt deep horror. Motioning to them, he told Mimi they were hopeless. The woman protested, defending them by saying they had tried to take responsibility. Someone suggested praising her diligence. The girl called that an offensive interpretation. The man, in turn, sided. The protagonist said his anger toward them had faded. The girls asked whether that meant they were forgiven. The man explained his stance, saying he did not want to be seen as heartless. He said he had no further questions and asked May about the wait, and she said it would happen soon. When the man heard the sound, he turned his head toward it. Two men stood in the indicated place, accompanied by a woman carrying a basket of fruit and gifts. After apologizing sincerely, the man reacted in surprise, identifying one of the arrivals as the Blade Hotel's sales manager and then asking whether the plant manager was present. Surprised, he said he hadn't expected such important people to visit a mercenary and admitted he felt awkward, and the man opposite offered comforting words. Mercenaries are an extremely valuable client group for the company, and Mr. Hero, a gold-ranked mercenary, is particularly important, but he said that, from his point of view, the attitude toward him is poor. He went on, outraged that the staff had arrived on their own for work that bordered on prostitution, and demanded to know whether such a situation was normal and what it said about the company's management. The man across from them said they'd warned their employees, but the workers ignored the instructions. The other man objected, and the first man abruptly cut him off, saying management could not use that to avoid responsibility. He also stressed that their duties must be done accurately and promptly, and that no extra difficulties should arise. The seated man said he was ready. The young man, Exiled, turned to his companion and said a major conflict had been avoided, adding that he was not inclined to pettiness, would not be offended, and might be ready to forgive them this time. He wanted them to work quickly and avoid causing unnecessary problems. The man added that if they truly wanted to show their sincerity, he would gladly accept it. After the man's promise, he privately thought there was nothing wrong with asking for compensation. The man who was called suddenly remembered he had not asked what the invitation was for. The company's representative explained that their engineers, while repairing his ship, had shown strong interest in his polishing technology. He explained they currently lack test pilots to develop the next generation of ships, so they urgently need his help. They concluded that inviting each development team individually was unreasonable and costly, so they decided to gather all key managers and present a proposal for cooperation. Angrily, he replied that the proposed efficiency only benefited them and ignored his interests. The other man then worshipped him and expressed deep regret. Then the man asked the girl what she thought. He said they could not leave the colony until the repair work was completed. It was originally planned for them to stay here until the carrier was collected, since time was not a limiting factor. Therefore, he felt the whole issue came down to how much they would be paid. The main character insisted the task be sent through the guild and said he would only become a probationer if the conditions met his requirements, and the interlocutor expressed deep gratitude to him. Turning to the two women, he stressed the need to decide on further action regarding them. He said he had already forgiven them for the incident, so they should not be punished severely. The women looked at him in surprise. The two women exchanged glances and looked at each other in silence. Hero continued, saying he feared that if they ruined their lives over such nonsense, he would find no peace. The next day, the man said he hoped to shop without any problems that day. Smiling, she asked what he planned to buy and offered to show him around the colony. After a pause, the man asked why they were there. The woman began to explain, but was cut off when another girl grabbed her by the head and apologized for the morning noise. One of the girls said the two planned to apologize in person, and expecting they might cause some inconvenience, she decided to go with them. The girl said that if he was displeased, she would immediately take them away and put them in cages. The man objected, urged her to let them go, and said he was completely satisfied. He then asked how they planned to resolve the situation. According to her, a serious reprimand was announced, a 2-week ban on alcohol was imposed, and wages were cut for 3 months. She clarified that she and the entire leadership were punished by being made to take responsibility. With a smile, she said she had fortunately avoided the alcohol ban. He asked about the alcohol ban, saying that since he does not drink, he cannot judge whether it is a serious punishment. The girls immediately spoke up loudly, saying it was not just a punishment, but a real execution, and that it was extremely harsh. And the third girl tried to start with "I even," while the man thought another girl had cut her off. The man realized that dwarves in this world also drink alcohol. She then said she wanted to talk to him about something to make up for her earlier rudeness. He looked at her cautiously. Gesturing to her two companions, the girl offered to hire them as personal mechanics through their company. She said she hoped he would consider their proposal, and he gave her a puzzled look. The young man said he couldn't believe it and asked why those people had been chosen. The girl told him not to rush into anger and pointed out that the people named are highly skilled. Smiling, the woman said the company guarantees its engineers experience, and the man clarified the proposal by asking if that meant hiring those specialists for his team. She said these individuals will remain Spaceberg employees, so their wages and other expenses will be paid by their organization. They clarified his only obligation was to provide them with living quarters. He paused, then turned to Mimi and said the offer was extremely profitable financially. They also emphasized that, despite its unconventional nature, Christianism still required regular maintenance, and skilled mechanics were considered an invaluable asset. Mercenary work is very dangerous. Others may be afraid to fly with mercenaries, and in the worst case, the mercenaries may die. The girls said that in return, they would have the chance to visit many places, which was exciting, and might even find some good quality alcohol. They admitted feeling some fear and anxiety, but they wanted to thank him for his kindness. I already discussed this with my sister, and she personally has no objections. However, the main character said he could not answer immediately because they might not be able to work together as a team, and one girl confirmed he was right while the other strongly agreed. One girl gave a thumbs up with a smile and said she had a great idea. The girl turned and asked a clarifying question, implying the need for reinforced armor. She told me about an excellent old shop that specializes in laser weapons and suggested we go there first. The man agreed. She offered to show him the colony, promising to spend the whole day with him and explain everything. One of her companions approved, calling it a good idea. They suggested he check several options while walking to see if they suited him, then decide whether to take any. He thought that was it. He and May, accompanied by elder Tina, went looking for components to reinforce armor. Meanwhile, Alma and Mimi spent time shopping and sightseeing with their younger sister. The woman apologized again for what had happened the day before, and the man said he had already heard enough apologies. The man said he was worried that her style favored action over thought. The girl laughed and admitted he often points this out. The man asked if that habit meant she never changed. The girl acknowledged his observation. Miss Tina took the girl aside and warned that if the owner had problems, Ms. Tina would immediately inform the company, saying this would harm the girl's position and salary, and advising her to be prepared. And another girl then voiced concern. She added she had not yet asked about his budget or the typical pay for a gold-ranked mercenary. Lost in thought, the man said he would announce an amount of 100,000 if things went well, and the girl, gesturing with her fingers, said that could not be and she would not be fooled. Suddenly she realized something and asked if he had already answered that, and he explained he could not have easily paid 20 million for the ship without such high income, adding that his pay rises sharply for special or especially large missions, leaving her stunned with her mouth open. She suddenly grabbed his arm and he turned to look at her. Smiling at the man, she asked him to marry her with affection. She suggested he take her younger Vi as a bonus. After a thoughtful chuckle, he said he would prefer only the youngest. The girl grew angry, asked for the reason, and began to doubt her own attractiveness. She added that she and the other girl even had identical facial features. The man smiled and said they were twins, but their personalities were completely different. The man went on to explain his choice, first saying the children did not fit his preferences, and the girl protested that she was not a child and was actually 27 years old. Pausing briefly, the man realized something, pointed at her, and asked in disbelief, and she said yes. The woman pointed to herself, said she was a well-fed lady, then smiled and laughed softly. Surprised, the man said he had thought she was younger than Mimi and noted she was almost his age. The girl replied that she felt she was being politely called old. A third girl joined in, saying she was the youngest here, only 2 months old. When the man entered the building, he was so surprised that he opened his mouth. A large gun store stood ahead, and inside, the salesperson was actively giving detailed information to everyone there. The man was surprised by how lively the place was. The girl noted the colony's large number of mercenaries meant almost any type of firearm was available. She also mentioned custom-made weapons. The man replied eagerly that he needed to buy a laser cannon because his had broken down, adding that the place's general atmosphere naturally excites any man. Studying an object closely, the man admitted he suddenly wanted to buy something useless. The girl called to him, "Master." He turned around. Holding up the object in her hands, May asked if she could acquire it. The man replied that it was a knife. The woman said the object is a dart made of heavy-duty metal. The man then looked at him and asked why she needed him. The girl answered yes. These items can serve as effective thrown weapons in battle, dealing damage that can penetrate enemy armor. They are also very convenient for carrying several concealed at once. The young man asked if such a simple weapon would suit her. She replied that its simplicity made it reliable and very effective in dangerous situations. Agreeing it was sensible, he decided they needed to buy darts. When the girl thanked him, he noticed that Mimi and Alma had never asked him like that before, remembered what they had said earlier, and concluded that a sincere request to buy something was unusual for him. He also concluded that May did not see this as a request of begging, but as mandatory expenses to improve their equipment. She picked up the dart she had acquired, examined it carefully, and smiled. He thought the item looked quite decent and assumed she had requested it. But before he finished his thought, one of the girls interrupted him and spoke to him. The girl pointed at an item and said she wanted to buy it. The man returned to his thoughts and concluded her wishes were very easy to understand. The man replied, puzzled about whether he had to buy it for her. The woman shrugged and said there was nothing wrong with it. He thought it was shameless begging with no modesty. And soon another girl called to him and distracted him. The girl who showed him the object said Tenochka wanted it. The man exhaled, gave the attempt 3 points, and suggested starting over. The girl reacted angrily, demanding an explanation for the low score and the 7-point deduction. The main character asks again, wondering if she'd rated it above 10 points. The girl expressed shock at why there were so few balls since she was cute. The guy explained that if you chose between cute and unlovely, she would be more likely to be seen as cute, but only by appearance. She acknowledged his words with admiration and slight embarrassment, but he dismissed her, saying it didn't matter and that he would gain nothing by telling her to put the item back on the shelf. Visibly confused, she asked a question in an indignant tone, insisting his money should have outweighed his refusal. At that point, her words were cut off when another woman called her Miss Tina. The girl asked sternly if she had forgotten why she was beside the owner, and Tina said she had not. A strict girl said Tina had been assigned to escort her around the colony to see if she met the standards to join the host's team, and an ashamed Tina admitted the truth, after which the girl harshly reproached her for being made to beg the owner and demanded an explanation, and Tina apologized. The man stepped forward, put his hands on the girl's shoulders to protect her, and said May would not pressure Tina. The girl was not begging. Smiling at Tina, the man said he agreed. The strict girl replied that he could think so if he wanted. Tina was inwardly terrified, convinced both the master and his maid were malevolent. The mate asked the owner whether he had found the item they wanted, and the owner said he had only found similar pieces, not the exact one, adding that individual orders could be placed there. So Tina then asked whether that option interested him. After the battle with the aristocrat, he thought it over and decided it would be hard to find the item he needed in the available stock. The girl asked what he was looking for. He specified his requirements for a laser cannon to reinforce armor that would be easy to use in tight spaces and in close combat, and strong enough that even an aristocrat's sword could not cut it. The girl clarified that it was an aristocrat's sword and explained it was a high-quality blade made of reinforced particles, adding that only heavily compressed material, extremely durable but very bulky, could withstand such an impact. Onam warned that trying to control a laser cannon built from that material would overwhelm anyone, even in reinforced armor. The man fell silent, took in the complexity, and decided there was no other choice. The girl objected to what he said. Pausing, the girl said, "Wait a minute," as she typed on her phone. Thinking aloud, she reviewed the options and concluded none were suitable. Suddenly, the man called out to the girl, Tina, and asked if he could ask her to design a laser cannon. Tina looked up from her phone and stared at the man, puzzled. Admitting his amateur status, he said his ideas were unlikely to be outstanding. Pointing out Tina's ship-related specialty, he said she was clearly competent in materials. He then turned to Tina and invited her to give it a try. Smiling, Tina asked whether he thought the requested specifications were too high and whether he was asking for too much. The protagonist offered about 100,000 as a reward and asked if the task could be done. The girl looked lost in thought, and her face showed fear and doubt, which in turn frightened him. With a confident smile, Tina said she was ready to finish the task. Smiling at the girl's agreement, the man said he would assign May as her assistant and told me to explain the armor to May and to use the partnership to improve their relationship. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, and May replied that she would obey the hero. He noted that if conflicts arose with the old crew, their journey together would become impossible, and although the assignment he had given seemed like a joke, he realized it was strategically crucial. Hero told Mimi and Alma he planned to go and ask them to negotiate with the store staff, saying he hoped they would handle it. Then he waved at them. May calmly confirmed her agreement, and Tina smiled and said she understood everything, would complete the task, and would receive a reward. But the man doubted she would actually do it. Reading the message, he learned they were looking for everything necessary for the life of whiskey and mud on the ship, so they would not return immediately. And he told himself it was not certain they would fly with them, but he would write down what he understood. The main character thought that although he could join them, given the circumstances, he would rather walk around the shopping district, and then he walked down the street. The man walked through the sales area, studying the selection of products on display. Examining the figure, he realized he was in a colony of many dwarf masters, and that the place was full of antiques. Surprised by the spiked shoulder pads, he asked himself a question silently. Seeing a spiked shoulder pad, the man pictured post-apocalyptic hooligans' gear, but a salesman interrupted, greeted him, and called it an excellent thermal raincoat. Pointing uncertainly at the item, he asked whether it was a cloak, and the seller confirmed this, saying he had worked hard to make it unlike a traditional raincoat. The product's basic function remained the same. Just put it on your shoulders, activate it, and it ensures comfort even in temperatures from -50 to +50 degrees. This was seen as impressive. He asked about the price. The seller said that because of the work involved, it was $3,000, then offered a discount of up to $2,500. The buyer thought that was too much for an item bought just for fun. He then asked about the availability of larger thermal models. The seller confirmed this. He explained a modification worth $800 has only a cloak-like appearance as a drawback, while remaining highly effective. He found the product hides the figure well and keeps you warm, but its design is too flashy, and the seller said he had other options. A seller showed a new item, the Chameleon 1200 thermal cloak, and offered to rate it. A man responded with delight, pointed out its optical camouflage, and called it cool. The buyer was pleased to announce his choice of the product and said he would likely buy 5 units at once. The seller was surprised to receive such a confirmed quantity. Hero recalled game events where such cloaks proved indispensable, offering examples like landing on hostile planets or conducting search missions and visiting colonies after their life support system failed. Making a mental note that these purchases would be useful later, he turned when the salesman called out to him. A girl stepped up to the seller, pointed out the wide range of high-quality products he offered, and told him not to cut in front of her. Outlet representatives suddenly surrounded him and began shouting. At first, they urged him to inspect the products. Then the sellers argued fiercely, each insisting their goods were the best and inviting them to their place. Terrified, the man pleaded with them to stop pushing as they shoved him toward the front door. The man said it was terrible and that he didn't think dwarves were such passionate merchants, and the woman praised him. Flanked by 2 female companions, the girl greeted him amiably and waved. The girls, who had witnessed the incident, said they saw everything, and one even mentioned a prize, saying she assumed he would be forced to buy many extra goods, but he skillfully defended his interests. She saw that, as she had predicted, Mr. Hero was forced to refuse, but he still got 1 item. The man, noting we were talking about a compact cooking kit, said it is an interesting item that could be useful if needed. One of the women said he seemed to realize this expense was unwise. Another girl asked who the set was for. She was told the man could cook. The man rejected the claim that he had outstanding culinary skills, saying his cooking is ordinary, coarse male fare, and she said it was unusual to see anyone other than dwarves cooking. Cooking is common among dwarves, and the colony's catering kitchens usually prefer hands-on preparation, but also use machines. And because fresh food is expensive, they often rely on semi-prepared items from automated systems that cooks then finish. The main character asked whether this was unnecessary work. The girl hesitated, agreed, and explained that dishes fully prepared by automated systems do not stimulate the appetite, and checked that he understood. The hero replied that he understood. One woman said she doubted whether the food they prepared, though clearly delicious, had a full flavor. The second girl said she had no complaints. Turning to the women, he asked an indirect question. One of them said only dwarves would probably understand this phenomenon. She replied that it seemed they would agree with him on this, and that was very good. She gladly offered to try dwarven food today and said she knew a good place. They stepped into the cafe, which was busy during the day. Paintings on the walls created a special atmosphere. Looking around the cafe's interior, she noticed its unique atmosphere. They were told that Dvorovsky fried meat is served at this institution. His companions exchanged disbelieving looks and asked whether that meant dwarf meat. They explained the meat is fried and eaten right away, making it very popular with tourists, and a listener then said how impressed he was by what he heard. Curious, the young people asked how the dish would look. The girl, eager, said they'd find out soon. Tina turned to a girl who called to her, announced she had arrived, and apologized for being late. They said that because of the gentleman's dwarf-style meat, they should have picked a pricier place since this one is too low level, and the other girl cut off any further speech by rebuking Tina. He recommended postponing the proposal. One of the girls said she was interested in their expensive dishes and claimed she was qualified to judge them. The man left the order to them, saying he trusted their choice. He said he preferred water or tea. The girl then asked about alcoholic drinks that go well with meat. Although beer is traditional, The girl said she prefers creative drinks, either watered down or as whiskey and soda, and her companion added she liked it mixed with tea, so the first girl decided on whiskey. When asked if they also intended to drink alcohol, they answered yes, and Tina took the girl aside and touched her shoulder, which made her react. Tina said it was just a joke and asked for tea, while others noted she had forgotten about the ban on alcoholic drinks. Once the drinks arrived, the girl picked up a glass, cleared her throat, and said she would present the proposal. She raised her glass and kept talking, offering a drink to everyone at the meeting. Someone shouted from behind the table. The audience loudly demanded unlimited food and drink, while the man privately decided he did not want to join the toast because of the nature of the meeting. Hiro picked up the cutlery and began to set the food, but it slipped and fell. He admitted to himself that he was anxious. His companion praised him as a first-rate cook. When someone called him Mr. Hiro, Hiro said anyone could do it. He thought dwarf meat was very similar to okonomiyaki, and he explained to himself that okonomiyaki is a Japanese pizza, a fried flatbread with a variety of ingredients covered in a special sauce and topped with very thin slices of dried tuna. Tasting it, he realized it was like okonomiyaki, though the ingredients were different. The cabbage wasn't really cabbage, but something like it. The pork felt different too. It lacked something like nori, but the sauce and mayonnaise tasted just like in his world. It was almost okonomiyaki. The man realized that, although the dish was different, he was quite acceptable. The girl was lost in thought, so the guy gave her a questioning look. She told him she couldn't do it the way he did. He looked at her, smiled, and asked if he could try it. Smiling, she agreed, offering the spoon. The girl watched as the man tasted it and said it was not bad. She asked if he really meant it. He added that it was well cooked and the appearance did not matter. He praised her obvious cooking talent, and the girl replied doubtfully as another girl called him boss. One woman said that, despite the merits of the Drofa-style meat, she would let him assess the results of her own efforts. And he reacted eagerly, asked to be shown, while simultaneously making a gesture on her phone screen. A large, powerful weapon rose from the phone screen and hovered in the air, leaving everyone at the site in shock. The man was delighted by what he saw. Everyone called it cool, and one of the girls asked what it was, and he explained he had asked her to design a cannon to reinforce armor. She said she wasn't satisfied with the parameters of the finished samples, and he still couldn't understand them. And one of the girls replied tersely that the boss was Wish. We presented the cannon's features. It is convenient to use in tight spaces. Its weight and size are optimized, so you can hold it in one hand. Super heavy compressed materials are used only in the blade, which lets it resist aristocratic swords while staying relatively light. They noted that by itself, it can resist other reinforcing armor, so they named it. The woman announced the weapon's name, saying the axe is a gun. The man confirmed he understood, and after that, someone may ask a question, turning to the boss for his opinion. May explained that the weapon's reduced weight lowers power compared with a separate laser pistol, but improves accuracy. She said the product meets all the specified requirements and fits the allocated budget, so she considers it a good combination, and the man said he trusted her. The man said he would give the award later. One girl agreed, and the other asked again about the reward. She said yes, and explained the task came from the boss. Then they agreed that if she completed the cannon project to his requirements, he would reward her, and then she turned to him. Looking at him with pity, she asked whether the reward was meant for her alone. Hiro, puzzled, made a questioning sound. He began to explain himself, apologized, and promised Viska he would contact her immediately if necessary. Viska, clearly pleased, asked him to confirm, and he repeatedly said yes. This promise meant they would remain, and she felt their joining was progressing slowly but steadily. The man said he knew and that he was just asking, and the woman confirmed they were twins while the other agreed. He asked how they became so different. The girl clarified. That was interesting. She added that it was a long story and asked if everything was okay. Two main types of dwarven organizations were identified: companies and guilds, with companies being large corporate entities like Spaceperg and similar organizations, and guilds being associations of artisans, miners, and other related professionals. Tina said a family incident had led to Vi being raised in a company environment while Tina was raised in a guild. They had only started living together 2 years ago. The man concluded their differences came from those different upbringings, and the girl agreed. After a moment's thought, he said he didn't understand why Tina had sided with companies like Spaceperg. The girls began to answer, but their reply never finished. He watched them thoughtfully. Experts pointed out that there are significant differences between them, even apart from organizational structure and cultural factors, and generally corporations are associated with wealthy, well-educated people, while guilds are groups of poor, rough individuals. The man asked if the guild areas were unsafe, and the woman hesitated, saying that is why many guild members are scared. Describing herself as a mechanic, she said she avoided direct wrongdoing but still took part in shady dealings. The woman said the memory does not give her any positive feelings. She also reported that she later met Vi again, who left the guild and ended up here. Hiro asked if her leaving meant cutting off all contact with them. The girl confirmed, saying she had cut all ties and had gone to one of the poor colonies hundreds of light years away. The woman said they couldn't reach that far. The man asked if that was true. The girl said pirates are a separate threat, but the colonists usually do not leave their star system. She ended her story by saying the events explained their individual differences. The man said he understood, then apologized, admitting his curiosity had caused an unwelcome intrusion into their private lives and made him nervous. She told him not to worry and said she didn't want any secrets between them if they might join his team. The girl said the squid was ready, and the man looked toward her, watching closely to see what they would do. He turned his head to the side and focused on where the sound came from. The girls waved goodbye, and one of them thanked the guys for the invitation. The guys smiled and waved back. After a day together, the man asked what she thought of them, and she said she wouldn't call them bad. That constant distraction can make her upset, but it's not done out of spite, so she thinks they'll get along, and he agreed. Turning to May, he asked about Tina's workshop work from a mechanical standpoint. May said she firmly believed her skills and knowledge matched those of a first-class mechanic. Their value is said to be very high, even according to Spaceberg. In design, Tina prefers reliable solutions over spontaneous creative ideas. The man was amazed. The man said they are complete opposites. You notice that despite the axe gun's exotic appearance, its performance is steady. He admitted that Sarah might have been right about how useful the two are to them. He concluded that since the company would cover the salary and the opportunity was too lucrative to refuse, they would likely have to be accepted into the team. However, as he began to speak, the girl interrupted him, speaking urgently. The main character said he was worried about their status as Spaceberg employees. One of the girls asked if he feared the company might learn about them and Krishna. He confirmed that. Another girl then asked what danger such a leak would cause. The man fell silent, lost in thought. He then turned to the girl and said he thought there was probably no danger. The girl caught his meaning and, pleased, asked if that meant hurrah. Sarah already knew the rumors about him and Krishna, so anything they do will become known if they have something distinctive, like a special roof. May said the twins' presence would not change the situation, but there was a risk they could extract Krishna's data or disrupt external relations, and she could monitor all their activities inside the Krishna and on the mothership to prevent information leaks or unauthorized external access. Seeing the situation, one girl said there was no real cause for concern, and her companion agreed. The man replied that the main issues were mostly resolved and planned to say something about himself. He said they should include Tina and Visca. The man asked for an opinion. One girl had no objection. The other agreed, thinking they would become friends. He smiled and offered to prepare them for boarding. The following day, someone asked him to clarify whether he intended to give permission for their escort. He announced his decision to take them under his care. The girl on the screen replied that, in that case, she would manage the whole organization, told them to prepare rooms near the mothership's hangar, and said she would request extra living quarters beyond the bedrooms and upload the relevant data. She confirmed receipt and said she would send the estimate, and he added that after discussing the issue with the team, they agreed it was best to have several living quarters. The girl president said the repairs were clearly necessary and not difficult and had to be done quickly, but the guy looked at her seriously. He worried it would cost a lot. The girl said she had given him a discount below market price. The man reassured her that everything was fine. The man explained that, although he had significant savings after the recent incident, repairs would still be a major expense, and he doubted that internal repairs should be listed as mandatory expenses, so he wanted to avoid unnecessary costs. Then the woman rubbed her hands uncertainly, looked at him, and said she had a definite offer. The girls glanced around nervously, wanting to say something. They looked at the clothes and said they were impressive. The man smiled and confirmed it. Ashamed, the girl invited them aboard. He raised doubts, saying it seemed too profitable to ignore the 1.5 million reconstruction costs while offering him only a 5-day pilot, and the girl confirmed it. Because this involves a classified prototype, payments for non-disclosure were included, which is reasonable given the risk of unforeseen incidents even with guarantees of complete security. She concluded that this only shows the test's exceptional value and the high expectations placed on Mr. Hero. They assumed that whatever the circumstances, Spaceberg needed the prototype's data and its own expert opinion. The girl asked the gentleman if they could move to the safety compartment, and he confirmed they could. He warned them to be careful because this place was very different from Crinchy, and the girl showed she understood by putting on her helmet. Though less powerful than the Krishna, this small ship has remarkable features, including a generator about as powerful as a cruise ship's, and apparently even Spaceberg specialists have not been able to fully explore it. After getting Krishna into the game, he checked 3 times to make sure it wasn't a software error or bug. She told them they would soon have to pass through the gate. He answered yes, while pressing the lever. They issued the command to launch the prototype Hammer 7. The girl asked the man why he was. The man turned to her. She asked why they hadn't given it to their test pilots. He said they'd already run tests, but no matter what they tried, they couldn't reach even half the expected performance. The man noted Spaceberg is known for building reliable ships with strong protection and firepower, but he said this time the focus was on mobility to build a fast warship, and he asked whether development was not progressing well. The girl said it seemed that after much trial and error, they had reached their peak, and eventually decided to hire the best pilot, Mr. Hero. Although the exact optimality is unknown, the new pilot can solve a specific problem the regular pilot cannot. The control center then ordered the targets to move into position and wait to begin testing, and the Milot 7 pilot confirmed the order and took position. Mr. Hero confirmed he had received the information and said he understood. For a long time, he had managed only Krishna. Someone suggested testing what the brand new ship could do and proposed having some fun. Once they took off, the man felt inexplicably tired. He believed the test had gone well with no major problems and the task was complete, but he had a premonition that the success hid some difficulty. Tests confirmed the machine met the stated performance parameters and that the difficulties were caused by software control errors. The men insisted the program was flawless, arguing the real cause was errors in the weight balance calculations. He turned to the girl and asked what was happening. Then, after thinking, decided the test showed values that exactly meet the specifications, and that is the main problem. He also pointed out that programmers and engineers tend to shift responsibility onto each other. The girl asked if programmers and engineers at Spaceperg really do not get along. The man answered yes, which prompted him to wonder if this was the cause of their development problems. In his assessment of the Hammer 7, he said that despite its focus on mobility and good acceleration, the ship's massive armor makes it needlessly heavy and causes it to skid, and the cause of the problems is unclear with a slight delay in handling. Confirmation that this is possible explains why they have not been able to show their full potential so far. At the same time, the ship still had many unresolved problems. The woman noted how he handled the coal, clearly surprised. Hero replied that it was just a show of skill. The girl looked bewildered. Despite the ship's drift, he said the control system has enough power, and his piloting lets him lock targets even in orbit when there is noticeable glide, while the delay can be handled by doing everything ahead of time. Smiling, the man said it would take some getting used to, but the ship's characteristics were excellent. One of the girls asked if it was really that simple, and the second confirmed it. The first then said it was not, and that only the hero was crazy, and he called that rude while pointing to her words. Those present looked at the men and concluded the ordeal had only made their problems worse. The man replied that it was fine and stressed he had finished his task. The next morning, the twins greeted him with a smile and said they had been waiting for him. The man turned and asked in amazement where they came from, and the girls, puzzled, said they had to be there. The women said he will pilot Prototype 13 today, and they were directly involved in its development. Terrified, he said he understood and noted the design looked stylish enough for Spaceperg. Then he asked whether this prototype was a high-speed, highly maneuverable variant, and the girls confirmed, explaining that unlike the earlier model with heavy armor and weapons, this one was built for speed and agility. He confirmed they understood the situation. The girl focused on her device while he said everything would be ready soon. Then he said he would check the ship and put on a protective helmet. As the ships took off, the girls watched closely on their computers while one of them talked on the phone. They reported the tests were completed, including standard maneuvering, firing, and combat maneuvers, and then a question was asked about the results achieved by Prototype 13. The man said the facility was working well with no surprises, and management was responsive, and the woman added that he can compete with Krishna in terms of mobility. To gain mobility, firepower, and defensive systems were sacrificed, leaving it significantly inferior to Krishna in direct combat, though it carries missiles, missile blocks, and rocket launchers likely intended for short-term missile exchanges. One of the women offered to come back because the tests seemed finished. Someone replied with a smile, but he suddenly felt anxious. The smile faded. He ran through the situation in his head and then called to stop the action. At a computer terminal, a woman suddenly offered to test Prototype 13 at full capacity. Her twin asked what that would involve. Hero pointed to a button in the corner of the control console. He was told she was visible, and he said he had deliberately ignored her. He expressed hesitation. The woman reacted sharply and asked if he was reluctant to disable the restriction systems, seeking clarification. The woman said Prototype 13 is highly mobile and asked if he wanted to test its potential, and the man told her he had not formed a favorable impression of this class of ships. Continuing his speech, he said there were no problems, that the inertia control device was set up perfectly and everything was completely safe, and he praised the thoroughness and thoughtfulness of the planning. She said she trusted his skills and was confident he could unlock the prototype's full potential while making an urgent request, and he stood lost in thought. Because she persisted, he said he would likely try. She reacted with joy and asked whether that was true. The guy said he would move the targets. The girl asked if he was sure. Here is a reply saying they should just trust him. Observers reported visual contact with the targets. The operator ordered the limiters deactivated and warned that the consequences might be unpredictable. He reached for the matching button and pressed it, deactivating the limiters. The prototype quickly reached very high speed in flight. He spoke up loudly, insisting they were going too fast. Another woman yelling said they were being pushed hard into their seats. Suddenly realizing they had missed their target, she told Mr. Hero, who was scared. Annoyed, he vowed to go all the way, tapped the screen to disable auto balance, said his gold rank should not be underestimated, and his eyes widened in surprise. The rocket quickly increased speed. At the same time, several round objects were ejected from it, and the prototype's flame broke through them. Watching the rote on her device, the woman pointed out the strange trajectory and asked how such movement could happen at that speed, and her companion was equally amazed. This phenomenon is not limited to the orientation engines. Pilots still achieve target hits by manually controlling the main engines to maneuver, and another woman reacted in disbelief, calling it pure madness while insisting the received data were exclusive and must be recorded in full. The man objected, saying it was difficult because he had enabled constraints in auto-balancing. Then he turned to the girls and asked, holding her head. The girl said she seemed fine, but felt unwell and had circles under her eyes. The man grew worried about her condition. The second girl sank to her knees and apologized, clearly remorseful. Hero said they were impressed by the ship they had seen. One girl said Minnie felt bad because of her stubbornness and did not need to apologize. Another said she had told him she was safe. A third added the problems were not due to piloting, but because Hero overdid it. A girl leaned toward Mimi and told her not to worry. Mimi said everything was fine. The third girl asked whether he was really that overzealous. They noted the development department had never seen data like this before, which sparked their obsession with analysis, and people questioned whether it could be used in practice. While the girl said the result was secondary because there is never too much data, then she told V to stop whining, stressed that everyone was alive, which was a success, and mentioned that the inertia control had not been up to par last time. She ended her speech saying the examiner had nearly died. The twins laughed. The man speaking to them disagreed and said he should have reported it earlier. The girl was in an institution, eating to background music. Across the street, a young man asked her opinion of the colony's food. She said the food was very tasty. A nod showed his agreement. He thought that since the recent incident, everything had gone smoothly. Continuing his reflection, he said that on the 5th day, the tests finished successfully, their services went unused, and they became inactive, and the girl asked him what he thought. He said it wasn't bad, in my opinion. Dwarven cooking deserves respect, but those noodles weren't very good. The girl said she liked it. He realized they were on a short food tour, and it wasn't the first time. They often planned these when they arrived in a new colony and had free time. The girl said they had already tried the food at many places and still had a lot to see, adding that watching people in the streets is always a pleasure, and someone there replied that he saw many things for the first time despite his gaming experience. She said that in a large crowd, she always finds herself looking for her grandmother. He asked if she had a grandmother since she hadn't mentioned one, and she apologized, saying they were not communicating. The girl said her parents had not told her much about the woman, so she did not know much either. Once, as a child, the girl had met her. The woman had seemed very young to the girl's grandmother, and the girl was impressed. The man said he knew nothing about biomechs and cybernetics, but found that hard to believe. The woman agreed it was likely, but warned it would be costly. She added that if Grandma is a fickle resident of the colony like him, then she is a mercenary. He said the option could not be ruled out, and she said the situation made her think regular visits to different colonies might lead to her being detected. The girl said she had quietly been trying to find her, mentioning requests to the mercenary guild and attempts to trace her family from the ID, but so far had found nothing, so the hero suggested they search together. She asked if it was true. He said he was interested too and would do it during his breaks at work. Ecstatic, the girl expressed deep gratitude while the guy typed information into his gadget. An announcement said the Krishna's major repairs were finished and that loading would happen tomorrow, so they chose to stand back and watch. At that moment, a crowd caught their attention. The man scanned the crowd and asked the others what was happening. A commander of the military detachment turned toward him. The man was at a loss. His eyes widened. He wrote, then pushed through the crowd and found a woman lying there. Then he asked her about the incident. She saw him, called his name loudly with tears in her eyes, and begged for help while clutching her injured arm. A girl said the name Vi and seemed about to speak. A man loudly expressed his confusion and asked what had happened. The man asked how he could help. Another girl called him Mr. Hero and said they needed to put her in the medical bay. He was scared. Confirming the girl was right, he began to give instructions, but a hand grabbed his wrist and stopped him, prompting a questioning look at the girl. Tina grabbed the man's wrist and told him not to worry about her. Then she said the temple's name as if she intended to continue. The man ordered Mimi to contact Alma and Spaceperg, and frightened, she agreed to do it. Pressing her, he demanded she describe the incident and name the culprit. The crying girl named Kharkov, and he asked who Kharkov was. Tina said it was an old acquaintance, called him smug and impulsive, and said she had never met anyone worse, and the man asked if he belonged to the guild she used to be in, which the girl confirmed. The girl said they were attacked in the city and Vi was abducted. The guy thought doing that in daylight was very careless. He asked the girl why they had done it. She answered tersely that they needed data. She said she did not know where he got the information, but he knew about their tests and demanded they provide all experimental data and drawings of the tested machines. The main character asked whether Visca was being held hostage and whether there were instructions about the delivery location. The girl replied that this was the second service area. He was terrified. Hero said he understood the situation, told Mimi to take Tina to the medical bay, and Tina screamed his name in desperation. She kept begging him to help V. The main character touched the girl's shoulder and told her to take care of herself first. Mimi urged Tina to leave. The man wondered what to do next. It was worse than he had imagined. He also wondered why new problems kept coming up. Turning around, he saw the girls and understood everything. The girl said she had told people at the second service area that it was bad. Someone else asked what was wrong. They said the numbers didn't matter. Then someone asked whether they mattered, and it was explained this referred to the old zone where many troublemakers live, and when people asked who those individuals were and how to identify them, the answer was that they were people without legal status. She explained, these are people rejected by society or who left by choice, clarifying they are a diverse group who do not fit the typical social structure, such as criminals. The main character concluded we were talking about out tests, and the girl added the territory was deeply troubled, a hotbed of gangs and mafia, saying you can find criminals of every kind there. People said Visca worked for Spaceperg and would not be abandoned. At that moment, a noise came and someone entered. Seeing the girl, he thought about what she had been through. Angrily, the girl shouted, asking whether they would throw away the temple. After pausing, she said it would be extremely difficult for the company to quickly organize a second rescue, and another girl, clearly bewildered, demanded to know why. She said she thought it was all about money. Observers found them stationed in the service area where the colony's main life support systems are concentrated, and they have taken the strategic positions needed to keep the colony stable. Direct contact could cause mutual destruction. Normally, they would refuse any demand that might disrupt the colony's ideal way of life. This time, however, they may have ignored that minor detail. They explained data theft would cause great damage, and a large-scale rescue operation would result in the colony donating its maintenance systems, while sending a small team into the bandits' lair would only cause heavy casualties. The young man noticed that when one employee's life hung in the balance, the company's losses, the protagonist realized things were going badly and linked the problem to Kharkov because of what Tina had said. He said he probably couldn't have devised such a plan, so someone else must have been pulling the strings, possibly a competitor of Diverg. The main character said they would be richer if the data were transferred to them, and if they tried to force a solution and caused damage, the door would be fully responsible. He warned that abandoning the hostage would spark rumors and damage the company's reputation while admiring their cunning. The young man noticed they had missed one important detail. Smiling slightly, the young man asked Sarah how much she was willing to pay. They were talking about the new guy already starting work, and one of them said he had kidnapped a girl from a doorway. The man asked if he meant the woman with blue hair, and the other person said she was a hostage and couldn't be touched. A stranger approached the men and asked them to say more about the blue-haired girl. The stranger turned out to be a hero, maybe. The men began asking who he was, where he had come from, and whether he had come to negotiate for a hostage held by one of the masked. The young man saw the man begin to speak, and at that moment the sun began burning him. So the man jumped up and said he had no time for this. Hero aimed the gun at the man and ordered him to answer, warning that the next shots would be aimed at his ear. Anger rose in the man, but a click sounded behind him. The girl had put a gun to his head, and he wondered when she had done it. Showing the map on the gadget, the protagonist pointed out where they were, asked the girl to mark the spot, and she said it was ready. Out of gratitude for the information, she said they would simply leave if the men did not want to contact them, and the men remained silent. The main character heard the men start to run, and one of them, trembling, offered to call for help, but the other answered with insults. The man kept asking if he had seen their equipment, saying the maid had parts for power armor, that they were abnormal, and urging the listener to hurry if he did not want to die. The girl said it was good they hadn't brought power armor because it would have been cramped, added that the transition was at a fairly low level, and warned them to be careful because the maintenance area was for dwarves only, and the guy said it was clear now and was finally getting roomier. Hero and May walked through some streets. May said it was a bad place, and Hero agreed. The man noticed people looking out the windows and over the counters. It appeared to be a residential area, so there were settlements even here, and some people seemed to be struggling to survive, whether they were right or wrong. He spoke about unwanted people and said he felt conflicted about what might have been waiting for Mimi. The girl said Termine Prime was a new colony, so it probably had countermeasures, and she doubted lawlessness had gone that far. But Mimi could end up in the same situation, and the man guessed this was a new colony. By learning from others, they placed unwanted people in specific areas and put measures in place to keep them out of important places. That's why even mafia-type organizations and bandits don't grow very large. She says that if she did that, it would mean some kind of elimination, and she would never have fallen that low. The protagonist assumes this kind of elimination is simply the use of military force, with no concern for other people's lives. It turned out mercenaries usually do this work, and some take the jobs to test new power armor. He said the sight alone unsettled him. He became scared when he stepped on something, and the girl watched him closely. She told him this job wasn't right for him. A squeak came from near the door. The guy said it was over there, and the girl confirmed it. After saying they would explore everything first, he took the cube while the girl said she was taking control of the balls, and at that moment, the balls flew apart with a crash. First, the balls rolled across the floor, then suddenly started hitting the walls. The man asked to display the image. The girl agreed. Surveillance footage appeared above her device, and he said he hoped his temple was all right. The girl said she had found where she was. The guy asked her to enlarge the image, and she clicked on the screen, after which an image appeared of her temple sitting on the floor, pressing her legs to her chest. He reacted sharply to the image, and she tried to calm him, assuring him she was not injured and showed no sign of harm. And he apologized for losing his temper and reminded himself that with Whiskey's life at stake, he needed to focus. The main character asked his companion about moving without being detected, but was refused, so he announced he would stick to the original plan and urged swift action. And as he walked down the corridor, he quietly hoped the task would be completed flawlessly. In May, the main character stands by the door, and the hero asks her if everything is ready. Drones have detected the locations of the targets, and the girl confirms. Hero orders the girl to act, then she swings her leg and kicks. She hits the door so hard, it flies out, and everyone inside is stunned. Someone asks about the noise and what is happening, and the main character presses a button on the device and tosses it forward onto the floor. The device stops right in front of the people, who stare in horror and disbelief while the hero and May hide behind the doorway. Stunned by the blast, they cover their eyes and scream, unable to see or understand what happened as Hero and Meg go inside. The main character orders the girl to handle it, and she points her guns at the enemies and fires, killing everyone in her way. The remaining attackers train their weapons on her, ready to kill, as the protagonist rushes forward, thinking that while May draws them away, he should head for the temple. A device on the man's cheek beeps, and he realizes someone is standing in front of him. Then, a person kicks down the door and demands silence. The bearded man shouts that he can't even take a nap, and because of this whole mess, he doesn't know what sort of people did it. But Kharkov is solving them now. Stopping abruptly, he looks at the main character and mistakes him for a flying cannon. The hero fires and kills the man, leaving a hole in his body. After he collapses, May tells the man she has finished cleaning the area, and he agrees. This is only the beginning for him. He asks her to make some noise, and she agrees to keep the diversion going. A shot suddenly cuts over the man's head, startling him. He dives behind a wall as others keep firing, convinced someone is there. The main character finds a real shootout terrifying. He presses the device's button again. The protagonist tosses it higher. Then the device shocks several people at once. They scream from the blast. And Hero smiles, saying the stun grenade really makes things easier. The two men are still barely standing. Then the main character draws a breath, charges out from behind the wall straight at his enemies, and shoots them all. He walks calmly and pauses at the turn. He asks me to handle it here. He looks around the corner. An explosion and screams come from behind the door. The girl says everything is ready. The main character steps forward and thanks her. A man opens the door and looks ahead to see the body of a dead man from May, who says that everything worked out. Combining several reconnaissance drones lets them generate a high voltage that can knock a person out and be used to disable a guard. but it drains the drone's batteries, so it can only be done once. The man walks into a room and finds a sad girl behind a cage, tells her she is here, and she, surprised, crawls toward him, calling his name. She asks him why he is here, and he says he came to save her. He pulls out a gun and tells her to step back, and she flinches at the sight of the weapon. Using a laser, the main character melts the lock on the cage and asks the girl to come over. He will carry her, and she looks surprised. The main character tells Whiskey that walking like that must be difficult and dangerous. She agrees, and the guy lifts her into his arms and asks her to hold on tight. A man carrying a woman steps into the corridor. He sees a man reaching for a weapon and asking for help. Visca is surprised, then Hero draws his gun and the girl flinches at the sound. Still, the main character tells the girl not to worry and that everything is fine, though he secretly thinks he is a coward. His life is also in danger, and he doesn't want any moment of compassion to put him at risk. He says he has a temple and is coming back. May points a gun forward, and reports say the resistance has become fierce here, so it is unclear if they can leave along Route B. The man understands this, pulls out another device with a button, and asks what it is. From behind the box, the main character throws a device that glows in midair and then flashes brightly. Peering from behind the box, they see a huge hole in the wall, and the main character tells them this is their escape route.